Alright, you and I are diving into the tragic story of Isuki Tenma, who watched monsters brutally slaughter his mother during a terrifying attack, sparking his lifelong quest for absolute vengeance. For over 10 long years, he lived in total isolation, nurturing his deep desire for revenge while patiently waiting for the crucial awakening ceremony that finally grants humans extraordinary powers. And on that fateful day, while countless people faced crushing disappointment by failing to awaken or receiving average abilities, Isuki successfully unlocked his true power. However, the short-lived joy is quickly snuffed out as they realize Isuki has been granted a terrifying skill far beyond any top-tier class: the ability to copy techniques. With this overpowered ability, he can analyze and seize the powers of any opponent, opening a path of infinite strength to finally achieve his ultimate goal of revenge. Shouting out a huge thanks to Nguyen Ngoc Lei for supporting the channel with a bon mi, horrific memories flood back to that day when countless strange black monoliths fell from the sky. Immediately after, gigantic pillars of purple light shot up and defensive barriers were deployed everywhere. But true tragedy struck when monsters called calamity beasts shattered the defense lines and invaded the human world, led by the terrifying demon of destruction. Vinga, they slaughtered humanity without mercy. In the chaotic, bloody memory, desperate screams rang out, "Run away, Dad!" The streets had completely transformed into a living hell. The blue beasts destroyed everything in their path, causing people to flee in absolute panic. A massive monster roared fiercely into the sky with a terrifying low growl. Just watch this terrifying moment as swirling blue energy violently engulfs a mother who is desperately clutching her tiny child to shield them from the blast. In the fading light of life, the mother slowly lets go of her painful grip, whispering her final words, "Run away! Isuki, Mom!" He suddenly wakes up from the horrific nightmare, while his friend beside him keeps calling his name, "Isuki!" His female friend turns around and asks with deep concern, "What is wrong? You look completely spaced out," but he just brushes it off. "No, it is nothing." She tilts her head, her wide blue eyes looking at him with deep suspicion as she asks, "Really?" Still shaken from the dream, a silent tear rolls down his cheek, prompting his friend to ask, "Then why are you crying?" The glass-wearing friend standing nearby whispers to bail him out, "You are just sleepy, right? You are usually asleep by now anyway." But today we suddenly have this assembly for the entire school. More importantly, that guy on stage is dressed so weirdly. Up there, a man begins lecturing about history after the calamity beasts appeared. Some humans gained the power to fight back, and they became known as the Awakened. 10 years ago, on the northern bank of the Lam River, the largest attack of calamity beasts occurred. Awakened fighters from all over the world gathered and crossed the river to push them back in what is called the River Crossing War. Although the attacks did decrease after that, the number of falling stones has spiked recently, meaning a massive assault on par with the River Crossing War could happen very soon. The bespectacled friend whispers knowingly to Isuki, "That man is Izumi Nento, the supreme commander of the northern continent." I know what you are thinking, how could someone from the north not recognize their own legendary commander? Izumi Nento, that name sounds familiar. I imagined a hunched old man with a long beard, but he looks way weirder than expected. I get what you mean. But despite his looks, he is the first awakened human who revealed the truth about the stones and calamity beasts. His friend's eyes gleam with admiration as he brags about his idol. By the way, he is the strongest awakened person. Even that guy Wajin, who holds the title of the Light of Humanity, is one of his disciples. Up on stage, the commander continues, explaining that even ordinary unawakened citizens have a solid chance of awakening simply by touching one of these mysterious monoliths. I came here today to let all of you try it. Become awakened and devote yourselves to this war against the calamity beasts. With those words, he waves his hand to activate his power. The ground splits open as a brilliant golden light shoots into the air while bodyguards closely protect him. The students grow excited as a massive stone rises directly from the ground. Is this magic? Do not be so surprised, but this feels like a dream. Oh Lord, please turn me into an awakened one. His glass-wearing friend grabs his hand, smiling with hope. Did you hear that, Isuki? We finally have a real shot at becoming awakened. But before his friend can even finish his sentence, Isuki silently walks straight to the front, leaving his two friends calling out in confusion, "Hey, do not leave us behind, wait!" Isuki, get in line properly. He walks past his female friend, his back radiating a terrifying pressure. His eyes flash with a sinister red glow, leaving her completely frozen in a cold sweat. And that is where we leave it for now, as a wicked smile creeps onto his face because his moment of revenge has finally arrived. You and I are about to watch an underdog completely shake this world. At the testing area, a student touches the giant black stone, but absolutely nothing happens. The proctor coldly screams, "Fail." Next, the crowd below starts whispering in panic as they watch the school academy's top student fail. That guy literally broke records in his very first year. If someone with incredible physical talents like him can't even trigger it, there's no way we stand a chance. Maybe raw physical strength has nothing to do with it. It's too early to lose hope. Another female student removes her hand in complete despair, full of regret. The proctor keeps his emotionless face, rushing the line. Next. Exhaustion and panic hang heavy in the air as candidate after candidate fails in a row. Hey, look, not a single person has awakened yet. Next up, I thought this would be easy. Don't tell me our entire school is going to get disqualified. Ignoring all the anxious gossip, the dark-spectacled proctor loudly announces the next candidate to be tested. Next up, Oishi Hikaru. Whispers of pure dread ripple through the crowd as soon as his name is called out. I really don't want him to be the one who awakens. He's always been a ruthless bully to everyone. If he awakens, we're all in deep trouble. Wait, look at the stone. Up on the high platform, Oishi Hikaru touches the stone. Intense blue lightning bolts explode outward, surrounding him as everyone watches in absolute shock. He smirks, thinking with sheer arrogance, with this kind of power, both Izumi Nento and the beauty standing beside him will definitely have to acknowledge me. Confirming Oishi Hikaru. Human, level 0. Class: Elemental Master, Lightning System Gift, Rank 2, Status Undisclosed, Attack 3, Speed 4, Defense 2, Magic 3, Total 12. The green-haired assistant watches from afar, reporting through her communicator, "Well, look at that. We finally have our first awakened." At level 0, average total stats are usually 5, but his stats are up to 12. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. Basking in the glory on the high platform, Oishi Hikaru arrogantly looks up. "Now pay attention here," he yells. "Does that elemental elder have nothing to say to the first awakened hero?" But suddenly, a dark shadow blurs past his face at dizzying speed, making Oishi jump back in shock. He can't believe someone is daring to steal his spotlight. He whips around, his face completely twisted with pure rage. He screams at the newcomer, "What do you think you're touching with those filthy hands? Do you want to die?" Completely ignoring the threat, Isuki calmly walks up and touches the stone, causing the crowd below to lose their minds. "Who is that? He's cutting the line. Is that Isuki from Class 5? He's absolutely dead meat." Once Oishi targets someone, their life is basically over. But ignoring the chaos, Izumi Nento narrows his eyes, sensing a very strange aura radiating from this student. "That kid, I can feel a mind-blowing level of intense emotion coming from him." Isuki places his hand on the cold stone. His crimson eyes flare with rock-solid determination. "I will never forget my deep hatred for the beast disaster. I've carved everything from that day into my mind." Let's pause here, because Izumi realizes this kid's resolve is on a whole different level than the others. Suddenly, the commander's pupils shrink. He opens his eyes wide in utter astonishment at the abnormal phenomenon about to unfold. Behind Isuki, a massive wave of deep blue energy gathers, forming the projection of a majestic sword-wielding god of war. The black stone begins to transform, glowing brilliantly as it gets enveloped by a colossal lotus bud of blue energy. An explosion of brilliant light engulfs the entire school grounds, forming a magnificent protective barrier. Everyone stands frozen as a pillar of light shoots hundreds of meters into the sky. Students look up, jaws dropped in shock. This is way grander than when Oishi awakened. In the crowd, his two best friends shout with joy. The boy wearing glasses laughs, saying, just as expected, "Isuki." The assistant stammers in shock. This phenomenon only occurs when the absolute rarest class, the Order Breaker, appears. Meanwhile, Izumi wears an intrigued smile, saying, "I can't wait to see what this kid is truly capable of." Witnessing this grand sight, Oishi Hikaru grinds his teeth as his face twists in pure envy and humiliation. Meanwhile, Isuki's consciousness drifts away into a mystical spiritual space. Where am I? Have I already awakened? A detailed system status window suddenly materializes before him. What is this? Name: Isuki Ma. Human, level 0, fixed. Class: Order Breaker. Rank: Special. Level is permanently fixed. His stats will only increase upon obtaining new skills. It removes all debuffs and fully heals all wounds. Let's watch him break limits. You and I are about to watch this kid unlock a completely broken Z-rank skill called Absolute Mimicry, letting him analyze and steal enemy techniques. Isuki stares in absolute confusion at his completely blank status screen. He mutters in disbelief, "Agility 0, Defense 0, and Magic is 0. Everything is literally a big fat 0. But right then, a flood of new system alerts flashes in a row. Z-rank skill Absolute Mimicry has been successfully acquired. Special gift Nirvana has activated, boosting all stats by 200. His base attack goes from 0 straight to 200. His agility 0 to 200. His defense 0 to 200. His magic 0 to 200. Bringing his grand total to 800. Finally, he understands how his broken system works. He smiles confidently. Every time he copies a skill using Absolute Mimicry, Nirvana will boost his stats. Even if he can never level up normally, he can still get insanely strong in his own unique way. Clenching his fists, his eyes burn with pure determination, ready to face whatever brutal road lies ahead of him. He might not know where his power level ranks among other hunters, but he is going to crush that disaster beast without a doubt. As he officially awakens and returns to reality, trust me, this next scene is absolute gold. A blinding flash erupts from the stone, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Right from the center of that radiant blue light, Isuki's silhouette slowly emerges amidst swirling fragments of energy, forcing Oishi Hikaru to take a step back. Sweat dripping down his face, Oishi stands completely stunned, unable to believe his eyes. This cannot be happening. The blue-haired assistant covers her trembling mouth, completely shocked by the reading on her measuring device. These numbers are absolutely insane for a rookie. It is hard to believe, but this kid is definitely a top-tier rank. Cutting her off, Isuki stands tall and proud, adjusting his tie with the majestic aura of a true emperor. As the assistant gasps out her final words, he is the strongest rookie hunter in history. His status board flashes a terrifying set of numbers that leaves the crowd dizzy. Tenma Isuki's true stats are finally revealed. The screen literally glitches out, flashing numbers so high they break the entire measurement system, leaving everyone completely paralyzed with shock as the power scaling goes off the charts, climbing higher and higher, far surpassing any rookie history, a legendary feat that is absolutely impossible to comprehend, turning this entire testing hall into a scene of pure, unadulterated disbelief. Off the charts. Oishi Hikaru's face twists with absolute venomous jealousy. He thinks to himself, that trash just stole the glory and cheers that should have been mine. Losing all control, he fires a deadly lightning strike directly at Isuki. He screams, a pathetic loser like you belongs at the very bottom. Driven by pure rage, he unleashes his brand new skill Snake, aiming to wipe Isuki out right here and now. Watch this. Isuki calmly stands there as his system begins to analyze the attack. Detecting the C-rank skill Silver Snake. Absolute Mimicry activated. Analysis progress is at 27%. Isuki's eyes glow as data streams rapidly through his mind. 57%, then 69%. The lightning strikes down, blowing the wooden floor to absolute pieces, but Isuki's already gone. The crowd looks around in utter confusion. A student gasps, wait, where did he go? There was a sudden flash of light, and then Tenma just vanished. Where on earth is he? Isuki's shadow suddenly towers right behind Oishi. The system hits 88% as Oishi breaks into a cold sweat. Paralyzed with raw terror, Oishi realizes he is trapped. He cannot even move a single muscle. Leaning in, Isuki whispers a chilling warning, his eyes glowing blood red in the dark. If you were a disaster beast, you would have died 100 times over. Consider yourself lucky that you were born a human instead. Oishi collapses in sheer terror while Isuki casually walks away. The crowd whispers in awe, Tenma, how did you even do that? His legs completely turned to jelly, didn't they? Shh, quiet down. We will get in serious trouble if he hears us. Walking calmly through the crowd, his system hits 99%. Since it is only a C-rank skill, the analysis process is incredibly fast. Sparking blue electricity wraps around Isuki's body as the progress bar finally reaches 100%. A brand new C-rank skill successfully acquired, Lightning Breaker. Two guys nearby shield their eyes, with one joking, wait, he is glowing again? Good thing I brought my sunglasses today. Sitting quietly inside his own mental space, he realizes he is forced here automatically every single time an analysis is completed. Silver Snake analysis is complete. Lightning Breaker has been successfully acquired. The skill screen pops up. Lightning Breaker Level 1. This active skill allows him to absorb any C-rank or lower lightning attack into his body. Releasing that stored energy boosts his agility by 50%. Current absorption charge is 0 out of 3. And that is where we leave it today. A passive boost that guarantees he is going to become unstoppable. Who is ready for the next episode? Stick with me. He just unlocked a lightning skill. First, all stats plus 10. All debuffs are completely erased and every single wound is fully healed. Isuki stands tall, glowing with radiant light as he spreads his arms wide. Blue electricity surges wildly around him, a stark contrast to Oishi sitting pathetically on the ground. Oishi gasps in absolute terror while his bodyguards freeze in shock. Isuki is now completely engulfed in raging lightning. These sparks burn way brighter than Oishi's ever did. How on earth did he learn a god-tier skill like this? Isuki's stats keep climbing as the system updates. No way they're actually shooting up by this much. Current status. Attack 200 to 210, Agility 200 to 210, Defense 200 to 210, Mana 200 to 210, total 800 to 840. The sky suddenly turns pitch black. Everyone looks up in panic. It was sunny just a second ago. Watch closely now. A massive black monolith is hurtling down from the heavens. It tears right through the stormy clouds, falling straight down toward the school campus. Monsters emerge from the giant rock. The green-haired girl screams out orders, wondering why these boulders are suddenly here. Cancel the school assembly immediately. Everyone must evacuate outside the campus right now. Just like we practiced in the drill, there is absolutely no doubt about it. Their real target is us. The girl with glasses turns pale with fear. We should run too. Combat is definitely not our specialty. The man calmly replies that if we run away too, everyone else will completely lose their minds. Look over there, that student is calmer than any of us. As the terrified crowd flees, Isuki walks right against the flow, heading straight toward the danger, leaving the girl wondering why he isn't running. The massive rock slams into the schoolyard with a deafening crash, shaking the ground as thick dust billows up. His friends pull at him as the boy with glasses screams that a monster disaster is coming. Let's get out of here. But Isuki, his face dark with intense bloodlust, replies that he will slaughter every single one. His crying friend begs him, asking what he's saying. He will die if he doesn't run, and Rikuru is right. You literally just became an awakened. You are no match for them, so leave this to the actual professional hunters. Isuki turns back to look at her with pure determination in his eyes, offering a simple reassurance, trust me. Holding the pale girl tight, his friend screams in absolute despair as he drags her away, saying, fine. Don't blame me if you end up dead. Is it really okay to leave him? The enemy is a walking weapon of mass destruction. You and I can see that terrifying, confident grin. He excitedly thinks about facing his very first opponent since awakening. Blue sparks crackle all over Isuki as he stares up at the sky. The monsters that killed his parents, he's actually lucky. Monster stats appear. Frost Soldier number 1369, level 8, rank 2, defense increased by 100%. If an enemy attack breaks past its base defense, its gift is nullified. Its main skill is Frostfire. B rank tier. Attack 15, Agility 10, Defense 120, Mana 30, totaling 295. Taking his stance with glowing red eyes, Isuki wonders if he should test out the brand new skill he just received. Isuki charges forward and unleashes his lightning strike, screaming his ultimate move, Lightning Breaker. The devastating attack collides directly with the giant monster. Determination fills Isuki's face as he roars inside his head that he will never let this happen. The frost monster shatters into pieces as Isuki delivers a massive finishing blow. Anyone else die? The monster gets blown back, slamming violently into the school building with a massive tremor. As thick dust billows, the stunned assistant gasps in absolute shock. Isuki is insanely strong. Looks like we do not even need to run anymore. Blasting it all the way into the school building with just one hit. A rookie who literally just awakened threw back a level 8 threat. Nento silently evaluates Isuki with a pair of incredibly sharp eyes. That kid's speed and physical power are on a completely different level compared to any other rank 0 users. But even so, completely defeating a Frost Soldier is impossible. They possess two highly annoying abilities, starting with a passive gift that boosts their defense. Second, the monster roars as intense blue flames explode across the entire area, a skill called Frostfire that will instantly reduce any human body to ashes upon contact. Watching Isuki get swallowed by flame. His friends scream out in absolute agony, Isuki. Oishi laughs maniacally with a twisted, smug face, mocking the fool who did not know his limits and will now burn to ashes. But trust me, you and I are about to see him survive as his system calmly analyzes the Frostfire. Alright, you and I are watching the analysis progress hit 25%. Standing frozen as he takes the hit, his cold eyes realize the copying speed actually increases whenever enemy skills strike his body. 39 to 57%. The blue-haired assistant breaks into a cold sweat. She cannot believe her eyes. Even a level 10 awakener would not stand a single chance taking a direct hit like that. His flesh begins to peel away, exposing the white bone underneath. Isuki grits his teeth, enduring at 77%. Is this newly awakened genius really going to die before he can even grow? So this is what burning alive feels like, 81%. Through the agonizing pain, the haunting memory of his mother flashes before his eyes. Mother. Nento narrows his eyes, watching the scene intently. He mutters to himself in doubt, "That guy Tenma Isuki still hasn't used his full power yet, has he?" Suddenly, Isuki raises his head in defiance as his body regenerates. "Once the scan finishes, you are dead. Progress is 100%. The crowd whispers with newfound hope as the sacred lotus appears. Is it too soon for a rookie who just awakened? How foolish of me to hold on to hope for that guy even for a single second. Look at that, the lotus is back. Tenma might actually show us another miracle as Isuki steps out from the pedestal completely healed. Watch closely now. He wonders what kind of skill he will unlock this time. Stats surge from 94 to 199%. Analysis complete. He has acquired the skill Black Wall. Black Wall Level 2. This active effect continuously creates a layer of defensive ice over his body by consuming mana, allowing him to block fire-type skills of B rank and below. The passive effect gives a 10% defense boost when blocking those B rank and lower fire attacks, currently at 0%. Black Wall obtained. All of his stats increase by 20, clearing away every single debuff and completely healing his wounds. His status updates: attack raise 10 to 230, agility up to 230, defense, mana up to 230 as well, bringing his total stats from 840 to 920. Clenching his fist, he feels pure power surging. Just moments ago, even his absolute strongest attacks could not scratch the beast's heavy defenses. But with this massive offensive boost, he can definitely break through. A brilliant blue energy aura suddenly erupts, covering the entire schoolyard. Isuki floats in a spiritual space, his newly muscular body bursting with unstoppable vitality. His friends jump up, celebrating in pure excitement. Thank God he is alive, he can definitely win this now. A complete recovery like this is truly a miracle. Alright, let's pause for a second. The shocked assistant starts deducing. Does he have a healing skill too? Wasn't he just using lightning? People always say that order breakers are the most mysterious class of all. But Tenma stands out in an incredibly special way even among those elites. Her eyes are glued to Isuki, filled with intense curiosity over his perfect regeneration. Would he recover even if his limbs were severed, or his brain destroyed? I am so curious to find the limits of his healing. The mist monster roars fiercely, charging ahead with murderous intent. Isuki calmly extends his hand as a massive layer of dark ice rises to block off flames. Black Wall! The blue flames clash violently against his ice barrier, triggering a massive steam explosion. From inside the thick smoke, his glowing red eyes suddenly dash forward at a speed impossible to track, leaving behind brilliant trails of blue light. A lightning-fast strike shatters part of the monster's body. Isuki then summons a giant ice sword, bringing down a decisive thunderous strike from above. The monster is sliced to pieces, its mist scattering everywhere in a flash of blue lightning. The watching students can only stare in sheer disbelief. He got behind that monster in an instant. It looks just like teleportation, only high-level awakeners can even track his movements. Oishi breaks out in a cold sweat from pure fear. Meanwhile, the assistant is completely stunned. She couldn't track his movements at all. Is this guy really just a rookie? He feels like an absolute monster now. Izumi Nento watches Isuki in awe after his resounding victory. Not only does he create a solid armor to protect himself, but he can also shape ice weapons however he wants. It is a godlike skill combining both offense and defense. In the ruined courtyard, Isuki stands quietly as his friend Rikuru runs over, shouting his name in panic. Rikuru rushes forward and hugs Isuki tightly. He sighs in relief. I am so glad you won, I was worried to death. But what about Seiya? Isuki looks around, puzzled. Huh, didn't they come? Well, you and I will have to find out next time. Let's dive right back in as Rikuru thoughtfully replies, recalling how his friend stood there looking on the verge of tears. Isuki keeps his eyes on Seiya, who is standing far away in the crowd. He anxiously wonders to himself, could it be? Is he actually angry? Meanwhile, Assistant Choha is still completely stunned by the power of this young boy, who effortlessly defeated a monster that even a level 10 awakener would struggle against. Commander Nento immediately orders, Choha, stay here and assist with the cleanup. Make sure to tell the principal that I will be taking this boy with me. Rikuru tries to reassure Isuki, insisting there is no way Seiya is angry just because you won. He probably feared being left behind, so he went to touch the testing stone. Isuki can only sigh and reply, I really hope so. But look closely. Suddenly Izumi Nento walks right up to Isuki, sizing him up before greeting him as Tenma Isuki. Right? Isuki stands directly before the majestic commander, and the entire atmosphere grows incredibly intense as they lock eyes. Watching this, the crowd of students instantly begins whispering about the bizarre sight. Look over there, Izumi Nento is actually talking to him. Is it possible he wants to make him his disciple? No way, his only disciple is Taiwa Jin, the absolute strongest human alive. So no matter how powerful Tenma is, that is just completely impossible. Realizing the commander wants some privacy, Rikuru awkwardly excuses himself to go find Seiya, leaving only the two of them alone on the field. Nento breaks the silence, speaking with deep curiosity. You are quite special, aren't you? Isuki raises his head. He repeats the word with sheer doubt. Special? Nento's gaze turns incredibly sharp as he senses the overwhelming aura radiating from Isuki, feeling a heart driven purely by rage and deep hatred. Looking straight into the boy's eyes, he asks directly, I want to know why. Isuki falls silent. Dark memories from 10 years ago suddenly flood back. My parents were brutally murdered by the calamity beasts while trying to protect me. Let's pause here. Look at young Isuki crying through his tears as he witnesses this horrific tragedy. He recalls that fateful moment, admitting he was nearly killed too. But an awakener showed up and saved my life right then, right before my eyes. With a choked voice, he remembers his mother vanishing in a sea of fire. I watched her die as she told me to walk the remaining path alone. Back then, young Isuki stood completely frozen in the ruins, his soul shattered to pieces. Mom, Dad, you both died because of them. His agonizing pain turns into pure blinding rage as he screams out in bitter grief. No, the looming, terrifying shadow of the demon Ringa suddenly appears in Isuki's mind. He firmly declares this monster is the root of all evil. His eyes burn with a crimson hatred as he remembers his old vow. On that day, I swore to destroy this demon. Present-day Isuki grits his teeth, a single tear rolling down his face and every last one of its kind. Nento quietly observes him and asks in a deep voice, even when your heart is consumed by hatred, you still shed tears? Eski raises his hand to wipe away his tears, explaining the strange anomaly of his own body. Ever since I witnessed the tragedy of my mother's death, my left eye stopped shedding tears, but my right eye began crying completely on its own. Because of that, I can never forget my deep hatred for the calamity beasts. Nento nods, offering an unexpected proposal. Do you want to become my disciple? I will bring you into the Savior Alliance and help you gain the immense power you need to take revenge on those calamity beasts. Isuki repeats in surprise, the Savior Alliance? Nento begins explaining this great organization, created to fight the calamity beasts more effectively and scientifically. The governments of the 5 continents gathered the strongest awakeners from across the world to establish it. Think of it as the official military force fighting the calamity beasts, with all its members known as the Savior Army. Members of the Savior Army are provided top-tier resources like private training grounds and powerful weapons, along with guaranteed high salaries. Even trainees are paid 10,000 gold every single month. That is enough money to buy a brand new car. Of course, such generous treatment does not come for free. Savior soldiers are expected to constantly battle calamity beasts on the front lines and protect the lives of innocent citizens. Isuki silently thinks, to be honest, I do not care about high salaries or resources. The most important thing is he clenches his fist, eyes burning with resolve to fight calamity beasts on the front line. I want to become a savior soldier too. Izumi Nento begins explaining the incredibly brutal selection process. The Savior Alliance holds a test every February called the National Savior Alliance Tournament, featuring over 10,000 contestants. And that's where we leave it today. Candidates are scored purely on performance, but only those in the top 100 will ever win the right to join the Savior Army. Alright, let's join Isuki as he asks about the highest score in history. Nento falls silent, his eyes darkening behind his mask as he warns it won't be much of a reference. Still, he points to a massive number on screen. The peak record is 115,000 points, set by Taiwa Jin 11 years ago. You pass the exam with 30% of that score, and take first place if you hit 50%. Isuki freezes at the familiar name, memories of the legendary hero flooding straight back into his mind. Taiwa Jin, the strongest awakened being in humanity's great light, whom Marie Kuru had mentioned before. Nento gives him some serious heartfelt advice. Jin is an entirely different breed. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to despair, but stay confident. You can stand on his level. Looking straight ahead, Isuki confidently declares his ultimate goal. I will surpass Taiwa Jin. Izumi Nento stays quiet, his eyes narrowing slightly as if watching a powerful seed begin to sprout. He thinks back to the past, remembering when young Taiwa Jin first became incredibly famous. The youth are all trying to follow your path, but just chasing behind won't win this war against the beasts. Trust me, someone will eventually rise to surpass him, just like a new sun replacing the old one. Nento watches Isuki with high expectations, eager to see that Don Jin had been waiting for finally rise. They now stand before a massive glowing spherical structure. Isuki gasps in absolute shock. What is that? Nento explains the nature of these invasions, noting that the rocks act as portals connecting their world to the beast realm. So if you only defeat the monsters but leave the gateway rocks behind, new beasts will keep flooding through. Pointing at the magnificent dome, he explains this facility was built to isolate those active portal rocks. Awakened warriors must routinely sweep in to exterminate any monsters crawling out. This keeps the barrier under control while acting as a training ground, prompting Isuki to realize it is a practice zone. Nento nods. Yes, we call these training stages. The monster levels are completely unpredictable and highly dangerous inside. Look at those haunting piles of shattered weapons and corpses, especially the beasts in the stage ahead of us. And watch closely, because this rookie-level stage has the absolute highest mortality rate of them all. That is exactly why they call it the rookie graveyard. A display screen records the ultimate record. Back when Jin was just a rookie, he cleared it in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Stage challenge successful. 10 challengers. Taiwajin, clear time 3 minutes and 14 seconds, updating the absolute record. Nento looks at Isuki with a challenge. If you want to surpass him, make it 3 minutes. Isuki silently begins walking toward the glowing gateway. Nento calls out after him, promising to take him as a disciple if he clears it under 3 minutes. Their arrival sends ripples through the crowd. Is that Master Izumi beside the rumored rookie? No way. Unless he is a monster like Taiwajin, there is no way he deserves to walk beside Master Izumi, making Isuki wonder at their intense reaction. Huh? Is this old man really that famous? He stops before a sign reading level 10 beasts inside. Level 10? Just 2 levels higher than that frost soldier. But how strong are they really? Isuki walks on calmly under their intense stares, but notices that absolutely nobody else is attempting to enter. The onlookers begin to mock him. Does that rookie actually think he can take on this stage? With that kind of confidence, he must have a high-level awakened carrying him through. Man, I wish they'd carry us too. Or maybe he is just here to flirt with the cute receptionist. Just because he has a decent face, he acts all high and mighty. As Isuki approaches the suspicious gray-haired receptionist. Excuse me, I'd like to enter the stage. Sure, how many challengers in total? He tilts his head, answering flatly, just me, sending an eerie, sudden silence through the entire hall. Frowning, she snaps at him for playing around. Don't joke like that, it isn't funny. Are you trying to harass me? If you came here to flirt, it won't work. This artificial stage is no playground. This place is extremely dangerous, so you're going to want to stick around to see if he survives. You and I are about to watch Itsuki get completely baffled here. The bystanders burst out laughing, mocking him. Is he seriously here to hit on her? Ha ha ha. Some people always mistake dungeons for dating spots. Well, usually they get scolded and just slink back home in shame. Itsuki stares coldly at the girl, his voice completely flat. You seem to be misunderstanding something. But I have absolutely no interest in you. I really only came here to conquer this dungeon. The receptionist blushes, covering her face but trying to save face. You do not need to act tough out of embarrassment. I will give you my contact info, so just go home. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupts from Itsuki. His eyes darken with threat. Do not make me repeat myself. I do not care about your contact info. Just let me enter the dungeon. Shaking, the girl hands him a bracelet, stammering. Fine, just do not blame me if you die. Itsuki grumbles inwardly. She should have just agreed from the start instead of making me repeat myself. The crowd whispers as they watch him prepare to step inside. What a fool, he could have easily gotten her number back there. This is really not the time to play the hero. A level 0 rookie challenging a level 10 dungeon is suicide. Trust me, you and I know he will flee in under a minute. Itsuki stands before the steel doors. The gossiping never stops, but he looks incredibly confident. Since he possesses a special grade gift, perhaps he really is completely different from other normal awakened ones. Gifts are just extra bonuses. The most important thing here is still your level. No matter how unique your gift is, it is totally useless if your level is too low. Itsuki calmly raises his hand, preparing to take the final steps. My profile is already registered on this bracelet, so if I scan it, I can get right inside. A loud beep echoes, the system panel lights up, and the entry request for Awakened Tenma Itsuki is approved. He cracks his knuckles, exhaling a puff of white steam full of determination. I will clear this within 3 minutes. Alright, let us begin. The timer on the screen jumps from 0, and the race against time officially kicks off. Itsuki dashes forward like lightning, leaving streaks of blazing energy crackling in his wake. He steps into a massive, breathtaking arena. The space inside is way bigger than I expected. This is my very first time entering a dungeon, even though it is only an artificial one. Pay attention here, guys. because his first real combat encounter is finally coming. A giant wooden beast suddenly spawns. The system panel displays Kodama level 4, and there is absolutely no special gift or ability present. With zero wasted movement, Itsuki charges to attack using his superior stats and combat stance. Attack 49, speed 48, defense 53, total stats 174. He swings his razor-sharp axe, slicing the monster clean in half. Smirking arrogantly, he mutters, "An axe really is the best tool for trees. How does it feel watching your comrade get chopped up?" Standing proudly before the surrounding pack of monsters, Itsuki shouts, "Come at me, you rotten trees!" Outside, Choha anxiously asks her father, "Father, there are many other beginner dungeons. Why did you let him enter this specific one?" Nento calmly replies, "He said he would surpass Jin, so I simply sent him to the dungeon Jin first challenged." Choha insists unless he steps completely outside the boundaries of humanity, surpassing Jin is an absolute impossibility. This makes Nento think, does Choha actually believe that Jin has already evolved beyond humanity? The assistant recalls with a tense expression, "I used to think Jin was just kind and easygoing, but I saw him obliterate a level 97 disaster beast in an instant." His eyes at that exact moment, the memory of those glowing red eyes still haunts her. Cold, solitary, and completely otherworldly. Those eyes did not seem human at all. Jin's massive silhouette shines brilliantly like a supreme being. They were truly like the eyes of a god. Nento quietly ponders, evaluating Itsuki's true potential. That boy has potential equal to Jin, but right now he is just a rough diamond waiting to be polished. If Jin can be compared to a savior, a godlike entity who protects humanity, then Tenma is a demon completely consumed by pure vengeance, the absolute polar opposite of Jin. He watches silently as Itsuki stands holding the decapitated head of the monster. Back inside, Itsuki sighs heavily because the monsters are far too weak. His absolute defense skill cannot even be triggered by minor disaster beasts of this caliber. Suddenly, a giant shadow with glowing red eyes looms behind him. You and I will have to wait to see how he survives. Let's dive right into this lightning-fast counterattack with a blinding slash. Staring at the monster collapsed at his feet, he coldly wonders if it is finally over. Itsuki squints closely at the beast, doubting a level 10 disaster could be this weak. No way. If it were, they wouldn't call this place the rookie's graveyard, so there must be more. Suddenly, the system flashes a bright red warning, detecting a B-rank self-recovery skill. Absolute simulation activates. Starting analysis, progress at 5%, as Itsuki suddenly senses a massive wave of energy rising directly behind him. The wooden beast revives even larger, completely shocking Itsuki. He had already sliced off half of its head, but somehow it still managed to fully regenerate anyway. The resurrected beast info pops up with overwhelming stats. Resurrected Kodama plus 520, level 10, defense dropped by 50%, but self-healing is massively boosted. Stats show attack 110, agility 100, defense 60, magic 180, totaling 450. He sighs, knowing this was never going to be that easy. Pay attention here, because Itsuki immediately triggers his class defensive skill, activating his dark wall. He dives straight down like an arrow to stop its healing, needing to deal massive damage in a short window as progress hits 17%. Rapid slashes rip through the air as the analysis reaches 19%. Itsuki braces himself, channeling all his energy into sharp iron gauntlets to rush the monster. A brilliant blade slash cuts the night, pushing the analysis to 21%. The beast's body splits from the powerful strike, exposing deep glowing cracks that leak raw energy. Itsuki flashes a wild, bloodthirsty grin with glowing red eyes, muttering that he is not done until he minces the beast into absolute nothingness. He unleashes thousands of intersecting slashes at godlike speed, completely trapping the massive monster. Finally, the Kodama entity shatters into 10,000 tiny fragments, utterly obliterated by Itsuki's terrifying strength. Standing amidst the glowing energy debris, Itsuki pants heavily, hoping that this is finally enough. Keeping his dark wall active for so long is rapidly burning through his mana. But immediately the ground violently trembles as the giant wooden beast rises stronger than ever with a deafening roar. He quickly flips backward to dodge the sharp incoming wooden roots. The progress bar hits 60% as he groans in frustration, finding it annoying that it still is not dead. You and I can see his eyes light up as he realizes that every regeneration actually speeds up the simulation analysis. He begins planning his next strategy. Determination written all over his face, he decides to cancel Dark Wall to save mana, opting to use Thunderbreak to dodge attacks while keeping his distance. Keeping this up until the analysis completes is his key to winning. But Staring at the 75% mark, Isuki grits his teeth under intense pressure. With the 3-minute limit closing in, he decides to gamble everything. Unleashing an explosion of energy, he simultaneously triggers Thunder Break and Dark Wall to force the monster into a state of constant regeneration. This reckless strategy will rapidly boost the analysis speed. Swept off his feet by the beast, Isuki endures agonizing pain, knowing that if his mana hits 0, Absolute Simulation won't even activate. He will die here. The progress hits 80%. Spinning mid-air to dodge sharp roots, the progress spikes to 85%. Isuki charges straight at his enemy, telling himself that if he dies here, this was his ultimate limit anyway. His eyes blaze red with murderous intent as he readies one final decisive strike. A massive collision explodes as lightning strikes the beast directly, unleashing blinding flashes of brilliant light. Blown away with a bloodied face, Isuki painfully groans as countless sharp wooden roots pierce right through his body. The progress reaches 99%, but he feels completely exhausted as his mana runs totally dry. But suddenly a cunning smirk appears as the screen flashes with 100% completion. Triumphant, he realizes that Absolute Simulation does not require mana to activate, meaning this battle is officially his win. A giant blue energy lotus explodes as the system notifies that the self-regeneration analysis is complete, granting him Bursting Chain. Instantly, the skill details pop up revealing Bursting Chain Level 2. Active effect: consumes your mana to inflict explosive damage on all enemies within a 5-meter radius, scaling directly with the total mana consumed. Passive effect: let's find out. Let's dive into this wild scene. Every time his Lotus Burst defeats a level 1 creature, all his skill ranges increase by 1%. Standing in the Sacred Lotus, Isuki's fully healed body has successfully acquired the Lotus Burst skill. Second, all stats increase by 20. It instantly removes all negative status effects and completely heals every single wound. Looking at the terrified monster, his system screen flashes with the notification, Lotus Burst activated. Isuki calmly clasps his hands, channeling all his mana into a single point. A massive explosion shaped like a fiery lotus completely swallows the target in a raging sea of flames. The wooden monster shatters into pieces and turns to ash under the absolute terrifying heat. Standing in the rising smoke, Isuki wipes the blood from his lip and mutters coldly, Lotus Burst is not bad. He stares in shock at the massive crater he created. All this devastating power from just 1/3 of his mana? Clearing low-level calamity beasts from now on is going to be a breeze. But I never expected that Absolute Mimicry would actually fully restore my mana even after hitting 0. Suddenly, a green crystal drops to the ground, leaving Isuki standing there in confusion, wondering what it is. Meanwhile, back on the outside, the receptionist frantically checks the timer showing 2 minutes and 9 seconds. It has been almost 3 minutes since the rookie went in, and with no sign of him, they need to call the rescue team. Chua is sweating from pure anxiety. She refuses to believe he would actually lose to level 10 calamity beasts. But clearing the stage in under 3 minutes? Watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. Suddenly, the entire system flashes bright green with a notification. New record achieved. Izumi Nento and the crowd stand frozen in utter shock, squinting his eyes and gasping impossible. Chuha gasps in absolute disbelief at the results. Did he really clear it? Outside, the crowd stares at the leaderboard in total shock, unable to believe the impossible time of under 3 minutes. Challenge successful. Stage clear difficulty level. Challenger level 10 Isuki 10 elapsed time, 2 minutes 14 seconds. Clear record updated. The stage doors open and Isuki steps out in tattered clothes with a cold gaze. Leaving everyone behind on the leaderboard, rank 1 is Isuki Tenma at 2 minutes 14 seconds. Rank 2 Jintaiwa 314. Rank 3 Soaten 717. Whispers break out through the crowd in absolute trembling shock. Did he actually survive? Is that green liquid the blood of a calamity beast? He is seriously a whole minute faster than Jintaiwa. Master Izumi is... Isuki stands before Izumi Nento, looking him in the eye. I know what you are thinking as he asks, will you officially guide me now? He smirks slightly, the dried blood on his face only making him look more intense. Please teach me, sensei. Nento smiles with satisfaction behind his mask, leaving Chuha standing next to him completely shocked. Well done, just as expected of my student. Is father smiling? How long has it been since I last saw this? Meanwhile, the whispers from other students continue to buzz. So he is Izumi Nento's student? No wonder he easily shattered Jintaiwa's legendary record. But even if he is his disciple, as long as his level stays at 0, he has absolutely no room to grow. Suddenly, the receptionist rushes over with a flushed, apologetic face and hands him an exquisite wooden box. This is a special reward for breaking the record. Please accept this, and I sincerely apologize for the incredibly rude things I said to you earlier. Isuki calmly accepts the gift, his sharp gaze softening slightly as he asks, I actually get a reward? It is fine. A level 0 rookie challenging a stage like this definitely looks incredibly reckless. I am a complete stranger, so my death has nothing to do with you, yet you still tried to stop me. That shows you were genuinely worried about me. The girl bows her head, blushing at his gentle words of thanks. Do not mention it. Chua suddenly cuts through the warm atmosphere, turning away and calling out, Hey Tenma, I am leaving you behind. Crossing her arms, she gives Isuki a highly disciplined look. Do not get cocky just because you became my father's student. That is right. A lower level stage like this seems far too easy for you now. Should we turn the difficulty up a notch? Nento nods in agreement, looking out toward the massive, towering structures in the distance. You are officially ready to challenge the advanced stages now. Isuki asks back in genuine surprise, advanced stages? As the three of them walk across the courtyard, Nento begins explaining a brutal truth. Level is not the only thing that determines a calamity beast's strength. The most important factor is species. He points to the terrifying beasts. Those without intelligence who move solely on instinct are very easy to deal with. But when warrior-like beasts appear, trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride. Let's dive into a world where some insect beasts have intelligence equal to or even greater than humans, making them far trickier than normal disaster beasts. Choha follows her father's words, explaining how this world works, saying that awakeners and disaster beasts are basically the exact same type of organism. But for now, only us humans are actually capable of holding specific classes Isuki. In other words, their stats vary wildly depending on the specific insect species. Narrowing her eyes at Isuki, she warns him about his next challenge. High-level gates contain powerful insect types and highly intelligent disaster beasts. Their difficulty level is many times higher than anything you would find in normal gates. And since most high-level gates in the northern continent are located in District 4, that is your next destination. Any other questions? Isuki's eyes flash with a dark light as terrifying thoughts race through his mind. Did those two beasts I just defeated have no intelligence? They did not even scream when I attacked them. Does that really mean they do not even have pain receptors? But those highly intelligent disaster beasts must have them, right? A pitch-black aura rises around Isuki, making Choa pale in absolute terror, wondering what this horrifying pressure could possibly be. What on earth is he thinking about? Meanwhile, in another area, a crowd is whispering about a powerful figure, asking if anyone has heard the rumors. Lord Ajumi is letting him challenge the high-level gate, so that guy who broke Taiwajin's record should be fine. But here's the part we must watch closely. District 4's high-level gates are ruled entirely by one terrifying man. Even worse, every single awakener who enters high-level gates there goes missing, and rumors say that man killed them all. You mean Kinoshita Raiji? One of them quickly covers his friend's mouth, eyes wide with fear. His face turns completely pale as he whispers, Shut up, you will get killed if he hears you. That guy is currently in a luxurious room. The man named Kinoshita Raiji sits cross-legged, enjoying his absolute luxury. As his servant polishes his shoes, Kinoshita Raiji, the son of Northern District 4's governor, sips red wine, looking incredibly arrogant as his subordinate asks him when they will depart. Every single gate in District 4 is under my absolute control. I will go whenever I feel like it. Raiji sneers arrogantly, muttering that waiting is only for commoners, while we pivot right back to our main character Isuki. He slowly opens the gift box as a soft click echoes, and under the cool shade 3 people sit down together. Isuki is completely stunned when he sees what is inside, realizing it was from back then. Nento closely observes his shocked reaction and asks him if he has ever seen a karma stone before. Isuki looks down at the green crystal on the ground, comparing it with the stone in his hand, saying yes. After defeating the disaster beasts inside the gate, something identical to this dropped, although there is a slight difference. He lifts the stone up to examine it under the sunlight, noting that the color is deep green. But Choa suddenly stands up in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she recognizes a mid-grade karma stone. In a gate meant for rookies, Isuki is completely confused and asks what a karma stone actually is. Choha sits back down and starts to explain carefully, telling him that a karma stone is also known as an experience stone. Come to think of it, you are still just a rookie. An illustration appears showing what happens when a disaster beast or an awakener dies. From their corpses, karma, an invisible substance that can be called experience points, is released into the air. Absorbing it will increase your level. In other words, a karma stone is basically condensed karma. An awakener absorbing energy from the stone, uses the karma stone to absorb the karma inside, which is a common way to level up. But strangely enough, a karma stone is not supposed to ever appear naturally. Choha looks up at the sky thoughtfully, trying to figure out why it was in that gate, wondering if it was a gift from Tenma. Nento suddenly looks at him, explaining what leveling up means, while Asuki looks at Choha blankly and repeats, "A gift?" Nento continues to explain the anomaly, saying that normally the karma of the defeated is absorbed directly by the victor. But even though Tenma defeated those two disaster beasts, he did not level up, meaning the karma was never absorbed. However, karma that is already manifested cannot simply vanish without a proper reason. He looks at Choha and Isuki, offering a shocking theory. If my guess is correct, the karma of the disaster beast that attacked the school was absorbed by the awakeners present, meaning us, as the stone in Isuki's hand shines bright green, while a gate remains a completely closed-off space. And that is where we leave it. With Tenma unable to absorb his karma, what do you think will happen next? Alright, let's check out the moment it fuses together and transforms into a powerful karma stone. Watching Isuki from behind, Choha silently wonders in confusion if he really cannot level up at all. Then how exactly do his stats keep rising like this? It honestly makes zero sense. Suddenly Izumi Nento interrupts her with a stern voice, warning Choha that an awakener's gift is top secret and must never be shared. You haven't forgotten that, right? Making her turn pale with regret as she apologizes, Nento turns to Isuki and thoughtfully advises him that he can decide whether to keep the karma stone or sell it. I have an important Southern Continent commander meeting and will be gone for a while, so Choha will look after you. But before I leave, keep these things in mind. He lays down some ironclad rules. First, keep our student-teacher relationship a complete secret. Second, never reveal your special gift to anyone else. Third, clear at least 6 high-level stages before my return. Fourth, do what you believe is right without a single second of hesitation. No matter what happens, I will always support you from the shadows. Isuki smirks with absolute confidence. His determined eyes lock onto his master. Yes, teacher scene cuts to a brand new location. At the Firestone execution ground in the North 4th District, blocked students shout in anger, "We got here first! Why won't you let us in?" But the cold sunglass-wearing guards announce this stage has been reserved by the son of the Kinochita family. Turn back for today. A green-haired student refuses to back down, arguing back, "Who cares? Just because he has money, he can do whatever he wants. He isn't even here yet, so why can't you let us in first?" Suddenly, a massive figure named Takeru looms from behind with glowing red eyes, and trust me, the pressure is real. I don't care who that rich kid is. If you don't let us inside right now, I will report this to the Awakener Association. Without saying a single word, Takeru swings a massive punch that tears through the air toward them. His face is twisted with pure brutality. His muscular arm unleashes a devastating strike. A shocking impact follows, instantly crushing all of their resistance in the blink of an eye. The blonde student collapses. Completely pale, he stammers, "No way, my B-rank landmine skill didn't do a single thing to him?" Takeru stands tall like an absolute steel wall. "That didn't even itch, you pathetic weakling." Shaking as he looks up, cold sweat pours down his face against this monstrous strength. His landmine skill is supposed to pierce anything. Is this guy some kind of monster? Showing zero mercy, Takeru steps forward and grabs the poor student's head, ruthlessly crushing it until he coughs up blood in agonizing pain. The horrified crowd whispers, "The level 7 and level 8 duo got wiped out instantly without a fight? That giant is insanely overpowered." That is Oga Takeru, one of Raiji Kinochita's 4 pillars and a level 12 metal elementalist. Level 12? No wonder. Takeru lifts the limp body up with utter contempt, growling a dark threat. "I won't forgive anyone trying to enter this stage without Raiji's permission. If you dare resist me, I will make sure you suffer the exact same fate as these two." Standing arrogantly amidst the rubble, he barks out orders, "Leave this trash to rot here. Don't even think about helping them." His minions laugh mockingly in the background. "Takeru, don't take it too far. The other garbage is watching us. If you beat up weak students, you might get reported to the academy teachers." Laughing like mad, he scoffs with deep disdain and tosses the body aside like a piece of worthless garbage. Right here, we get to see Asuki step in to catch the victim, completely shocking Choha next to him. The onlookers stare in disbelief. Who is that guy? A level 0? He is dead meat. Wait, the beauty next to him looks familiar. Takeru glares at Asuki with immense bloodlust. "Hey there, rookie. I already said nobody passes here without Raiji's permission. If you don't want to end up like that guy, keep your mouth shut and go home." Isuki stares straight back at him, calmly analyzing, "I see. So I cannot enter this stage without defeating you first. Meanwhile, Choa quickly grabs her phone. I will contact the North 4th District Manager. This kind of behavior is unacceptable, but Isuki reaches out to stop her. His eyes glow with a sharp blue light. There is no need. My master told me to do what I believe is right without hesitation. Handing the injured student over to her, he calmly instructs, I will leave their treatment in your hands. Cold sweat drips down as Takeru faces Isuki's hidden status screen, leaving you and me begging to see what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a level 0 kid stand tall against a giant. Is it because of a rare class? He tries to calm his nerves by comparing their raw strength. Wait, why am I feeling this pressure? Rare or not, I am still 12 levels above him. The massive stat difference is impossible to overcome as Oga Takeru's window shows 6,505 total points. Takeru glares at Isuki. His eyes instantly shrink as he senses a terrifying murderous aura radiating from this young kid. Through Takeru's horrified eyes, Isuki charges forward like a sudden hurricane, his shadow growing larger in the giant's pupils. In an instant, Isuki unleashes a heavy, devastating punch straight into the giant's face, creating a massive impact. Watching this, the crowd of students gasps in shock. This guy is too fast. Is he really level 0? Even at level 8, I do not know if I could keep up with that speed. But as Isuki's fist connects with Takeru's skin, strange plumes of white smoke suddenly begin to rise. Isuki narrows his eyes in surprise, realizing his attack has been completely stopped. The giant blocked it using metallization. Takeru smirks. His metallic hands lock Isuki in place as he growls about the decent speed before launching a heavy strike down. An explosion of pressure erupts. Isuki quickly retreats, but he knows he lacks the raw power to break through. Landing safely in a defensive stance, Isuki calmly plans his strategy to take down an opponent above level 10. I need to boost my agility and use Thunderbreaker. At that exact moment, the system screen glows brightly, updating stats and initiating the copy process. Subject Isuki, human level 0 fixed. Total stats, metallization skill detected. Absolute Mimicry activated. Analysis progress at 1%. Isuki lowers his center of gravity. His eyes burn with battle spirit. To get Absolute Mimicry fully active, I need to take this seriously. He dashes forward like a ghost again. The analysis bar jumps to 5%. Standard attacks cannot pierce those metallized body parts. Then I will aim for his exposed flesh. The ground cracks under Isuki's sheer force as he launches his next strike. Takeru swings his metal fist, downward, laughing in sheer contempt at a weakling who has neither strength nor speed. Suddenly, blue lightning crackles around Isuki. Now here is where things get interesting. He accelerates instantly using Thunderbreaker while the giant mistakenly thinks he hit his limit. The lightning-infused blow hits Takeru's flank, making him widen his eyes in shock. Lightning attribute, I will not give you time to metallize. A relentless storm of rapid punches rains down heavily. The meter rapidly climbs 25, 59, 66, 100%. The onlookers are completely stunned. How is that guy using someone else's skill? It is too fast, my eyes cannot even keep up. You and I both know that level 0 guy might actually defeat Oga. Takeru grits his teeth, his face contorting in total disbelief. Damn it, there is no time to metallize. How can a level 0 be this incredibly fast? I am going to lose. He is completely cornered. He roars in absolute despair as Isuki's intense pressure completely locks him down. Damn it, I cannot even make a sound. You bastard, stop watching and help me. Fueled by absolute rage, Takeru pours all his remaining power into one final desperate decision. I have no choice but to try that. A massive burst of energy erupts as he lets out an earth-shaking roar. Takeru's entire body transforms into a polished black metal. The system reports 88% analysis as this guy fully metallizes himself. I am actually grateful. I have never successfully managed a full-body metallization before. But thanks to you forcing me, he stands proud, boasting about his absolute defense. Metallized areas gain 50% defense, and my passive adds another 50% when standing still. In other words, my total defense is over 500. Takeru's eyes glow with pure malice. He threatens Isuki, saying he originally planned to tear him in half, but as thanks for helping him unlock this skill, he will grant a swift death. Two students tremble, whispering about a defense over 500 at level 12. No one at his level can break through that shield. He is a monster. I really thought that level 0 guy stood a chance. But trust me, while everyone else is panicking, Isuki just smiles calmly. The analysis hits 99%. If my theory is correct, a full-body metallization requires an insane amount of mana, 98%. If you dumped all your attribute points into defense, your remaining mana should not be this high, 99%. Takeru feels insulted. His eyes widened in sheer shock. No way, is this guy really a 0-star? Let us watch as his analysis hits 100%. Isuki glowed with a brilliant aura, saying, "Do not worry, I will not use boring tactics like draining your mana. I will end this quickly." Suddenly, the giant blue lotus appeared once more, wrapping the battlefield. It enveloped Isuki right on the battlefield. There it is, that blue lotus again. Tenma is about to get even stronger. Everyone held their breath, watching the glowing energy bud. A lotus skill from a 0-star? It does not look like an offensive technique, so how does he plan to defeat Oga with this? The system popped up a completion notice. The metallization analysis process was fully finished. You have acquired Purging Darkness, level 1. The active effect fires a perfect sphere along a fixed and unchangeable trajectory. The sphere travels at 1 meter per second, piercing through all enemies and completely ignoring their defense. For its passive effect, whenever an enemy with higher defense is defeated by Purging Darkness, its flight speed will increase. As Isuki quietly pondered, he analyzed the details, noting that it completely ignores defense. If this hits, it will definitely deal damage, but the flight speed is only 1 meter per second. Even an ordinary person could easily dodge this, making the timing of the attack absolutely critical. But against a stationary target that cannot move, timing is something I do not even have to worry about. His gaze turned ice-cold, radiating pure killing intent. That absolute defense he is so proud of, I will shatter it to pieces. And get this. The status window updated with shocking numbers. Purging Darkness, level 1, all stats increased by 10. It clears all debuffs and fully heals his wounds, boosting attack, agility, and defense to 250. With mana at 250, totaling over 1,000. Pointing his hand toward Takeru as the energy lotus erupted, Isuki challenged him, "Try and dodge this." Activating the Purging Darkness. The surrounding crowd began whispering in shock, never having seen that skill, so this is the fabled Order Breaker. The person rumored to be the most mysterious of the 4 classes. Can a skill from a mere 0-star really pierce the protection of a level 12 defense specialist? Just look at his confident face. This has to be an absolutely unbelievable technique. From the heart of the lotus, a jet black orb began to form, emitting a strange, eerie glow. The orb floated away incredibly slowly, drifting directly toward the path of the massive giant. The crowd mocked him, laughing at the tiny orb, while Takeru sneered, calling it disappointing. But trust me, they have no idea what is about to happen. Standing confidently in place, he sneers, "Do you really think a mediocre orb can force me to move and ruin my buff? How naive of you." Flexing his shiny metallic armor, he growled a threat, "If this is your ultimate trump card." As the orb touched Takeru's chest, he kept laughing arrogantly, "Then you are about to die a miserable death." But suddenly his arrogant smile vanished, replaced by absolute horror as the orb pierced deep into his metallic flesh. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as his steel defense was shattered, making him scream in pure agony. Isuki stood calmly, looking down at his collapsed opponent. He coldly spoke, "I did tell you to dodge. Since you are a human, I decided to only target your arm. If you were a monster, I would have aimed for your neck." Takeru clutched his arm, screaming in pain, "My arm!" Turning away without looking at the stunned thugs, he told them, "What are you standing there for? Take him to the hospital already." "Did you not hear what I said?" His ruthless glare sent shivers down their spines as he ordered them to get lost immediately, forcing the panicked guards to carry their boss and flee. And just like that, the crowd cheered. "He actually won. You and I both knew he had this in the bag." Several hunters rushed over to invite him. "Want to team up with us? With 3 of us, we can clear this quickly." "No, party up with me instead. With just the 2 of us, you will get way more experience points." They tried to persuade Isuki, asking, "Do you plan to challenge the Flint execution ground with just 3 people? Every calamity beast inside has defensive power that is fully on par with Oga. We have an expert healer who can constantly restore your mana, allowing you to fire those powerful spheres infinitely. You and I are about to see Isuki spot a crazy exploit. What if their defense matches Oga's? Perfect. The speed of Purging Darkness increases every single time I defeat an enemy with higher defense. I'm going to supercharge its flight speed right here in this stage." Seeing him silent, the other 2 impatiently urge him, demanding to know what he chooses to do. With a cold, decisive replies, "I will go alone." His declaration leaves the crowd completely shocked. Challenging a high-level stage level 15 all by himself? Has he grown arrogant since defeating Oga? They look at Isuki with pure mockery. "I admit he is strong, but arrogance should have its limits. Seems we don't meet his high standards. Let's look elsewhere." Meanwhile, Choha quickly runs after him to stop him. Anxiously, she warns him, "I know you have the skills to defeat them, but will your mana hold out?" Every single calamity beast here has defense on par with Oga. Isuki calmly responds, I'll be fine. Don't worry. Choha snaps, blushing furiously to hide her concern. Who on earth is worried about you? I'm only asking because my dad will blame me if you die. I'm going to treat the injured now. Do whatever you want. Before walking away, she doesn't forget to warn him that the Stone Tribe has no intelligence. But they fight in groups, so watch your mana consumption. Isuki nods, then places his hand on the panel. Yeah. The system rings out with an announcement. Entry request of awakened Tenma Isuki has been approved. As the door opens, let's look into the darkness with him. There are way more monsters than usual. Giant stone monsters begin to surround him. As expected of a high-level stage, the levels and raw stats of these calamity beasts are far superior to what he faced before. One monster charges forward with a massive roar, and the system instantly displays its info. Stone Statue Rank 2, Stone Tribe Level 9, converting all its mana into defense. Attack 115, Agility 50, Defense 295, Total 460. Isuki raises his hand high, preparing to strike. Let me test if these stone creatures actually meet the passive conditions of Purging Darkness. That glowing purple lotus blooms brilliantly once again, successfully activating Purging Darkness. The tiny black orb slowly flies straight towards the stone monster. It pierces right through that tough rocky body in an instant. Stone Statue Level 9 has been defeated. Suddenly the black orb accelerates with extreme speed. Slicing through a series of other targets, Purging Darkness's speed increases by 100%. Isuki smiles smugly. Just as he calculated, the fierce horde of stone monsters roars as they rush. But trust me, Isuki is completely unfazed by the surrounding currents. These slow, clumsy targets are the perfect prey for Purging Darkness. The system flashes constant victory notifications. Stone Statue Level 9 has been defeated. Purging Darkness's speed increases by 100%. Stone Statue Level 8 is defeated. Purging Darkness's speed increases by another 100%. After clearing the small fry, Isuki stands amidst the rubble. Looking at his mana status, 110 out of 260. He calculates, using Purging Darkness costs 50 mana, meaning I only have 2 shots left. He calmly scans the battlefield ahead, assessing the situation. 2 are rushing me and the boss is still hiding, remaining enemies. 3. Which means that now, instantly, Isuki gathers blazing energy in his palm, determination written all over his face. I must take out both at once with a single shot. A massive explosion erupts. The shockwave shatters the ground, creating a heavy cloud of dust that hides everything. Using the screen, he charges straight ahead with a decisive cry, now. Isuki's eyes flash with a deadly red light. He roars as he unleashes his final strike. Take this. The energy orb obliterates every obstacle. System notifications flash in quick succession with victory news. Stone Statue Level 9 has been defeated. Stone Statue Level 10 has been defeated. Purging Darkness's flight speed increases. Isuki collapses onto the ground, gasping heavily for air. This total exhaustion right before running completely out of mana is truly brutal. Hopefully one day I will acquire a mana recovery skill to fix this. He sits up, looking at his upgraded skill panel with satisfaction. Now with a speed of 5 meters per second, I can catch up to fleeing enemies. Purging Darkness Level 1. Flight speed increased by 500%. Suddenly a massive shadow looms over him. Isuki shivers and turns around as the ground violently shakes under 1,000 tons of pure stone. A towering titan looms and the system flashes a red alert. B-rank giant golem level 28. Stick around because this is going to get wild. Stone Tribe. Level. Let's jump in as level 15 Isuki, stats 777, dodges a massive stomp. He instantly buffs his state. The target is so huge it triggers Thunderbreaker, boosting agility by 50%. Staring down this giant, he plans his strategy. Can he defeat it with a single Dark Purge strike? Narrows his eyes, analyzing its massive stone body, and tells himself that he needs to aim straight for the head. Spotting a perfect opening in the monster's assault, Isuki leaps high into the air and shouts a gap. But as the orb flies, he realizes a fatal calculation error. It is way too small to deal serious damage, even if it penetrates. It won't deal enough damage. The beast roars, swinging its massive arm to whip up a violent wind that tears through the air. Sent flying high into the sky, Isuki starts sweating bullets as danger closes in. He is stuck in midair with absolutely no way to dodge. With his life hanging by a thread, he instantly triggers his defense, activating the Shadow Wall skill. A sharp explosion rings out and the monster's giant stone fist blasts Isuki back with world-shattering force. He quickly teleports back. Now pay attention, because as blood drips from his mouth, his system begins copying the giant's power. It detects the B-rank skill Gigantification, activating absolute simulation at 1%. But then, a smug grin spreads across his face. So this giant size is just from a skill? Well, that makes things a whole lot easier. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion, a panicked subordinate breaks into a cold sweat and screams into the phone, "What?" Kinoshita Raiji pushes up his glasses, his cold, authoritative gaze sharp as he warns, "I told you not to make noise in my presence." The trembling subordinate bows deeply in apology, saying, "I am so sorry, but this news is just too shocking." "What exactly happened?" Raiji asks coldly, staring back with a stunned, completely unbelieving expression. The subordinate drops a bombshell. Someone defeated Oga and forced their way through the barrier. Raiji narrows his brows, crushing his wineglass in anger. What on earth is that guy doing? Oga always boasted that nobody under level 30 could ever break through his absolute defense. Do not tell me an awakener of level 30 or higher has actually shown up here. The subordinate nervously points out that, with the recent increase in dangerous falling giant meteors, all awakeners at level 30 or above are too busy dealing with them to come. Besides, the challengers entering the Firestone execution ground are usually just level 10 weaklings. There is no way a mere level 10 could defeat Oga, the panicked subordinate exclaims in disbelief. Am I right, sir? If you give me just a little more time, I will gather detailed reports. Raiji coldly cuts him off, his eyes filled with calculation as he looks away. No need for that. Even if our opponent is level 30, we still have time. The Firestone execution ground is known for tough disaster monsters that take forever to clear. If we set out immediately, we will still arrive there right on time. I know what you are thinking, but since their identity is unknown, shouldn't we be careful? Well, Raiji's eyes flare with a threatening purple light. He growls deeply, warning him, "I said we are leaving right now. Do not make me repeat myself." The subordinate trembles violently, sweat pouring down his face as he bows. "Yes, sir." Raiji throws on his coat, radiating an overwhelming aura. "I will make them deeply regret ever messing with the Kinoshita clan." Back at the dungeon, Isuki stands bathed in a bright level-up glow, sighing in relief. Finally, no more running around like a cornered rat. As the monster dissolves, the system announces that the analysis of the B-rank skill Gigantification is now complete. Isuki carefully inspects his updated status screen. Instead of receiving a brand new skill, his Clio Orb has upgraded to 2 stars. Let us see if there are any new effects. 2-star Clio Orb fires a flawless sphere on a fixed trajectory, piercing through all enemies and completely ignoring defenses. New effect. Its size can be manually adjusted by consuming extra mana. Passive effect, speed plus 200%, bringing it to 500%. He smirks, realizing the massive upgrade. His passive modifier just leaped from 100 to 200%. And the best part? I can control the exact size of this piercing orb simply by channeling my mana. Isuki channels his energy, blue lightning crackling around him as he mutters, "Let us test this power out right now." His status screen flashes brightly, signaling a major power breakthrough with the acquisition of Piercing 2.0. All stats increase by 20, fully healing him. Trust me, you and I are ready for his next battle. Status. Let's dive into his stats. Attack goes from 260 to 280, and his speed, defense, and mana follow, totaling over 1040, now 1120. Isuki leaps into the air, channeling all his energy into a massive sphere, burning through his mana, shouting, "I will destroy you with my strongest piercing true Orobi sphere." This concentrated ball of absolute energy swells to its absolute limit, unleashing terrifying space-shaking roars that echo through the entire arena. He releases the attack. A colossal pillar of light pierces the earth, triggering a massive world-shaking explosion. Isuki drops to his knees, gasping for air with 0 mana left, yet a satisfied smile spreads across his face. Oops, did I overdo it? Amidst the rubble, system alerts declare victory, confirming the level 15 giant stone golem is officially defeated. Clear Robe flying speed increased by 200%. The sphere made from draining his entire mana pool was unbelievably massive. He stands up and collects his hard-earned loot. His eyes gleam with deep calculation. The projectile speed of his sphere is now 7 meters per second. If I can beat this stage just 2 more times, it will fly as fast as a speeding car. Clear Orobi C-2 passive, defeating high defense foes, boost projectile speed by 200%, currently at 700%. Isuki walks calmly through the thick smoke. Now pay attention here, because he finally realizes those passive skills he always ignored are actually insanely useful. Analyzing his combinations deeper, he notes the Lotus Bus passive expands the effective range of every single skill. So that means the range of his Clear Orobe is also boosted, right? Lotus Bus passive, Defeating any living creature level 1 or higher boosts all skill ranges by 1%. Gazing into the sky, he envisions ultimate power. In other words, if he keeps stacking the Lotus Bus passive, he could eventually wipe out calamity beasts from tens of thousands of meters away. Out at the dungeon gate, a shocking message flashes across the digital scoreboard, announcing a successful clear. Level 15 Solo Challenger Tenma time, 3 minutes and 1 second official record updated. The waiting crowd of hunters goes wild, unable to believe their eyes. 3 minutes? Even a 5-man party takes over 10 minutes. Did he seriously obliterate all those calamity beasts in a single hit? He smashed Jin's record of 3 minutes 19 seconds. What kind of monster is this guy? Look, he's walking out. Suspicious eyes lock onto Isuki as he strolls out looking totally relaxed. Why is he still level 0? Is that clear announcement just a system glitch? Look at him, he's completely unharmed, his clothes barely even dusty. There is no way he cleared that alone. Then suddenly, Choha approaches him, her eyes filled with awe. You cleared it completely scratch-free and broke Jin's record again? You always surprise me. Let's watch her reaction as Choha pushes up her glasses, muttering that his battle was far quicker than expected. Isuki just scratches his head, giving a totally nonchalant response. Yeah, the calamity beasts in there had pretty weak defense, so I took them out without much trouble. Isuki stares at the glittering creature on her shoulder and asks curiously, Hey Choha, what is this butterfly? Choha spins around gracefully, radiating a noble aura, and replies that she is a Shikigami summoner, and this is hers. Watching the butterfly flutter on her hand, she gently calls out its name, Tamaku. Isuki reaches out his hand to touch it, marveling in his mind that it is his first time seeing a Shikigami, and it is truly beautiful. Isuki suddenly turns serious, asking a question that leaves her stunned. What kinds of awakened classes actually exist out there? She stares at him like he is a strange creature, asking if he lacks basic common knowledge. Flashy smile in place, she holds up 3 fingers to lecture the rookie, explaining that classes are broadly divided into 4 main types. With your absolute power, you should have already crossed paths with 3 of them. She begins breaking down the different class paths, first being the elementalist, wielding control over 7 forces like fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. She notes lightning users like your classmate, adding that even that guy Oga belongs to this exact category. They are the most common class, and trust me, you and I will soon see their insane baseline combat strength. Alright, let's jump back in as Choa introduces the second class, the Shikigami user. These summoners call forth spirits that obey absolutely no one else. Take a look at Choha stat. Azumi Choha, human, level 6, Shikigami user. A summoner class. Her beast Tamaku is a level 15 crane. These spirits usually bind to their masters from the moment they are born. Choa smiles confidently, adjusting her glasses as she asks Isuki if he has any questions so far. Isuki looks at her stats and bluntly points out that her level is lower than her own summon. He asks if she is really supposed to be an experienced awakened hunter. Choa completely freezes in sheer shock. Does this guy not have a single polite bone in his body? Regaining her composure, she rubs her temples and admits that he is right. Since these summoned beasts absorb experience and level up, they almost always end up stronger than their masters. Suddenly, Isuki's eyes flash with a dangerous light. He instantly calculates that when fighting a summoner, it is much faster to just bypass the beast and kill the master directly. Choa shivers, suddenly feeling a massive wave of bloodlust. That dark, terrifying aura is leaking out again. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Reining in his bloodlust, Isuki calmly asks for more details since she has only explained 2 classes. Choha gets serious now. Pay attention here because the third class is the most mysterious of all. Looking directly at Isuki, she declares that it is his own class, the Order Breaker. She explains that they are completely mysterious because each one possesses totally unique abilities, just like his Blue Lotus. Some of them can change their physical size at will. Others can create countless clones, and there are even those who can stretch their entire bodies freely like rubber. Showing him a skill rank chart, she points out that normal classes range from C to S rank. However, Order Breakers only possess Z rank skills, which exist completely outside of standard rules. Her gaze sharpens behind her glasses as she explains that they get special treatment because of these exclusive skills. If enemies find out how their skills work, they lose their absolute greatest weapon. Crossing her arms thoughtfully, she admits that is why her father scolded her for asking about his skills. You are a complete anomaly even compared to other Order Breakers. From what I have seen, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of those belong only to elementalists. He stands frozen, panic quietly setting in. With his teacher gone, he realizes he will be in massive trouble if she keeps digging into his secrets like this. To distract her, Isuki quickly asks about the final class he has never seen, making Choa place a finger on her lips playfully. She tells him he will have to see it for himself first, calling it his punishment for keeping so many secrets from her. Isuki just clicks his tongue in defeat, while Choha suddenly remembers something else. She mentions that the students he rescued are safe, then asks about his next move. Isuki casually replies that he wants to clear this stage a few more times, shocking Choha, who immediately points out that all of these dungeon stages have a cooldown period. This one is especially long, meaning he cannot re-enter for at least 2 days. Disappointment washes over Isuki. A cooldown? No wonder Kinoshita was able to monopolize all of these stages for himself. If he cannot boost his Clear Orb passive, he decides to level up Lotus Burst instead. Looking around, Isuki asks Choa if there is a stage packed with hordes of disaster monsters. Let's pause here. If he wants swarms of monsters, Choa knows the exact spot to send him. An image of a barren land swarming with bugs appears, the Locust Wasteland. The monster levels there are pretty low, but their numbers are massive, with a modest estimate of at least 100 locust beasts. Many experienced hunters have run away the second they saw that terrifying swarm. Choa looks at Isuki with deep concern, knowing it is suicide without a proper area of effect skill. Isuki just smiles confidently, fully aware that area of effect attacks are exactly what he needs. He is definitely going. Since he has not shown her his Lotus Burst yet, she has no idea he already has a massive area attack. As the crowd of hunters whispers behind them, Choha anxiously asks if he is truly going to attempt this. Without a crowd-clearing skill, you will get overrun, but Isuki simply turns around and starts walking away. Trust me, we know he will be just fine. Alright, you and I are about to watch a guy who doesn't know what fear is as the other hunters stare at Isuki in complete horror, heading straight for the Locust Wasteland. But more importantly, once Kinoshita Raji finds out what happened to Oga, he is definitely coming, so they better escape before getting dragged into trouble. Right then, in a quiet, empty hallway, Raji appears with his face shadowed in darkness, muttering to himself about the lack of people around. His subordinate reports that the target has vanished, adding that only 30 minutes have passed. Yet he is shocked to hear the guy already cleared the burning stone execution ground. Raji grimaces, veins bulging on his forehead, finding it hard to believe but realizing it is the truth. What are you going to do now? Damn it, that bastard is making a total fool of me. Turning around, he delivers a cold order, knowing that if the target used skills, magic traces must remain. Contact the Hound, that vicious tracker, and order him to hunt down that guy's trail immediately. Raji's face twists with pure absolute madness as he demands they capture him alive to make him experience a literal living hell. We cut to a dark alleyway, where a hiding assassin desperately thinks to himself that he never knew Kinoshita Raiji had such powerful subordinates, deeply regretting ever taking on this assassination job. Slumping to the ground and gasping for breath, his heavily wounded body tells him that without his earth escape skill, he would already be dead. Looking around in absolute paranoia, he tells himself that since he made it this far, he must be safe. Now watch this. Suddenly, the giant razor-sharp jaw of a pitch-black beast opens wide right behind his head, ready to swallow him whole. The giant black wolf, Death, clamps down hard on the assassin's throat, leaving him with only a final choked scream. Laughing in the dark, pipe-filled alley, Saklai the tracker casually steps forward and remarks that the victim seems to have something to say. Death? Loosen up on him a bit. The bloody assassin on the ground gasps out a desperate question, wondering how they could have possibly tracked him down. Standing with his back turned, Saklai coldly replies that his beast, Death, possesses an incredibly sharp sense of smell. Adjusting his hat, he radiates the dangerous aura of a predator, explaining how he can easily sense the stench of death that people like him emit. Crying desperately with blood leaking from his mouth, the assassin begs for his life, pleading with them not to kill him. Saklai stares down with cruel, glowing red eyes, stating that it is a tough request since Lord Kinoshita would be furious, and Death hasn't tasted human flesh in a while. A deadly glint flashes in his eyes as he gives the order to go ahead since it is dinner time. I know what you're thinking, but as the wolf roars and finishes the prey, a system notification pops up showing Saklai's Shikigami has finally leveled up. Death Hound B rank level 16 skills, Death Scent C rank, Desire for Rebirth B rank, Attack 250, Agility 250, Defense 150, Magic Power 150. Saklai casually picks up his phone to report. Reporting that the job is done, his eyes widen in surprise at the news from the other side, asking if he was seriously injured. Is it that stubborn Oga? Did they actually strike his weakness? Fine, I am on my way right now. Pointing forward, he commands his beast, telling Death to get moving because a brand new prey has just appeared. We shift over to Chapter 7, heading straight into the Locust Wasteland. Yusuke stands in front of a giant dome structure, staring out at the endless vast wheat fields before him. He wonders, with the field stretching as far as the eye can see, if there are really that many locusts here. Walking right beside him, Choha explains the basic knowledge that these disaster beasts seem to have a preference for certain environments when they invade this world. Because of that, predicting the monster type based on the environment is a core skill for any awakened person. Yusuke nods in agreement. Choha adjusts her glasses with a deeply worried expression, noting that there isn't even a reception desk here. Indeed, this stage is so incredibly dangerous that it has actually been put on the list for immediate dismantling. Yusuke is confused, wondering why such a decision was made when this place is only level 13, compared to the burning execution ground. Choha continues to explain that in normal stages, you can easily escape if you find yourself unable to win. But, pointing toward the swirling black mist, she warns him that the disaster beasts in this place are extremely aggressive and appear in abnormally massive numbers. Illustrating the horror, she explains that if he lets his guard down for even a single second, he will be surrounded by countless ravenous locusts and torn to shreds. A gruesome skull gnawed by insects flashes on screen as she adds that they will devour him down to the absolute marrow of his bones. Yusuke flashes an excited smile. You and I know he is ready. Wait, you and I are about to watch him walk right into a horde of beasts. Choha is stunned, asking if he is rushing to his death. Clenching his fists, Yusuke stares ahead with pure determination, declaring that he is not desperate enough to end up as insect food. Watching Yusuke casually step into the portal, Choha sighs and reassures herself that judging by his attitude, he should be fine. Looking down, she reminds herself that he entered the stage of his own free will, and she already gave him every possible piece of advice. If anything goes wrong now, it is entirely on him. Suddenly, Choha gasps in absolute panic as she remembers something crucial. Wait, what should she do? She forgot to tell him that the locusts will multiply endlessly until he defeats the boss. She must run inside right now and warn Tenma. Choha spins around in a rush, preparing to chase after Yusuke into the dungeon entrance. But hold on, look closely at who is blocking the entrance. It is Sakli and a massive wolf standing right in her way. Sakli flashes a creepy grin, his glowing red eyes locking onto Choha with a threatening "My lady, I am looking for someone." Meanwhile, Yusuke is already standing in the middle of a desolate field inside the stage. Looking at the view, he mutters that it is a total mess while rubbing his hands together. His sharp eyes gleam with confidence. Wake up, you insects, I am here to wipe you out. Standing before the barren field filled with tattered scarecrows, he observes his enemies. Their individual levels are shockingly low. Well, they still satisfy the requirements for Lotus Burst, so it is not a problem. The system display shows endless demon locusts, ID 22301, I 22307 and 9, Insect Tribe, levels 1 and 2 with 0 loot. Looking up at the sky blacked out by the massive swarm of monsters, Yusuke gasps at the insane numbers. He quickly channels his mana, summoning a blazing fire lotus in his palm, realizing this massive crowd is actually an advantage. Bracing himself with a calculating grin, Yusuke knows that the more they gather, the easier his job will be. Once they enter the range of my Lotus Burst, I will crush them all at once. Just as the monsters charge down in a frenzy, he yells with absolute authority, "Do it now." You and I both know what is coming next as a brilliant red light explodes, activating Lotus Burst. System alerts rain down, confirming the defeat of level 1 and 2 Plague Locusts using his Lotus Burst. With skill range increased by 1%, Yusuke stands amidst the ashes, staring at the dense notifications with pure satisfaction. Checking his newly upgraded level 2 Lotus Burst, it consumes mana to inflict explosive damage within a 10.5 meter diameter. 110% means he just took out roughly 10 monsters at once. The Lotus Burst range has expanded to 10.5 meters, which is not bad at all. Narrowing his eyes to calculate, he realizes 10% mana at 10% power is more than enough for these weak pests. With 252 out of 280 mana left, he has about 10 shots remaining. If each blast wipes out 100 monsters, he can expand his area of effect to 1000%. Pondering the system rules, he realized that grinding here would be incredibly smooth if this dungeon stage did not have any cooldowns. Suddenly, Yusuke pauses, a look of deep suspicion on his face. It is strange that the challenge success alert has not appeared yet. Don't tell me. A system warning suddenly pops up, detecting the skill Mother's Will. Absolute simulation is activated at 1%. He warily scans his surroundings as the pressure rises, wondering if there are still survivors. Rising from the cracks, a dark mist and monstrous shadows begin to encircle Isuki once again. A sudden violent strike forces him to step back. Gritting his teeth, Isuki blames himself. Mother's Will must be the boss's skill. He let his guard down, foolishly assuming that there was no boss in this area. Isuki focuses his attention on the surrounding rubble, searching for any traces. Fortunately, he can continue to expand his skill range by utilizing his Lotus Burst. But the problem is, he has absolutely no clues about the boss's location, forcing him to shift tactics. With his hands igniting in bright flames, he decides to completely incinerate all these weaklings to force the boss out of hiding. A massive explosion erupts across the ground, sweeping away everything in his path. The system continuously updates his progress, confirming the elimination of level 1 and 2 demon locusts. The skill range boost is now plus 220%. And trust me, as he stares at the screen, a 16-meter blast radius is just the beginning. Let's dive into this insane power where Lotus Boost level 2 scales directly with his mana. Looking across the ruined field, he wonders why he just wiped out 10 more worthless weaklings. But where is the boss? Deep underground, rows of glowing eggs crack open as a fresh wave of demon locusts prepares to swarm. They pour out of the holes, rapidly regenerating. The system reports they have respawned yet again, with the analysis progress at 27%. Isuki calmly checks his bar, knowing he can still fire off Lotus Boost 9 more times. Mana's 232 of 280. He tightens his burning fist, the scraping stone on his hand radiating immense power. No matter how many times you pests keep respawning, I will wipe you all out. Isuki roars amidst the burning fire clouds, sweeping them clean. The strike explodes like a falling sun, vaporizing every single living thing in sight. Demon locusts have been completely eliminated. Level 1, all skill ranges increased by 1%. Consecutive Lotus Boost explosions shake the very earth, clearing every obstacle in sight as the status screen glows brightly. Lotus Boost Level 2. Consumes mana to deal explosive damage across a 54.5-meter diameter, with the passive effect now at plus 990%. Sweating profusely, Isuki calculates his progress. He has wiped out 9 large groups, boosting his range by 990%. Now watch closely, his mana's down to 50 of 280, giving him only one last shot. Staring at the endless sea of black locusts swarming like a hurricane, he grits his teeth. Damn it, is there no end to this? Isuki scans the area with a dead serious expression, yet there is still no sign of the boss. Retreating for now and coming back after the analysis is complete would be the smart choice. But Isuki's eyes turn cold and prideful. Retreating is only something third-rate losers would do. Gathering the burning lotus flame into his petrified hand, he snaps, "No matter how many disaster-class beasts show up, I will eradicate every single one of you." An earth-shattering explosion rips through the center of the field, a blinding light erasing the darkness. After releasing his attack, Isuki collapses onto one knee, gasping for breath when suddenly, a heavy dark aura erupts violently from the ground once more. They are still coming and their numbers have not decreased at all. Analysis is at 91%. I know what you are thinking. Isuki squints as tiny monsters crawl out. Every beast appearing after that first wave is only level 1, their tiny bodies looking like they just freshly hatched. I get it now. The boss has infinite regeneration. The giant queen locust, designation 0379, is shown laying endless eggs. She is level 13. Her C-rank skill Mother's Will lets her control up to 110 demon locusts. Isuki grits his teeth, staring anxiously at the progress bar. If they respawn infinitely, all his efforts are useless unless he defeats the boss. His mana is fully drained, but the analysis hits 99%, unleashing a burst of blue light. The system announces that analysis is 100% complete, unlocking the magic detection skill. Level 1. His effective range is expanded to 1100 meters thanks to Lotus Boost's passive. Every time he detects an enemy, 10% of his mana restores. Isuki wears a smug smirk as he stares at his brand new magic detection skill. Thanks to Lotus Boost's passive, his effective range is now well over 1000 meters. Even better, his mana recovers with every enemy spotted. Resting his chin in his hand, his eyes flash with a cunning gleam. This is the absolute perfect passive effect for this stage. Ignoring the boss and just farming these weak mobs to boost his stats wouldn't be a bad idea. But looking at his fully restored status screen, Isuki remembers he is keeping Choha waiting. Time to end this stage right now. All his stats increase by 10. Tallying up his stats, he stands tall, channeling his new energy to locate the boss with magic detection. Waves of energy ripple outward from Isuki, scanning the entire area for his target. The detection pulse pierces through the heavy dust, locking onto the queen locust hiding deep underground. Isuki's eyes glow an icy blue as he points directly at his target, fully exposed in his magical sight. A dark purple aura envelops Isuki as he roars. No matter how much you shield yourself with your spawns, a blazing pink lotus shoots forward to rip through the night. Your efforts are useless against my Lotus Boost passive and this Cleaver Ray launch range. And we know it will hit. Let's dive in as the system displays Clear Orb's range at 120 meters, blasting an earth-piercing strike straight at the nest. Sensing danger, the giant queen locust shrieks as it tries to flee from its cave. Seeing this, Suki charges in with his lightning-infused stone armor, targeting it directly, his eyes gleaming with ruthlessness and a mocking smile. Checkmate. He delivers a lightning-infused punch that completely shatters the boss monster's body. Yellow-green fluids splatter everywhere. He stands calmly, watching the entire locust swatter in utter chaos now that their leader is dead. Isuki channels his remaining power into his stone arm to wipe out the surviving monsters. Don't worry, I'll send you to meet your mother right now. Once finished, he stands calmly in the rising dust of the battlefield. Sighing in relief, his skill range increases by 210%, making Lotus Boost's radius 65.5 meters. Clear Orb's flying range also jumps to 131 meters. The skill window updates with details. Lotus Boost Level 2, range 65.5 meters, passive effect +1. The orb's range now reaches 131 meters. Isuki inspects the dropped items in his hand with satisfaction. This is definitely a massive harvest. Now here is what he plans next. Once the cooldown resets, he'll raise Lotus Boost's passive to 5 digits. He steps into the deep blue portal to head back, setting a new record of 17 minutes and 7 seconds. Taking 17 whole minutes means Choha must be extremely worried about him. Thinking of his partner, Isuki smiles softly as he heads home safely, already picturing her acting completely indifferent again. But beneath that cold exterior, she is incredibly kind and caring. That dishonest trait of hers is actually pretty adorable. Isuki steps through the portal with a bright smile saying, "I'm back, sorry for making you worry so much." He instantly freezes as his eyes lock onto the blood-red murderous gaze of Sakli waiting for him. Sakli is choking a severely injured Choha who is gasping for air, sneering that escaping this dungeon solo means he is definitely the one Mazaiji has been searching for. Isn't that right? Sakli laughs maliciously as he watches Isuki freeze in his tracks. Talk about perfect timing. I tried getting information about you from her, but even in this state she refused to speak. She actually has more guts than most men do. Isuki glares venomously at his enemy, warning him to take his filthy hands off her, or else he will end up in a state worse than death. Responding to the threat, Sakli just scoffs, flashing an incredibly arrogant and mocking sneer. Haha, don't get cocky. You're nothing but a pathetic level 0 rookie. You and I both know he's furious. Isuki suddenly unleashes purple lightning energy, warping space itself as he charges forward with mind-blowing speed. Breaking into a cold sweat, Sakli can only shriek in utter terror. Too fast. Death! Just as the giant wolf lunges, Isuki throws a lightning-wrapped punch as the system alerts. B-rank summon Deathhout detected. Absolute defense activated. Analysis progress at 1%. Isuki locks onto the beast's claws as the analysis hits 12%, processing the data. That giant wolf is a summon, which means the hooded guy is a summoner. Watching the fight from afar, Sakli narrows his eyes in absolute dread at Isuki's flawless movements and terrifyingly high speed. No wonder Oga lost. He probably didn't even have enough time to activate his metallization. Regaining his confidence, he sneers while tightening his grip on Choa's neck, remembering he still has death and a hostage. Seeing his friend in danger, Isuki grits his teeth and screams as the analysis progress reaches 34%. Right at that moment, the wolf death roars furiously, opening its massive fanged jaws and snapping straight at Isuki. Grinning maliciously, Sakli is absolutely sure of his victory, knowing Death's bite can crush anyone with defense under 30, so he tells Isuki to prepare to have his arm torn completely off. However, his smirk instantly vanishes, and his eyes widen in pure shock, gasping, "What?" Instead of dodging, Isuki uses his petrified arm to block the bite, while his other hand charges a blinding orb of raw energy. He detonates the attack directly inside the wolf's mouth, a burst of light erupting alongside his fierce scream, "Die!" As the smoke clears, Isuki stands calmly over the defeated beast as the analysis reaches 77%. A summoner is fundamentally defenseless on their own, and now Sakli is left completely frozen in place. Staring at Isuki with pure dread, he wonders if this guy is just oblivious because he is a rookie. But then the wolf starts moving, and trust me, you and I are about to watch this beast regenerate completely. You and I are jumping right in as Det's B-rank rebirth skill slashes his resurrection cooldown. The beast suddenly springs back to life, charging from behind Isuki as his master cheers, only to get completely ignored and turned into Det's prey. In that split second, hanging by a thread, Isuki had already activated his sensory magic detection, and using the radar waves he smoothly delivers a massive kick, sending the charging wolf flying. Keeping his magic detection active since he first acquired, it has clearly turned out to be the right call. He glances over at Suckley as the analysis progress hits 95%, knowing it will all be over very soon. If the Blue Lotus emerges from the absolute simulation, the enemy might get suspicious, and right across from him Suckley is trembling, sweating profusely out of sheer helplessness. Suckley realizes Isuki has power and speed that easily surpass even Det, and with that detection skill active, launching a surprise attack is absolutely impossible. Completely backed into a corner, he frantically squeezes Choaha's neck to threaten him, shouting that if he dares to resist even a little bit more, this woman's life is over. Isuki narrows his eyes coldly. Now pay attention here, he is calculating his final move to finish the analysis without summoning the Blue Lotus. But, right at that critical moment, the system alerts him that the analysis of Dead Eater has hit 100%, unlocking the familiar Beast Eater skill, which allows him to completely steal his opponent's summon through a single direct touch. With a smug smile, Isuki takes control of the energy flow around him. So he can actually control its shape now that the analysis has wrapped up without ever revealing the Blue Lotus. A glowing status window pops up, showing he has unlocked the familiar Beast Eater skill at level 1. On top of that, all his stats increase by 20, but because the absolute simulation was incomplete, removing his negative debuffs and fully recovering his health has failed. Totaling 160, greater than 1,240. Isuki's eyes flash with a brilliant green light as he realizes skipping the Blue Lotus has cost him his recovery. But since he fully recovered during the previous stage, he can still fight at almost maximum strength, without needing any extra healing anyway. Watching the crazed wolf Det lunging at him once again. I know what you are thinking, and yes, this brand new skill literally lets him steal another person's summon. Channeling his power, Isuki manifests a glowing lotus in his hand and whispers, "In that case, I will take your dog." Isuki slams the lotus straight onto the wolf's head, and instantly a surging green energy completely envelops it. Pressing the advantage, Isuki unleashes a lightning-fast high-voltage kick, sending the beast flying back to clear the field. Watching this, Suckley grits his teeth and screams in absolute fury, "You useless dog, what do you think I fed you all that experience for?" He immediately tightens his grip on Choaha's neck to threaten him. His face twists with murderous intent as he roars, "Listen, you bastard, resist any further and I will snap this woman's neck." Choaha gasps in agony, blood trickling from the corner of her lips as she struggles to whisper, "Do not worry about me." Seeing his friend in grave danger, Isuki calmly raises both hands to surrender, saying, "All right, do not touch her." Suckley flashes a sick, highly triumphant smirk upon seeing Isuki yield, letting out a smug scoff. If you had just been obedient from the very beginning, this woman would not have had to suffer like this. Isuki narrows his eyes, staring coldly at his enemy as he asks, "Why are you targeting me? I do not recall holding any grudge against you." Suckley casually reveals the dark conspiracy brewing behind the scenes, mocking, "I might as well tell you then. After all, you will be meeting with him very soon anyway. Lord Kinochita Raji is absolutely furious that you dared to enter the North 4 stage without permission. I am Suckley Thehouse, and I came here under his direct orders to capture you." Isuki's face darkens the second he hears that familiar name, thinking, so it is that guy again. I must meet him in person to settle this. Suckley sneers, threatening him brutally, "Oh, you will meet him soon, but only as a shattered corpse. Det is going to tear your legs right off. If you still value this woman's life, do not even think about using that strange ice shield of yours to defend yourself this time." He orders the waiting wolf to strike, yelling, "Det, tear both of his legs off right now." Suddenly, Isuki's eyes flash with a powerful glowing red light as he commands, "Det, prove that you are worthy of being my summon." A glowing lotus sigil flares to life on the wolf's forehead, its eyes turning a deep loyal red for its brand new master. In the blink of an eye, Isuki lunges toward Choaha in a brilliant flash of blue lightning, spectacularly rescuing her from Suckley's grip. And that is where we leave them, with Suckley screaming in absolute horror, "Why, you traitor? Why did you attack me? Was it on your master's orders?" Yasuki calmly pats the head of the now submissive black wolf, whispering a soft good job. Still holding Choa, a terrifying aura suddenly erupts from his body, freezing the entire space. From now on, I am going to return the exact pain Choha suffered tenfold. No, make that 100 times worse. Don't blink because this bastard is about to regret touching them. Sakli collapses to the ground, pale and trembling as he desperately begs for mercy, telling him to wait and listen. He claims he had no choice but to follow Raiji's orders, begging to cooperate so he can lure Raiji out for him. Yasuki stares down at him with glowing red eyes full of absolute mockery, calling it a decent proposal. Thinking Yasuki fell for the trap, a sinister sneer spreads across Sakli's face, spotting an opening. He suddenly draws his weapon for one last cowardly sneak attack, screaming for him to die, but Asuka remains completely calm. His gaze pierces right through the pathetic scheme, stating that he can easily crush Kinoshita Raiji all by himself. He turns and orders the wolf, telling Death to give this trash the exact same treatment he gave to Choha. Right now, it is feeding time. Sakli screams in pure terror, completely breaking down as he begs on his knees, claiming his hand just slipped earlier and crying out for just one more chance. Ignoring his pathetic cries, Death growls menacingly as he steps closer to his terrified former master. In absolute despair, Sakli screams through his tears, asking Death if he forgot who raised and fed him all this time. But the massive beast just opens its giant jaws full of razor-sharp fangs and lunges straight at him. Yasuki calmly walks away carrying Choha, never once looking back at the horrific scene behind them. Now let's pause here. Yasuki suddenly stops as he senses a hidden presence tailing him ever since he cleared the game. He demands to know how long they plan to hide, telling them to show themselves. In the quiet dungeon, a soft rustling sound echoes from behind the golden fields of wheat. From the golden stalks, a cloaked figure slowly steps out with an embarrassed chuckle, admitting that Yasuki caught him easily, all while Yasuki quietly holds Choha. Yasuki narrows his eyes in suspicion, asking if he is allied with the trash from earlier. The stranger frantically waves his hands in panic, pleading that he is not an enemy. Coldly turning away, Yasuki refuses to waste his time and barks a quick order to his wolf. He has no time for this, telling Death to follow him once he is done eating. The stranger watches Yasuki in pure awe, amazed that even a savage beast like that obeys him so easily, realizing this man might be his only hope. Recognizing his strength, he runs to catch up, introducing himself as Iberia, asking for his name. He praises his battle skills, asking if he was the Mr. Guy who beat Oga Takeru, before Yasuki introduces himself as Tema Isuki. Iberia eagerly leans in to ask, "Could you lend me a hand? I will reward you handsomely with Kama stones or even a rare weapon." Seeing Yasuki ignore him and walk away, Iberia looks completely deflated. His father always said anyone would gladly help if the price was right, so was that just a lie? He remembers a blacksmith swinging a hammer, realizing rewards need creativity, just like a glass of water is worth more than treasure in a desert. For those seeking revenge, offer a sword. For those who are wounded, offer medicine. That is the ultimate worthy reward. Look at that, he finally gets it and claps in pure excitement. He runs to block Isuki's path, pointing at Choha's wounds, warning that traveling on foot with an injured person is too slow. The nearest hospital is miles away, and at this slow pace she is definitely going to die. Pulling out a glowing green scroll, Iberia smiles confidently, claiming he happens to carry a powerful healing item. Isuki stops dead in his tracks, staring intently as Iberia promises he can save her, though Isuki remains highly skeptical. Iberia nods quickly, assuring him that while he cannot cure her instantly, he can definitely save her life. As Isuki lays Choa down, Iberia prepares to bandaging her, asking if he can do it over her clothes. This is no ordinary bandage, it is a rare Kama tool crafted from Shadow Clan ice and Kodama bark. Isuki stares, completely unfamiliar with it. Iberia explains as he works, guessing that since Isuki is clueless, he must have just awakened his powers. And as we leave them, we learn that modern weapons are completely useless against these calamity beasts. Let's dive into a world where crafters forge epic gear. Funster remains, introducing the legendary Kama tools. Glowing under intense forge flames, these special Kama tools are divided into 4 distinct tiers based on the crafter's skill level and raw materials. Starting with the most basic level, the common tier is barely different from ordinary weapons, except they can actually damage monsters. A standard longsword, but at the rare tier it boosts its owner's stats. This majestic deep blue greatsword is a rare grade Kama tool called the Ocean Sword, boosting speed and magic power. Next, a blazing red demonic sword radiating sinister aura, the epic tier. This epic blood sword boosts stats and grants special effects, absorbing blood, heating the blade and reducing enemy healing by 50%. Then a magnificent golden sword appears, the ultimate goal for any crafter. This is the unique tier boasting absolute god tier stats. Boosting attack power, adding speed and demon sealing effects. Iberia smiles proudly, noting that while crafters aren't fighters, their numbers are extremely rare. They forge legendary Kama gear, earning them deep respect from all awakened ones. Isuki narrows his eyes and asks directly about Iberia's family. So, is your father actually an elite master crafter? Most crafters never make a unique item in their lives. Only 10 people across the continent can forge one a year. Holding up 3 fingers proudly, Iberia boasts that his dad forged 3 of those unique items, earning him the legendary title of the Great Blacksmith and the King of Crafters in the Northern Continent. Suddenly, Isuki turns away to examine another item, leaving Iberia completely panicked. Hey, are you even listening to me? Ignoring the non-stop nagging, Isuki picks up the crossbow looted from Sakli. I'm explaining this nicely, yet you're so rude. Don't ignore me. Meanwhile, Isuki mutters that this is the crossbow Sakli used. As Isuki carefully inspects the weapon to plan his strategy, Iberia asks, aren't you even shocked hearing about my dad? Normal people would be flattering me by now. Isuki realizes this crossbow will help keep his clear orb hidden, preventing his trump card from being exposed. Iberia explains further. Oh, it's actually a rare tier Kama tool. Too bad it doesn't have a name. But don't worry, this type automatically converts normal arrows into magic bolts. Hunter's crossbow, rare grade, agility plus 50. Suddenly, the crossbow dissolves into pure energy blocks. It vanished, but Iberia says it's just a feature. Once bound to its owner, it stores in pocket space and summons instantly. Isuki mutters a brief thanks, admitting it's pretty convenient. Let's watch closely here. Isuki thanks him, offers future help, then declares he must hunt down Kinoshita Raiji next. Startled, Iberia cries out in shock. When I heard that name earlier, I thought I had misheard it. You've got serious guts to challenge Raiji in North District 4. Isuki counters. Why, are you going to tell me to quit? Iberia pauses, then looks directly at Isuki. No, if it's Kinoshita Raiji, then we actually share the exact same goal. Isuki wonders, did you offend him too? Iberia proposes a team-up, replying, not exactly. But I want you to party up with me for the national tournament qualifiers the day after tomorrow. Isuki replies, the qualifiers? Choha mentioned that too. I've been grinding non-stop just to prepare for this event. Turning to him, Isuki asks for clarification. What does that tournament have to do with Kinoshita Raiji anyway? The qualifiers are held by continent, and the Northern Continent's venue is North District 4, his personal stronghold. As the son of the North District 4 administrator, Kinoshita Raiji is naturally aiming for the main tournament. In fact, his older brother is a savior, so if Raiji fails to reach the top 10, it'll bring absolute shame to the Kinoshita family. Isuki listens quietly as Iberia explains that this is why Raiji monopolizes all the dungeons in North District 4 to level up. But why do you want to team up with someone like me? I've mostly been working on my own all this time. Iberia excitedly declares his absolute trust. Because you're incredibly strong. Trust me on this one, my instincts say that teaming up with you guarantees we qualify. You're younger than me, right? You have plenty of future chances. So why are you so obsessed with making it this year? Iberia's face suddenly turns incredibly solemn as he answers. Why, you ask? Well, it's because deep in his childhood memories, the majestic figure of his legendary blacksmith father always stood tall. I watched my father forge those incredible Kama tools with my own eyes. Each finished piece was a perfect work of art, and my admiration for him only grew stronger. In his mind, an image of himself wielding those weapons to fight appears. And because of that, I always dreamed of the day I'd become an awakened fighter, slaying beasts using the legendary Kama tools crafted by my father's own hands. But heavy disappointment fills his face as he admits that, just a month ago he finally awakened, and we'll see why next time. Alright, let's jump into a story about a girl begging her dad for a legendary weapon. Only the true saviors of this world are worthy of wielding my sacred Kama tool. Iberia almost burst into tears remembering her father's extremely harsh conditions, but she refused to give up and kept moving forward. He laid down a strict condition. If she can pass this year's qualifiers, he will grant her one. Clenching her fists with burning determination, she tells herself she must win this year's qualifiers at any cost. Isuki narrows his eyes and logically analyzes that with such a great father she must have endless options. There is no need for her to team up with a level 0 player like him, but her strict father already saw that coming. Before she left, her father warned her to pass the qualifiers using nothing but her own skills. If you just rely on powerful teammates by riding on my famous name, I will never hand over the Kama tool Daozasashik Fajr. She sighs, deeply worried about her situation. especially since rumors say most of the top contenders have been bribed by Kino Sita. The rest are either stubborn lone wolves who hate teams or fully locked squads, leaving her with zero chance of finding partners. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she stared at Isuki, remembering 2 days ago. Now, pay attention here. She tracked him down after hearing rumors of a mysterious fighter who completely crushed Oga Takeru, one of the 4 lords, and shattered the ultimate dungeon record. Without hesitating for a second, Isuki raises his hand and agrees. Teaming up is not a problem, but first he needs to get her to a hospital, and she gladly promises they will make a perfect duo. Iberia immediately starts rambling, saying they desperately need a cool, catchy name for this brand new duo. Since you are Tema Isuki and I am Iberia, how about Ibazu? No, that Tenmaria, or how about Teniv? Isuki sighs in absolute disbelief, realizing this girl talks even more than Rikuru, but she proudly yells that since they both share a letter, they must be called Double D. Speaking of which, I know what you're thinking. Are Rikuru and Seiya also entering these qualifiers? Let's go see. Over at a training ground, Horinor Rikuru suddenly lets out a massive sneeze, prompting Seiya Kisaragi to ask if he caught a cold. No, someone is definitely trash-talking me behind my back right now. It must be Isuki. Seiya looks a bit pensive, whispering Isuki's name and wondering how much time has passed since that terrifying attack separated them for so long. Rikuru smirks and teases Seiya until his face turns bright red, calling him incredibly weird. If you are so worried about Isuki, why not visit him once all these monsters are finally defeated? Caught red-handed. Seiya immediately retaliates with a fierce water blast, forcing Rikuru to dodge and yell that a surprise attack is totally cheating. Seiya coldly fires back that they are in the middle of training, so leaving himself wide open is his own fault. Suddenly their master with a massive robotic arm steps in to interrupt them. The national tournament qualifiers start the day after tomorrow, so this is absolutely no time for playing games. Seiya is bursting with excitement, thrilled to finally clash with other awakened ones, because training with Rikuru was getting incredibly boring. Seiya has never been to the North District 4, but hearing it is a bustling town makes her want to see it. Now cutting over to Raiji. He opens a briefcase full of dark magic stones showing Seiya at level 11 and Rikuru at level 10. Raiji's subordinate nervously reports that their ally has not arrived yet, warning that this unusual delay means something unexpected must have gone wrong. Raiji, he grits his teeth in pure rage as a dark aura erupts, furious that his useless subordinates failed to properly utilize the Kama stones. His minion asks if they should send someone to find Hani, but Raiji quickly cuts him off. The national qualifiers are their top priority because if he fails, his father will throw him right back into that dark prison cell. Regaining his calm, Raiji asks about his secret plan, and his subordinate reports they successfully recruited 87 out of 3,113 competitors. Just as ordered, every single one of them is level 5 or higher. A wicked smirk spreads across Raiji's face as he holds the glowing stone, calling him his only trustworthy ally. Staring greedily at the final magic stone, his eyes overflow with dark ambition. See you next time as things get crazy. You and I are about to watch Raiji unleash madness as purple lightning wraps his body during this massive power-up. Kinochita Raiji, human level 12. Standing in the quiet hospital corridor after rushing Choha to the emergency room, Isuki stands frozen as the leftover energy slowly disappears. Bowing his head in deep regret, Isuki cannot hide his sorrow before his master, whispering a soft apology. Master, I am so sorry I let Choha get hurt like this. Izumi Nento quietly watches his daughter in her hospital room before asking Isuki what he wants to do next, offering to handle the culprit himself. Isuki's eyes turn ice-cold with absolute determination as he begs Nento to let him settle this with his own hands. Turning around to leave, Nento speaks in a commanding tone, agreeing to the request and asking for details about it later. Standing nearby, Iberia is completely shocked to realize this legendary supreme commander of the continent is actually Isuki's martial arts teacher. No wonder he didn't flinch at all when hearing about his famous father. Izumi Nento is such a mysterious legend. I absolutely have to grab his autograph after this is over. Back in the hospital room, Isuki stands beside Choha's bed, explaining his decision to enter the national tournament qualifiers with Iberia. The master nods in understanding, asking Choha how she feels as a soft smile appears on her face. Perched on her shoulder, the spirit beast Tamaku glows softly, having used its powers to completely heal all of her wounds. She adds that she also owes her recovery to Iberia, who used a rare Kama tool to save her. Nento suddenly shifts a sharp, questioning gaze toward Iberia, catching the boy completely off guard. Noting the rare Kodama bandage crafted by the legendary Aiden, Nento asks if Iberia is indeed the famous creator's son. Sweating profusely, Iberia desperately struggles to maintain his composed young master persona, realizing this man knows his father and his crafts intimately. He tells himself he must act worthy of being the eldest son of the legendary king of crafting. Now watch this hilarious moment carefully. He confidently boasts that he is his own father's dad, silencing the entire room. Everyone just stares at him in absolute speechlessness, before pointing out that he got the relationship completely backward. Flushing red, Iberia covers his face in total embarrassment, quickly apologizing and clarifying that Aiden is actually his father. Clearing his throat to break the incredibly awkward tension, Nento sincerely thanks the young boy for saving his precious daughter. He proposes that once the preliminary round wraps up, he and Tenma should go pay a visit to Aiden together. Sitting down by the bed, Nento waves his hands to urge the two young men to go prepare for their tournament, promising he and Choha will watch them tomorrow. As Iberia and Asuki walk out, they leave with burning determination, promising they will absolutely crush the preliminary rounds. Watching Asuki leave, Choha silently notes how much he has changed and how highly her father thinks of Tenma. Memories of their childhood flood her mind, recalling how her father always brought her to meetings and the trauma she and Asuki shared. Whenever Tenma faces a disaster beast, a dangerous self-destructive urge always takes over his entire mind. Visions of Saya and Riku Ruru looking at him with deep worry flash by, but those self-destructive urges finally fade, only when he has someone to protect. Looking at her father, she finally understands his deep intentions of placing her right by Tenma's side as a true friend. She smiles gently at her open palm, realizing she must be his anchor, the person Tenma wants to protect at all costs. The person Tenma wants to protect? Here is where it gets chilling, as Nento suddenly drops a dark hidden truth. By the way, that beast attack at Tenma's school was no accident. It was actually a highly coordinated, deliberate strike. Shockingly, more and more traitors are defecting to the side of the disaster beasts. Even worse, similar targeted attacks against supreme commanders have started breaking out across all the other continents too. Nento stands looking out the dark window, his voice sounding incredibly heavy. Humanity's future looks pitch black right now, but you and I know Tenma is destined to be the beacon of hope that saves them. He will become our ray of hope. Meanwhile, high above, we see the massive arena hosting the tournament qualifiers in North District 4. Isuki walks through the bustling crowd, completely stunned by the sheer scale of the event. The moment rumors spread that Master Izumi is attending to watch the matches, registration lists immediately explode as thousands of warriors who originally had no interest suddenly decide to sign up, leaping from 3,000 to nearly 5,000 participants. You and I are jumping right into the action as Raiji looks down on the arena with a sinister smirk, wondering how that old man Nento Izumi's added so many crazy variables. But hey, don't worry about anyone. They are nothing but trash acting as cannon fodder. They didn't even have time to form a team, meaning we still hold the ultimate advantage in numbers. I ordered all our recruits to tie a red ribbon on their right hand, making it incredibly easy to identify who is on our side. Down in the crowd, Horonori Rikuru is on the phone, wondering if these red ribbons are some new fashion trend. Should we wear them too? I heard Master Izumi is coming to watch, which means Itsuki might show up as well. Up on the main stage, host Soryu Shinchihara loudly announces for everyone to listen up. Listen up, because I am about to explain the rules before the preliminary round officially begins. Host Soryu Shinchihara. As the massive screen displays the map, he explains that the venue is split into outer and inner zones. For the first stage, you will start from 4 different directions in the outer zone. And here is where the brutal rules finally get revealed. First of all, you will be racing against the clock to break into the inner zone. The moment you cross the line, your rank will lock onto your bracelet. Only the top 50 fastest will advance to stage 2. Standing in the crowd, Rikuru narrows his eyes at his bracelet. Wait, this thing actually has a ranking function? Seiya adds with a worried look. Eliminating thousands of competitors in the very first round is just too brutal. Iberia urges Itsuki forward as the speaker announces that everyone is limited to 2 karma tools, advising them to team up with anyone. Use whatever means necessary to win. Itsuki, look over there. She points toward Raiji, who is shouting orders to his hunters. That is Kinoshita Raiji. He is telling his lackeys to block every single runner trying to get ahead of them. Iberia whispers her plan, noting that those hunters surrounding him are definitely people he bribed. Either way, we need to slip into that inner zone as fast as we can. We will launch a devastating surprise attack the very moment Kinoshita lets his guard down once we get inside. Wait, you saw that too, right? Out of nowhere, Iberia's jaw drops in complete shock as Itsuki calmly walks straight toward Raiji's team, leaving her absolutely panicked. Hold on, are you even listening to a single word I am saying? Who are you? Watch out, this guy doesn't have a red ribbon. And just like that, the first stage begins on the VIP balcony. Judge Soryu observes, noting how many young people are eager to join the Salvation Alliance these days. It is definitely encouraging, but having quantity without any real quality is completely meaningless. Top-tier expert Hayden Akira crosses his arms, mockingly stating that back in their day, quite a few participants reached level 15. Did you say quite a few? Human level class gift. Soryu glances back at the old records. There were only exactly 2 participants in your year, Taiwajin at level 21 and Hayden Akira at level 18. Akira smirks sarcastically, replying that this is exactly why things are so boring without recruits like Taiwajin around. I really hope we can find someone like that in this group. Soryu scoffs, telling him not to be foolish since a once-in-a-century genius like that does not just appear. Akira suddenly turns to ask Master Izumi, I heard a student from the North Academy defeated a level 8 Abyss soldier right after awakening, and even became your personal disciple. Is that actually true? A level 8 right after awakening is just ridiculous. Nento sits solemnly and replies with a simple yes, confirming it is true. Akira excitedly wonders if that legendary recruit is competing here today. To be the second disciple recognized by Master Izumi after Taiwajin, they must possess some truly outstanding talent. Soryu quickly swipes through his tablet with a thoughtful look, wondering who this mystery disciple could actually be. Rakuru's stats pop up on screen. Horinori Rakuru, level 10, a metal elementalist. His gift is only rank 2, a completely average tier, so it definitely cannot be him. Next is Seiya. Kisaragi Seiya is level 11 with a rank 1 gift, but she is a support-focused water elementalist, so she is ruled out too. Soryu stops at a particularly strong name. It has to be this girl Hanyu Kana, a wood elementalist with an incredibly high level sitting at level 16. Nento silently stares at the screen. Soryu is totally confused. Are they all wrong? But Hanyu has the highest level among all the registered participants. Akira suddenly spots something extremely weird. There is actually a level 0 participant registered in this year's exam. Every year some curious fool joins only to get utterly crushed and forced to withdraw. But trust me, we are just getting started. Alright, let us dive into this wild showdown where Raiji laughs in Isuki's face, mocking him for entering the arena as a rank 0. Isuki stays dead silent, slowly raising his arm equipped with a dangerous magic crossbow. Raiji's eyes widen in sheer horror as he recognizes the weapon. It is Sakuran's head. What on earth are you? Isuki's eyes flash with a lethal blue light. You have been looking for me all this time, right? Raiji grits his teeth, veins popping on his furious face. How could rank 0 trash like you defeat Ogasawa? I will never believe that. You must be here on someone else's orders just to mess with me, aren't you? He waves his hand, ordering his thugs to seize him. Leave him to us. We will make this brat regret ever daring to mock us. Purple electricity crackles violently around Raiji. He growls that he has no time to waste on garbage like him. Facing the hostile crowd surrounding him, Isuki stands perfectly still, his expression completely unfazed. Watching through a screen, Akira coldly assesses the situation. 3 rank 6s and 2 rank 7s surrounding just one guy? Honestly, you and I already know how this ends anyway. Kneel and beg for your life now and maybe you will survive. Meanwhile, Iberia breaks into a cold sweat, thinking she can only take down one enemy. Even though Isuki is incredibly strong, fighting 4 opponents at once is practically impossible. She reaches into her bag with determination, realizing she has no other choice but to use her secret weapon. One thug steps forward with a sneer, mocking the idea of what strong enemy could possibly be waiting ahead. Turns out it is just some rank 0 garbage blocking their path. Isuki's face shadows over. He coldly mutters a single warning, get lost. Suddenly the thug freezes, his face twisted in utter shock. Then the thug bursts into wild hysterical laughter. Watching closely, Akira grins, thoroughly entertained by this. I like that attitude. I will step in to save you right before you get... The thug lunges with bloodshot, psychotic eyes, screaming that he will smash Isuki's head open just to see what is inside. Out of nowhere, a colossal punch lands with a loud, satisfying crack straight to his face, leaving Isuki standing triumphantly over his fallen foe. His eyes glow with overwhelming power through the shadows as he mutters, I told you to get lost. Shocked by this absurd strength, Akira freezes. He just took down an opponent 7 levels higher in the blink of an eye? Panic spreads among the hunters seeing their ally down. Honda was rank 7, how could a rookie pull this off? Do not panic, he just caught him off guard. Instantly a fire mage roars, unleashing a rank B flamethrower at max output, shouting that he will burn him to ashes. The roaring flames erupt so fast that Iberia is left helpless, realizing she does not even have time to activate her tools. The surrounding thugs watch the flames swallow Isuki, laughing that it is overkill for a rank 0, but casualties in qualifiers are totally normal. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for being so arrogant when you are nothing but a rank 0. But as the smoke clears, you and I can tell something is very wrong, and the hunters feel it too. Standing untouched amidst the sea of fire, Isuki is shielded by sharp armor. What is this? Iberia gasps in pure excitement, seeing her ally completely unharmed. It is unbelievable he fully blocked that massive area of effect attack. Isuki glares coldly at his enemies through his sharp protective barrier, warning them to back off. The system alerts flash rapidly. Rank B fire skill blocked by obsidian wall, defense increased by 10%. Attack 310, speed 310. Defense 341, mana 310, total 1271. Isuki walks forward calmly, calculating his stats. His defense just jumped by 31 points. He needs to test if the obsidian wall's passive effect triggers repeatedly when blocking the same skill multiple times. The fire mage points at him in utter shock. Not a single scratch. Is that ice his actual skill? There are no water mages around here, so how can he cast ice skills? Isuki stands tall. He extends his hand in arrogant defiance. Try using that move again, and this time I won't even block. Furious at being looked down upon, the enemy charges up his flames, yelling if Isuki is mocking him. A real man never goes back on his word, right? Isuki smirks, answering that he promises. The enemy channels all his remaining mana to unleash his ultimate attack. Rank B flamethrower overheat. I will definitely end you right here with my strongest move. Isuki stands calm amidst the raging fire. The power increased, but as you and I can see, it is still just a basic fire skill. Alright, you and I are diving straight into the fire as his silhouette gets swallowed by flames. Onlookers tremble in absolute terror at the sheer power of the strike, muttering that he took things way too far. This massive attack easily rivals a level 8 threat, but the fire hunter is completely drained of mana, his pale face dripping with sweat after expending every drop in an instant. Behold, this is my ultimate final technique. It feels like a waste on a level 0 trash, but this pathetic farce ends right now. Suddenly he stumbles back, gasping in absolute terror that this cannot be happening. Isuki calmly stands right in the middle of the fading embers, analyzing the skill effects when clashing against the exact same power from his opponent. The passive effect of Dark Wall did not trigger again. I see how it works now. Standing proud in the smoke-filled arena, he makes a cold decision. My testing is done, so let me end this little game now. The hunter collapses to the ground, utterly unable to process reality. Was his ultimate trump card just shut down that easily? This cannot be real. That defensive skill is definitely strong, but I have already spotted his fatal weakness. Another desperate goon charges with for blindly, his hands blazing with a powerful B-rank skill called Continuous Firepower. Isuki immediately casts his barrier again to face the charging crowd, deploying Dark Wall. He wonders if they honestly expect to win through numbers. An absolutely massive explosion erupts, sending a violent shockwave tearing through the entire battlefield. Grinning like a madman, the enemy assumes Isuki is running on fumes. No matter how broken your skill is, a level 0 simply does not have the mana to keep this up. But pay attention here. They truly think that if they drain his mana and break that barrier, victory is theirs. Suddenly, a hand like iron grabs his arm in a death grip, making his eyes widen in pure shock. Isuki gets right in his face, leaving the terrified hunter gasping as he realizes the distance was closed in a flash. Meanwhile, Isuki calmly analyzes the battle, noting that even after taking multiple fireballs, his passive only triggers a single time. A massive thug steps up with a savage roar, yelling that if speed is Isuki's specialty, then raw strength belongs to him. Staring dead into his opponent's eyes through his stone mask, Isuki asks coldly, "Are you seriously putting all your strength into that pathetic strike?" With one swift, brutal motion, Isuki slams the giant face first into the ground, leaving him coughing up blood and screaming. Standing tall in the arena, Isuki calculates his defensive stats. Seeing defense jump by 31 instead of 34 means it scales off his base stats before any buffs. Now, by blocking that B-rank fire skill with Dark Wall, his defense has reached 310 plus 62. Walking forward casually, he spots two new enemies approaching, wondering if they are lightning attribute users as well. You and I know this is perfect to boost his lightning breaker passive, while the panicked goons scream about fake stats and run. Isuki glares after them, his eyes glowing with a menacing emerald light as he asks, "Do you really think you can escape?" Cornered, they desperately turn back to unleash a C-rank white sand skill, roaring that since it is not fire, his old defensive tricks will fail him. His system notifications go crazy as he absorbs the hit, confirming he has absorbed a C-rank lightning skill and gained 5% agility. His total stats are now 333, agility 341, and defense 372. Heitan Akira watches from a screen. His face completely freezes in shock, seeing a level 0 take down high-ranking awakened hunters like it is absolute child play. Sweating bullets, he stares at Isuki standing calmly among the pile of defeated enemies, wondering what kind of monster he really is. Isuki silently inspects the electric sparks crackling around his body, realizing the passive effect of Lightning Breaker works just like Dark Wall. It seems to only boost his stats once per skill from any single opponent. Standing amidst the pile of unconscious thugs, Iberia looks on in absolute shock at how easily they were all wiped out. He excitedly cheers with pure admiration, admitting he expected a grueling battle, not a complete and effortless stomp from Isuki. One remaining masked thug trembles violently, pointing a shaking finger directly at Isuki. "What kind of freaky power is that? There is no way you are a level 0, so who the hell are you?" Iberia proudly steps in front of Isuki, tossing his chin up to ask if they really want to know who they are, leaving Isuki totally confused. "We are," Iberia declares to his defeated enemies with a smug, self-satisfied grin, "partners. We are Dapo-e, and one day we are going to become the strongest duo in the entire northern continent. Remember that?" But Isuki just grabs his collar and drags him away, saying they need to catch Kinoshita, leaving Iberia whining that it was just getting good. The leftover thug stands frozen, completely underwhelmed by that incredibly tacky team name. Meanwhile, Kinoshita Raji is dashing through the forest surrounded by purple lightning, complaining about the noise. And as we leave it here, he is certain that level 0 has been beaten to pulp. But that mysterious crossbow is definitely Sockley's. You and I must look closer into this mystery once everything finally wraps up. Suddenly, a figure blurs past Raji at a terrifying speed. The top speedster in the arena smugly overtakes yet another competitor, leaving those muscular, heavy power types eating his dust. Speed is my absolute specialty. But a sudden bolt of purple lightning strikes from behind, making him scream in absolute horror. He crashes hard, face scraped and smoke rising from his body, getting taken out at maximum speed. Who the hell could have pulled this off? A heavy boot stomps violently onto his back. Raji stands tall, looking down at the defeated runner with pure contempt, muttering that this is what happens to fools who dare run ahead of him. He turns back to bark orders at his team. "Group up. We need to conserve our stamina, so do not waste any more time on this absolute garbage." Watching from high above, supervisors look down in disgust. That arrogant brat is the son of the North District 4 administrator. Arrogant child of Genkyu. What kind of terrible upbringing did he even have? Nento silently watches the arena. Since no rules were broken, they cannot intervene. Meanwhile, Raji's squad gloats, thrilled that the commoners cleared the chaos while they kept their energy full. The second phase will be easy. The massive crowd of contestants heads straight toward the giant structure in the middle of the desert arena. Standing right before the inner zone boundary, Raji looks incredibly smug, thinking how ridiculously easy this whole exam has turned out to be. Suddenly, a roaring shout rips through the air. Now watch closely because everything is about to change. Raji instantly flinches, sweat dripping down his face as an overwhelming heavy pressure radiates from behind him. Furious, he turns and roars at the terrified crowd scrambling to get away, demanding to know who dared call his name. "Not me. Do not look at me, I did nothing, he is right behind us. Yeah, that level 0 rookie." The crowd parts to reveal Isuki stepping forward like a giant. "A level 0, do not tell me it is him." A trembling candidate points to confirm the identity of the terrifying monster who just arrived. Raji grits his teeth, completely unable to accept reality, wondering if his entire forward force has already been wiped out. There were far too many enemies for a level 0 and a level 7 to handle. Veins bulging on his face, Raji sneers as Isuki approaches. "I get it now. You must have bribed them. Just how long do you plan on riding my coattails?" That level 0 barrier user Iberia stands right behind Isuki. Clutching her magic bracelet with trembling hands, she recalls how she only survived by relying on Isuki, who now firmly demands Raji stay until they settle this. Every single enemy they met along the way was crushed in the blink of an eye. Without Isuki, she would have been disqualified long ago. Raji coldly turns his back, waving his hand as he sneers that he is far too busy. "I do not have time for trash like you, but I will gladly leave some friends behind to play with you." Raji's eyes gleam with a brutal red light behind his glasses as he commands his men to kill him. The hunters swarm to surround Isuki, raising their weapons mockingly at the mere level 0 brat standing before them. You have got a lot of nerve calling Master Kinesita by his name. We will teach you some manners, kid. Don't blink, because these trash are about to experience absolute hell. Iberia turns pale with horror as she counts the overwhelming enemy numbers climbing to nearly 80. There are at least 100 of them. What do we do? Isuki calmly grabs her collar and pulls her down, telling her to keep low. As she gasps in confusion, a burst of blue lightning erupts as Isuki activates his skill and charges straight into the crowd. He closes in on Raji so fast that a deafening shockwave rings out across the field. With one devastating kick, Isuki launches Raji high into the air, leaving his subordinates completely frozen in shock. Iberia and the entire crowd of candidates freeze, staring at the completely overwhelmed Raji in total disbelief. Standing calmly among the fallen, Isuki releases a chilling aura, whispering that perhaps he was not clear enough before. He looks directly at his enemies with glowing, threatening eyes, preparing to make his message absolutely final. Until we settle this little issue once and for all, I am not letting a single one of you leave. Elsewhere, Seiya rests his hands on his knees in exhaustion while Rikuru collapses onto the dirt. Meanwhile, the 4th-ranked Ludeoji Bangdor has already entered. They will definitely try to block our path again if we make the mistake of acting individually. We probably would have collapsed before reaching the inner zone. Panting heavily, Rikuru looks at the 5th-place ranking. And that's where we leave it today. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive into this scene where 3rd-ranked Oegaku, holding his giant mace, sighs in disappointment. Seriously, am I only in 3rd place? 2nd-ranked Akagami-sen replies with a sarcastic smirk. Are you hungry again? You just ate, nah. Everyone turns to look at the green-haired girl sitting alone. More importantly, look at 1st place. Hanyukana has already reached level 16. Seiya and Rikuru suddenly freeze as they sense a strange surge of energy. Knowing Isuki, he is definitely acting alone again. And if he gets blocked just like we did... Wait, is someone flying in this direction right now? A body is sent flying completely out of the combat arena as the system screen flashes Iberia ranked 6th. Iberia screams from the rubble, his face filled with terror. Isuki. Seiya and Rikuru widen their eyes in shock hearing that familiar name. That guy, didn't he just scream Isuki's name? Yes, that is exactly what I heard. Now pay attention here. Out of the dust, Isuki's heroic figure appears from behind, leaving absolutely no doubt. Under the pouring rain, Isuki blocks the path with a dark look, saying, until we settle this matter, I will not let anyone go anywhere. Meanwhile, up in the VIP stands, Judge Suryu Chamgum. That rookie is just one step from the inner zone. Why is he so obsessed with Kinoshita Raji? Choha anxiously watches Isuki's situation on the screen with a deeply worried face. Izumi Nento coldly orders the elite expert beside him, Heitan, to lend a hand if that guy falls into danger. Heitan Akira looks at Isuki with deep admiration, silently comparing Tenmasuke's move. He just moved with an absolutely unbelievable speed. I don't know if at his age I could have done the same. Raji hangs his head, his face twisting in absolute rage, get ready for interfering again and again. He looks up, eyes glowing with wild purple magic. What is about to start is not just a simple battle. This will be a lesson in complete and absolute submission for you. Hundreds of Raiji's red-eyed lackeys immediately surround Isuki. In other words, he is cornered. It is a 100-on-1 beatdown. Isuki looks at them with pure contempt, his murderous aura exploding. Passing the prelims is just a side quest. Right now, taking revenge for Choha is my ultimate top priority. Instantly, Raiji points and screams like a madman, commanding all of them. Charge and kill him for me. Now let's watch how Isuki Tenma stands tall against hundreds of surrounding hunters. A savage lackey rushes forward to start the fight, screaming that nobody gets past him and that Isuki's head is his. C-class skill, Fire Fist. Isuki easily raises a hand to block the fiery strike, making the thug scream in horror. What? Instantly, he counters with a devastating punch that violently shakes the very air around them. The powerful punch smashes directly into the hunter's face, knocking him out cold instantly to the absolute shock of everyone watching. The crowd starts panicking in fear, yelling, knocked out in just one punch? Don't panic, there is no way we lose to a level 0 kid. Charge him! Isuki coldly looks down as the system perfectly displays. Blocked C-class fire skill with Dark Wall, defense plus 10%. Seeing the enemies rushing forward in waves, Isuki raises his hand and declares, let's end this farce quickly. System activated, Lotus Storm skill has been triggered. An earth-shattering fire explosion erupts directly from Isuki's palm, blasting all the surrounding hunters far away, as his allies watch from afar. Isuki's teammates gasp seeing that massive surge of energy, asking if this is really Isuki's skill. Even the strongest hunter group is completely stunned. What kind of explosion is that? Miss Yi-chan could easily swallow this, right? Right, Miss Yi-chan? Through the thick dust, Hanyu Kana quietly watches the scene with a sharp, mysterious gaze. The judge panic-checks the data, wondering if that level 0 rookie really caused this. It is not just about raw power. How on earth can he use skills outside of his own class? Choha and Nento monitor everything closely on the screen. Their eyes show pure shock. I did not know Tenma learned an area of effect skill. Now his insane confidence in the Locust Desert battle makes sense. Isuki glances at the ruined battlefield while they wonder, just how many trump cards is he still hiding? 30% power is enough. You and I know he has already won. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a war zone where our main character has to hold back his power as the dust clears, revealing hundreds of defeated hunters littered across the ground. Isuki walks right up to Raiji, his eyes glowing with terrifying energy, whispering that they are finally all alone. Raiji backs away, shaking uncontrollably. Sweat pours down his face in absolute shock as over 100 men were wiped out in an instant, leaving him screaming, "What are you, and why do you keep hunting me?" Isuki stands tall, his powerful aura suffocating the air as he repeats, "Hunting you? You are the one who targeted me first and severely hurt my friend. Today I am going to make you feel every single ounce of pain that you put her through." Raiji screams out in pure madness. Purple electricity erupts around his body as he yells, "I am the young master of the elite Kinochita clan in North District 4. Everything here is under my control. I do not even need to fight monsters. I just use the karma stones my family provided for me. With this, I can easily reach levels that you peasants could never hope to touch. Now pay attention here." He unleashes his absolute ultimate attack to crush our main character, activating his B-rank skill, Purple Lightning Cannon, to secure a brutal kill. Isuki dashes forward like a flash of lightning. His system screen flashes, warning him that a B-rank skill, Purple Lightning Cannon, has been detected. Simulation avatar activated. Analysis progress is currently at 1%. With a blinding strike, Isuki lands a devastating blow that sends Raiji screaming in agony. He collapses onto the ground, completely broken by the reality, wondering how Isuki could have dodged it. Is that insane speed really coming from a level 0? There is absolutely no way I can defeat him. In complete despair, he screams out for help. "What are you guys doing? Get over here and save me, 40. Suddenly, a massive hunter with glowing red eyes steps in to interfere, completely ignoring the official rules of the exam. But right now, saving face is the last thing on my mind. Raiji laughs like a maniac at his savior, yelling that 40 is a level 30 awakened, ready to rip Isuki to shreds. Inside the monitoring room, Nento spots the danger and immediately orders Hayton to intervene, who gives a quick and serious reply. Isuki suddenly senses a massive wave of pressure heading his way. His system warns of magic reacting as someone approaches at high-speed. Analysis progress, reaching 19%, and it is not just one person, as mysterious figures emerge from the heavy rain to join the fight. Standing tall amidst the swirling dust and smoke of the explosion, Isuki looks around at the shattered remains of the battlefield. In another corner of the field, Hayton easily subdues the guard trying to interfere and signals to Isuki, telling him to go right ahead. And yeah, you and I both know it is payback time as Isuki steps forward with glowing lightning eyes, coldly declaring that Raiji's little lifeline has officially run out. Raiji completely loses it, crying and begging in sheer terror, desperately screaming for Isuki to wait. "My father is the administrator of North District 4, and my brother is a Savior Alliance member, so if you touch me, you will pay." Completely ignoring the threats, he slams the guy's head deep into the muddy ground. Leaving Raiji motionless on the wet ground under the pouring rain, Isuki coldly turns and walks away. Wiping the sweat from his cheek, a wave of relief washes over him as he realizes Choha's debt has finally been settled. Watching through the monitor, Choha blushes deeply, her eyes shining as she realizes Isuki did all of this just for her. Examiner Suryu glances at Choha and then back at the screen, looking completely puzzled by what he sees. Why is he looking in this direction, and did he seriously just defeat Kinochita Raiji so easily? Meanwhile, Isuki checks his system screen to make a crucial strategic move, halting the analysis at 99%. By pausing the analysis here, I can trigger a full stamina recovery during the second round of the exam. With the process paused, Seiya suddenly rushes through the entrance, looking utterly shocked by the chaotic scene as she calls his name. Hearing that familiar voice, Isuki turns around in surprise, sweat dripping down his face as he wonders who it is. Looking down, he sees Seiya staring back up at him with deep concern. Tears well up in Seiya's eyes as she urges him in a trembling voice to quickly head inside. Blushing, she looks at him with genuine care and worry, telling him that he is going to catch a cold. Isuki smiles warmly at Seiya, and right then a notification pops up revealing that he has qualified for the inner area in 7th place. Suddenly, Iberia rushes forward and hugs Isuki tightly while crying tears of joy, while Rikuru stands nearby with a massive smile. They are so glad he is safe, and trust me, you and I cannot miss what comes next. And Rikuru too. Rikuru glares through his goggles at Iberia, sparks literally flying between them. Why are you crying and hugging Isuki like that? Iberia just looks clueless, asking, who, me? Trust me, this rivalry is gold. Iberia lets go of flipping his hair. I am Isuki's partner, Iberia. Hearing this, Rikuru immediately grabs Isuki's shoulders and shakes him wildly. Pure jealousy is written all over his face. I never heard anything about you teaming up with someone else. You traitor, Seiya stands nearby, covering his mouth and laughing. Well, it is rare to see Isuki making friends. Rikuru and Iberia start bickering endlessly. Is Isuki really a traitor now? Did you two form a duo? What is your team name? A team name? Who would think of such childish things? We are not kids. But wait, do you guys have one? Iberia puts his hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly. Of course we do. Oh really? Let's hear it then. Isuki stands between them, sweating bullets, muttering a quiet plea to stop, but Iberia just winks. His face glows with sparkling pride. Double yes, 2 yees. I worked incredibly hard to come up with that masterpiece of a name. Hearing that, Rikuru falls to the ground, laughing hysterically. Double Y? What kind of ridiculous name is that? He keeps laughing, making Iberia yell in anger. What is so funny? That is actually a great name. But the fun is suddenly cut short as an announcement echoes across the arena. 500 participants have successfully entered the inner zone. Anyone who has not arrived yet is disqualified. Stage 2 will begin shortly. Now watch closely, because here is where the real test begins. The examiner appears on the giant screen to explain Stage 2. You must fight calamity beasts completely alone in the training arena for 1 hour. Isuki, Iberia, and Rikuru stand stunned by the brutal rules. This is it. Stage 2 is officially here. Heh, completely alone, is it? In a dark corner, a dark figure unleashes a sinister, excited grin. Stage 2 is finally here. I have been waiting for this moment for so long. The leaderboard of the top Stage 1 candidates appears on screen. Let us see what you guys are truly made of. 1st rank Hanyugaku. 5th rank Horinori Kuru, then Tenma. 7th rank Asuki and Akamasan. Rank 2 Iberia. Rank 6 Kisaragi, and Rank 4 Seiya. Let's look over this massive arena together. The next stage is starting, and the crowd of candidates begins marching through the giant gates. The atmosphere turns incredibly tense. The battleground for Stage 2 is right inside this dark abyss, right? Walking into the pitch-black space of the arena, Rikuru shivers as he looks around. This place feels extremely gloomy and terrifying. Then he turns to ask Isuki, it has been a while, but are you seriously still level 0? Is your level actually locked? He continues to ask with deep concern, then that means your stats will not increase easily either, right? How can you get stronger? Isuki grows flustered as he recalls his master's warning not to tell anyone. Iberia cuts in. He reminds Rikuru we learned in class that order-breaking skills are classified as national secrets, remember? Chisuki, you do not have to answer him. Isuki smiles gratefully. As they arrive at the gathering point, a powerful voice rings from above. Is everyone in the crowd ready? Rikuru, Isuki, and Iberia look up in awe. The buzzing crowd immediately recognizes the absolute legend standing there. First is Fujiwara Soryu, the head overseer of the annual national tournament. Right next to him stands Heitan Akira, the legendary river-crossing war veteran with the ultimate physical body. And that masked figure is none other than Izumi Nento. They are all absolute powerhouses. Soryu begins to announce solemnly. I will explain the second round rules right now. Everyone, listen up. He points directly to the virtual display board. Various calamity beasts will spawn in the arena, and the points you earn will depend entirely on their difficulty. A hard difficulty beast is worth 1,000 points. Recruit tier gives 100, normal 500, hard 1,000, and nightmare 5,000. Soryu continues to explain the critical time rules. You will get a 1-minute break after defeating each beast, but then you are forced to advance to the next difficulty. On the screen, the countdown timer ticks down to 56 seconds. 3rd-ranked Oagaku grips his weapon, sneering with pure arrogance. Heh, I will go straight for the nightmare tier. His stats appear human level 13. Class, Earth Spirit Master, currently holding the 2nd rank. Suddenly, Isuki raises his hand, breaking the dead silence of the crowd. I have a quick question. The surrounding candidates begin to whisper and mock him. How did that level 0 loser even pass round 1? He definitely got carried. Don't tell me he is quitting because stage 2 is solo combat? Well, you and I know they are about to regret laughing. Alright, let's watch Soryu look down with an encouraging smile. What's on your mind? Just ask. Itsuki stands tall and drops a question that completely catches everyone off guard. Is Nightmare Tier really the absolute highest difficulty? That arrogant question leaves Soryu wide-eyed in shock. But while Heitan Akira stands nearby with an excited smirk, the crowd bursts into mockery, calling him a total show-off. If a level 0 amateur ever faces a Nightmare Tier disaster beast, he won't stand a single chance of survival. Forget Nightmare Tier. He probably can't even beat a low-tier novice beast. He's just a trash-talking weakling with a big mouth. Soryu seriously explains the theory. There is actually no upper limit to the difficulty rating of these disaster beasts. You'll understand once you actually manage to take down a Nightmare Tier disaster beast yourself. Rikuru anxiously whispers to Itsuki, no upper limit? Honestly, thinking about that right now is completely useless. Nightmare Tier requires at least level 10. For us, just beating a hard-tier beast would already be an incredible achievement. Soryu continues explaining a crucial rule. The points earned in this preliminary round will actually carry over to the main tournament. In other words, and pay close attention here, today's performance determines if we can join the Savior Alliance in the future. Hearing that, Rikuru and Iberia immediately grow more determined than they have ever been. The points here carry over to the main tournament? I guess I have no choice but to use that skill. Itsuki recalls the record and steals his resolve. That record of 115,000 points held by Taiwajin includes his preliminary score. To surpass him, I must make the most of this opportunity. The signal sounds, the gates open, and everyone charges. A massive wave of candidates leaps down the steep cliff all at once. Itsuki lands safely and looks around. The second round is starting, but this training field does not look much different from a normal arena. Darkness covers the area, and suddenly, dozens of glowing red eyes filled with murderous intent light up the night. The status screen pops up. Novice Tier Disaster Beasts, Calamity Mad Dogs, Elimination Points, 100. Itsuki thinks excitedly, finally I get to fight actual disaster beasts. He instantly triggers his skill, Impact Barrier activated. Charging forward with a sharp, cold gaze. He knows he cannot boost his stats here, so he plans to end this quickly. Back in the control room, Heitan asks Soryu, are you seriously keeping an eye on him again? Soryu responds while staring at the screens, well, I also wanted to see that Hanyu girl's performance. Heitan Akira stands with crossed arms, smiling with amusement at Itsuki's screen. We both know this guy is way more interesting. Suddenly, Soryu gasps in pure shock, prompting Heitan to turn and tease him. Is it really that surprising every single time? Down on the arena floor, it's slicing through monsters in an instant. Time elapsed, 1 second. 100 points received. Soryu breaks into a cold sweat from the shock. 1 second? That usually takes normal candidates a few minutes. Heitan laughs triumphantly. See, I told you so. This guy is on a completely different level of interesting. Soryu tries to calm down and analyze. The Calamity Mad Dogs are numerous but only level 1. Going all out can wipe them out, but his next opponent is level 8. Defeating that beast instantly is going to be absolutely impossible. Right on cue, a massive blazing monster materializes right in front of Itsuki. Common Tier Disaster Beast Salamander level 8, elimination points reward 500. Soryu comments with deep concern, facing a disaster beast 8 levels higher than himself, he is bound to struggle. But Heitan smirks and asks back, do you really think so? Personally, I do not believe a level 8 salamander poses any real threat to him. Soryu turns his head to ask about the overall situation. How are the other participants doing? Working the controls, Soryu mutters, my bad, I got too absorbed. Switching to multi-screen now so we can monitor the top 10 contenders simultaneously. Scanning the monitors, he notes with a frown of dissatisfaction, most of the candidates are still struggling against the low-tier novices. The screens display candidate A utilizing water magic, while another wielding a massive hammer is barely scraping by against their own beast. Soryu suddenly spots a different monitor. Wait, it looks like only Hanyu Kana is matching Tenma Itsuki's insane clearing speed. The green-haired girl is using green light magic to completely dominate the pack of wild dogs. Suddenly, Choa shrieks in panic while staring at Itsuki's screen. Oh no, look at Tenma, he is... To everyone's absolute horror, Itsuki's entire body is completely swallowed up by the raging white-hot flames of the giant salamander. Examiner Soryu cries out in a panic, Did he waste too much energy fighting those mad dogs earlier, leaving him unable to dodge? Taking that fire head-on is a death sentence. Call the medical team. But Hayton calmly stops him. Trust me, you and I need to keep watching. Let's dive in. With the sheer speed he showed earlier, dodging this low-level attack should have been easy. Out of the blazing flames, sharp spikes of pitch-black ice armor wrap around Isuki as the system notifies him, activating Black Wall. A razor-sharp sword strike cleaves the air as Isuki swings his hand, slicing the flames and the monster scales in one single hit. The giant salamander is sliced clean in two, its shattered remains exploding everywhere from the sheer impact of his strike. Isuki coldly walks away, leaving the monster's disintegrating corpse behind him. The system flashes the results. Clear time 5 seconds, 500 points rewarded. Soryu stares at the monitor in utter disbelief, completely shocked. He is totally unharmed? Did that black ice armor actually cover his entire body? You and I both know he could have killed it instantly. So why did he willingly take the hit? Isuki smirks in satisfaction at the notification. Defense plus 10% for blocking a C-rank fire attack with his Ice Wall skill. He realizes he needs to exploit every single opportunity to boost his stats. His status board updates, showing defense has reached 434. Name Isuki Tenma. Race human level 0 class order breaker. Skills Ultra Simulation, Lightning Break, and Ice Wall. Also Lotus Strike. Total stats 1,395. The system asks, skip the remaining 58 seconds of rest, yes or no? Isuki decides he will test his defensive power against the next disaster beast. Inside the control room, Hayton crosses his arms and notes to Soryu that this difficulty level tests speed and combat instincts. Soryu nods in agreement indeed. A menacing screen pops up for the next monster, the Thunder Rhino. It channels electricity into its horn for a deadly physical and lightning attack. A hard-tier disaster beast, Thunder Rhino level 10, worth 1,000 points upon elimination. If you take a direct hit from it, Soryu analyzes the grim scenario. Either the sharp horn impales your body due to a lack of defense, or the massive surge of electricity paralyzes you completely because you lack lightning resistance, leaving you totally helpless. He solemnly emphasizes the winning strategy. You must use high speed to dodge cleverly and attack only when the beast is completely exhausted. But suddenly Soryu's eyes widen in panic, sweat pouring down. Wait a second. What on earth is he planning? Let's watch closely. Down on the field, Isuki does not dodge. He casually walks forward, placing his bare hand directly onto the giant monster's glowing electrified horn. Tapping his finger on the sparking horn, he silently thinks that this is the perfect opportunity to test his newly upgraded defensive capabilities. Furious, the Thunder Rhino snorts steam, channeling every ounce of its electrical power into its horn to completely obliterate this arrogant challenger. An explosion echoes as the beast charges straight at Isuki with terrifying speed, violent lightning discharging and swallowing the entire arena in blinding light. Isuki is blasted backward, taking the full impact of that lightning-charged ram head-on while leaving himself completely wide open without any defense. Watching through the screen, Soryu cannot hold back a terrified scream, calling out, "Tenma." Hayton smirks in pure amusement, noting that Tenma always pulls off the most unpredictable stunts. Yet he always delivers results that go far beyond what anyone could imagine. Stepping out of the smoke completely unharmed, the system announces he has successfully absorbed a C-rank lightning skill using Lightning Break. His own agility rises by 5%. He mutters, "Test complete. It seems attacks from disaster beasts around level 10 cannot deal any real damage to me." Isuki's eyes glow crimson with intense bloodlust. He looks up and declares, "Now let's wrap this up." He plunges from the sky like a flash of lightning as the system activates Lightning Break. Agility plus 50%. The lightning-fast strike slices cleanly through the beast's neck, leaving it with only enough time for one last breath. The giant rhino slides back, halved by an invisible force cutting through the air. Isuki lands casually on top of the dead beast back. The results screen flashes, clear time 7 seconds, received 1,000 points. Heian looks at Isuki in absolute awe. His total elapsed time is under 15 seconds. Not only is he faster than I was in my youth, but I feel like he is not even using his full power yet. However, Soryu's face suddenly turns dark, growing more serious than ever before as he mutters, "But next up is that creature." Examiner Soryu begins describing the upcoming monster with deep concern written all over his face. It has lightning-fast movements capable of shredding enemies with razor-sharp claws. It spits iron chains, swallows everything with a massive maw, and is armored in a bone exoskeleton. Trust me, you and I are about to see a real fight. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total monster in action. as he coldly concludes that this vicious disaster beast is the absolute strongest in the preliminaries and the ultimate target for every single contestant. Right before Isuki stands a massive beast radiating absolute terror, a nightmare tier disaster monster, the formidable level 15 Inferno Giant. 5,000. Right then, the system announces the Purification Orb activation. Instantly, a dark purple sphere of energy shoots forward at blinding speed, striking straight into the massive chest of the giant. With just a single strike, the monster is completely annihilated. The level 15 Inferno Giant is down. Defeated in an instant, boosting the Purification Orb's flight speed by 200%. The entire judging panel is frozen, completely speechless in absolute shock at this unbelievable sight. Isuki stands victorious on the beast's corpse as the system updates his skill stats. The Purification Orb now travels at 9 meters per second, a 900% speed boost. Suryu stammers while staring at the screen. Even a nightmare tier Inferno Giant was taken down instantly. Clear time 3 seconds 5,000 points received. Now on to the next target. Meanwhile, in a different arena, another roaring monster gets instantly taken out with a single lethal strike. She activates her skill, unleashed by Kisaragi Seiya. If I defeat the remaining two, I can advance to normal rank. Novice completion rate is at 80%. Ugaku is also facing down a massive giant dragon, smiling smugly after completely skipping his rest time. I will definitely reach normal rank before Ugaku. Normal rank completion progress is still at 0%. Hanyu Kana stands calmly right in the middle of 7 monsters, casting recovery magic to restore her consumed mana before pushing forward. Hanyu Kana, normal rank completion progress 100%, but suddenly, a massive notification rings out, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Nightmare rank cleared in just 21 seconds, taking first place. Seiya gasps in complete shock, realizing someone out there is even faster than her. Could it be Hanyu? Meanwhile, Hanyu just stays quiet with an unreadable expression. But Isuki has no plans of stopping. He summons another dark sphere and calmly mutters, "Let's keep going." Soryu is still completely shell-shocked. He analyzes the feed. A level 15 Inferno Giant defeated instantly. To pierce through that thick armor, what on earth is that black sphere? Now watch this part. Heitan Akira smirks with excitement, ordering the staff to crank up the difficulty to see how far this kid can go. The system immediately updates. Nightmare rank, Stage 2, the level 15 Inferno Giant multiplied by 2. 10,000 points on the line. 2 massive Inferno Giants now stand before Isuki. But he only casually mutters. He was expecting something else. Is it really just a simple increase in numbers? The 2 beasts unleash an earth-shattering roar, charging simultaneously to crush Isuki into dust. With a completely calm face, Isuki just raises his hand and conjures another dark orb. You and I both saw this coming, but while they are busy roaring, he decides to eliminate one first. The orb pierces the giant instantly, activating purification. The level 15 Inferno Giant is defeated. The flight speed of the Purification Orb increases by another 200%. Flight speed 11 meters per second, a speed increase of 1,100%. Soryu screams in sheer panic. Another single strike? What is that orb? Is there literally no limit to its power? Heitan calmly explains that while it is incredibly strong, the skill has a fatal weakness, making Soryu curiously ask back, a weakness? Suddenly, the remaining Inferno Giant accelerates, charging forward at an absolutely unbelievable speed. Even Isuki is caught off guard. This speed is faster than any disaster beast he has ever faced. Izumi Nento explains that Inferno Giants are often mistaken for being slow due to their massive size. But Soryu quickly asks, what do you mean? Isuki concentrates all of his energy into his hand, bracing himself for a direct head-on clash. He fires straight at the charging monster, instantly activating his signature skill, the Purification Orb. Heitan continues to explain that the defining trait of these Inferno Giants is actually a unique racial characteristic. They possess absolutely zero magic power, but their other attributes are boosted dramatically. Despite having that massive frame, they are technically speed types. The detailed status board flickers to life as the monster lunges forward, narrowly dodging Isuki's attack, an ascended level 108 Inferno Giant of the Giant race. Let's check this out. He is level 15 with a rank 2 talent that blocks magic, but boosts other stats by 25% with no skills. Stats show attack 320, defense 320, magic 0, totaling 940. Isuki freezes in shock as his attack completely misses. The beast actually managed to dodge it. Up in the control room, Izumi Nento analyzes that while the black orb deals massive damage, its flying speed is just too slow. That kid definitely possesses amazing combat instincts. taking advantage of the Inferno Giant's habit of roaring before battle to launch a sudden, powerful surprise attack. But he continues with a deeply serious expression as the giant unleashes a colossal punch toward Isuki. If he cannot speed up that flying black orb, he will not make it much further. The monster unleashes a devastating spinning punch, creating razor-sharp shockwaves of air that tear the very ground to pieces. Blown far backward, Isuki quickly realizes that from a medium distance this attack can actually be dodged. Soryu comments with deep worry. Knowing the attack would miss but still using it means he probably has no other options left. Heitan crosses his arms in deep thought. Now watch closely. Soryu stares at the screen, pondering if that is true, and wonders why on earth the kid is smiling. Isuki smirks defiantly. Time to close the distance and finish this. He stomps his foot hard, unleashing a violent explosion of blue lightning to activate Lightning Burst as both fighters charge with terrifying speed. The monster's fist slams down, triggering a massive explosion on the ground that seems to hit Isuki directly. Seeing this, Choa gasps in horror, covering her mouth as Soryu frantically grabs his phone. He screams that this strike is nothing like the electric rhinos. If he takes a direct hit, even that kid won't be able to walk away in one piece. Call the rescue squad right now. But Izumi Nento immediately stops him. Wait. Heitan calmly points out that while the strike definitely possesses devastating power, it is completely meaningless if it misses the target. The giant's massive fist grazes the ground, creating a deep crater, but Isuki has vanished as the dust clears. The bewildered monster frantically looks around for its target. Suddenly, a voice echoes from right above. Hey, I am right up here. The giant looks up in absolute shock and disbelief when he sees Isuki floating high in the air. Plunging down like an arrow, Isuki drives a purple-black energy orb straight through the beast's head from behind. He lands gently on the ground, his entire body wrapped in powerful purple electric currents. Then a massive explosion rings out, shattering the giant's colossal body completely into pieces. A system notification pops up, confirming Isuki's grand victory over the Inferno Giant. Level 15. The beast has been defeated, boosting his purifying orb speed by 200% to 13 meters per second. Flight speed is up 1300%, updating the total score. Clear time 12 seconds, earning 10,000 points, as Choha cheers happily, shouting that Tenma actually did it. Soryu looks at Choha in surprise. It is rare to see her this excited. Choha blushes instantly. She quickly stammers an awkward explanation, claiming she was only praying for everyone's safety, telling them to just look. If the talented youth carrying the future of humanity die here, it would be a massive loss for all of us. Their families would be devastated, so I just want everyone safe. It is not like I think Tenma defeating that giant was cool or anything. Even if it were not Tenma, I would have reacted the exact same way, so do not get any weird ideas. Izumi Nento stares at Shoha with a completely bewildered look. Let us be honest, we all know she is lying. Soryu even whispers that Shoha has gotten way more talkative lately. Turning to Heitan, Soryu asks how he could possibly know Tenma was going to dodge that devastating punch. Heitan explains that the kid's base speed is not actually much faster than the Inferno Giant's own movement. But once that lightning current surges through his body, his overall speed skyrockets to a whole new level. And once that happens, there is absolutely no way the giant's slow attacks can ever land a hit. Soryu nods, agreeing he successfully took down 2 of them, even though there were some incredibly close calls. With first place secured by his current score, Soryu admits that he would definitely choose to stop right here. But standing tall, Isuki's determined gaze is locked forward. He will surpass Wajin, the strongest human on Earth. Channeling massive energy into his hand, he roars that he cannot afford to stop for even a single second. 3 level 15 Inferno Giants materialize as his screen updates to Nightmare Stage 3. Trust me, you will not want to miss what's next. Let's watch as Isuki doesn't hesitate. He instantly unleashes a strike to activate the Purification Sphere. First step, take down one of them. Heitan smirks with pride, just as expected. He chose to keep fighting, now that is definitely my kind of guy. Soryu speaks thoughtfully, reflecting that he went straight to Stage 4, which was the absolute limit of his own run. Examiner Soryu stares at the screen in pure shock, turning to speak to Heitan. Even you, with the ultimate physical build, only made it to Stage 3. Let's see what happens to Tenma as we head back to the action. The pint-sized Tenma Isuki stands alone against a massive monstrous entity charging at him with absolute fury. He unleashes a lightning-fast strike crackling with electrical energy, driving his fist straight into the beast's weak spot. Tenma quickly calculates his strategy, boosting his agility with a lightning burst to glide right behind the beast, closing the gap. That is number 2. He fires the sphere straight at the colossal beast. Instantly, the system screen flashes a victory notification for Inferno's giant 15 has been defeated. Purification sphere speed increases by 200%. The current speed of 17 meters per second is up 1,700%. Watch closely as Tenma glares back with a sharp, tense gaze. The third opponent suddenly appears as a massive maw with razor-sharp teeth blocks out the sky above him. Roaring like crazy, the beast snaps its jaws to swallow him whole. Yet Tenma maintains an eerie, terrifying calmness, his eyes locked dead on with his enemy, ready to strike back. He pulls blazing fiery energy right into his palm and declares that he will tear the beast apart from the inside, unleashing a maximum output combo blast. The attack detonates directly inside the monster's giant maw, unleashing an earth-shattering wave of pure, raging fire. The system flashes new updates after the explosion. Purgatory Giant Level 15 has been successfully defeated. Thanks to the combo blast, all skill ranges increase by 1%, making it +1. 101%. Tenma walks proudly through the smoking, fiery battlefield. The system registers 13 seconds elapsed, awarding 15,000 points to his score. Up in the stands, Soryu freezes in absolute shock, sweat pouring down his face as he gasps. He instantly recognizes the technique blazing across the screen. It is the exact same skill that wiped out dozens of contestants back in the first exam. However, Tenma is heavily gasping for breath, his face pale with utter exhaustion as his mana pool completely hits rock bottom. Mana is 0 out of 310. Checking his status screen, he quickly figures out a way to recover. As long as these disaster monsters keep spawning, the passive effect of his mana search will replenish his energy. The passive triggers, restoring 10% of his mana for every enemy detected. Suddenly, an overwhelming nightmare challenge is unleashed as Stage 4 officially begins. 4th level 15 Inferno Giants. Killing them awards 20,000 points. Since 4 enemy units are detected, his mana recovers 40%. Mana is now 124 out of 310. You and I can feel the tension as Soryu and Hayton watch Stage 4 begin with dead serious faces. If he somehow passes this round, he will surpass your very own past record. That is right. Besides Jinja, absolutely no one has ever cleared Stage 4. It is going to be incredibly interesting to see how far this kid can go as he darts swiftly past the monster's strikes. He silently observes that each time the flight speed of his purification sphere increases. Blue lightning crackling around his body lets him glide like a ghost, and his strike accuracy rises right along with it. Facing 7 fierce monsters, he calculates that if he can boost his speed a bit more, he will not need to get dangerously close to hit them since his mana is highly limited. He cannot afford to waste even a single shot of his purification sphere. Tenma's eyes blaze with absolute determination as he gathers every ounce of his remaining strength for one final decisive strike. Suddenly, massive iron chains burst out from the shadows with a horrifying screech. Tenma's eyes widen in total shock as he realizes how fast they are coming. Iron chains? The monster unleashes a lightning-fast strike that literally tears through the surrounding air. Cornered completely out of nowhere, Tenma barely spots the pitch-black silhouette of his enemy throwing off his counterattack. A thunderous crash echoes through the arena as the heavy blow connects. Gritting his teeth in pure agony, he is pinned by the beast's steel grip, completely stripped of any chance to resist. This is bad. He cannot focus his power while trapped like this. Next comes a brutal kick that feels like it completely shatters his bones, cornering him. And that is where we leave Tenma. Will he survive this? Trust me, you and I need to find out. Alright, you and I are diving right into this nightmare, and Soryu is completely losing it. Screaming, Hayton, go help him now. But Hayton just stands there in silence, his eyes turning cold. Whispering, is this really his limit? Suddenly, his memories of his own tragic past flash back, lying broken and defeated on a blood-soaked battlefield. With fierce determination, Hayton steps up to act, saying, hold on, I am going to save him right now. Soryu tries to stop him, but looking back at the screen, he notices something crazy. Tenma is not giving up. Soryu continues, Mr. Izumi, whether he gives up or not, this is absolutely not the time to debate it. He is in extreme danger, and trust me, if we do not act fast, we are going to watch him die. But Izumi remains strangely calm, replying, I can feel it. The kid still has a final ace up his sleeve. Soryu snaps back, an ace? How could you possibly know that? Izumi just points at the screen, saying, look at his eyes. Those are definitely not the eyes of someone who has accepted defeat. Down in the arena, Tenma drags himself up, his eyes burning with orange fury as he grits his teeth. I pushed myself to the absolute limit just to destroy that monster. Blue lightning crackles around his body as he finally unleashes his ultimate ability, Super Simulation, activate. Resuming analysis. Memories of his clash with Kinochita flash by, bringing back the deadly purple lightning cannon. Back then his super simulation skill had copied it directly from his enemy. But at the very last second, right before the analysis finished, he had forced the system to stop. The analysis had paused at 99%, but now driven by pure revenge, he reactivates the delayed process, instantly pushing it to 100% complete. He saved it exactly for a crisis like this. Rank B skill, purple lightning cannon, analysis complete. Acquired rank 2 lightning cannon. Soryu feels a strange, overwhelming energy swirling around Tenma, yelling, "Look at that!" It is that familiar lotus aura. But he wonders, is that another one of his skills? In this battered state, what can a lotus possibly do? Choha lets out a radiant smile, making Hayton wonder why she looks so incredibly happy. Does she know something they do not? Let's check this out. The details of his new skill are wild. Lightning Cannon rank 2 allows the user to absorb any lightning attacks of rank B or below. When releasing this stored energy, his overall agility boosts by 100% per absorption, up to 5 times. Passive effect. Each time a rank B lightning attack is absorbed, agility increases by 10%, currently boosting it by 15%. Tenma clenches his fist as raw lightning explodes around him, shaking his clothes. Rank 2 lightning cannon acquired all stats plus 20. All negative status effects are cleared, and his wounds are completely healed. The giant monster slams its fist down, shattering the earth, but Tenma is totally different now. Standing tall, he blocks the massive strike effortlessly, looking up to declare, "The warm-up is officially over. From now on, I will go all out. Attack and agility 1330. Defense and magic are equally high. Total 1240 of 1320. Soryu stares at the screen in pure shock. He was completely beaten down, yet fully recovered in seconds. This ridiculous healing easily outclasses even a professional healer, not to mention that massive area attack. Seriously, how many more broken abilities is this guy hiding? Meanwhile, Tenma blitzes forward at blinding speed, obliterating 2 massive beasts in a single blow. The level 15 Inferno Giant has been completely defeated. The flight speed of his purification orb surges by 200% as he charges forward. Absolutely nothing can stop Tenma now. Nightmare Dungeon Stage 4 has been successfully cleared. Clear time 31 seconds, earning him 20,000 points. He declares that his current self will not lose, no matter how many giants show up. Tenma unleashes another massive energy orb straight at the final monster, the level 15 Inferno Giant. Defeated. The purification orb speed surges by another 200%, hitting 27 meters per second, a 2700% boost. The raw destructive power of this orb has now shattered all limits. It wipes out every single monster effortlessly. Nightmare Stage 5 is completed in 57 seconds, earning him 25,000 bonus points. Finally, Tenma finishes off the monster with one deadly strike, completing Stage 6. And trust me, you and I are watching a total beast in action. Let's watch this. 1 minute 34 seconds for 30,000 points. Soryu stutters, completely speechless at the terrifying and monstrous power of Tenma. Wow! Hayton watches the battle and gasps in absolute shock. Is this hell? Tenma and that Inferno Giant are both actual monsters. I am completely losing my mind here. Tenma stands amidst the ruined battlefield, sweat dripping heavily down his forehead. He gazes forward as his highly determined voice echoes. What about the next stage? There are no more Inferno Giants showing up anymore. Examiner Soryu stares at the screen in absolute shock. This is unbelievable. I never imagined something like this could actually happen. Mr. Zinzun slams his hand onto the red button on the control panel to end this chaos once and for all. Soryu's voice rings out through the intercom, sweat pouring from his brow. Tenma, it is over. Looking down from above, a horrifying sight unfolds. You have defeated every single Inferno Giant we had prepared for this test. The monster corpses are piled up like a giant mountain, a testament to Tenma's ultimate and devastating power. Tenma pants heavily, chains wrapped around him. He asks in confusion, did I really beat them all? Didn't you say there was no upper limit to the difficulty? Watch closely as he walks this bloody battlefield. He mutters to himself, doing the math. I lost count of how many I killed, but how many points did I get? Well, if I hit the ceiling, the gap between me and the disaster class probably isn't that wide. The system panel flashes, announcing rewards for defeating level 15 Inferno Giants 11 times. The flight speed of the purification sphere increases by 100%. Current flight speed is 38 meters per second, a massive 3,800% increase. Not a bad harvest at all. Tenma compares his new speed to reality. At 38 meters per second, it is actually faster than the average speed of a car. Suddenly, Tenma stops, steam rising from his body after the intense battle. He stares at the glowing light in front of him, thinking there was another enemy for a second. Oh right, I completely forgot. A glowing blue stone appears before him. Since I cannot level up, all experience points from the disaster beasts I defeat are turned straight into karma stones. Meanwhile, in the control room, you see their shock, right? Is that a real karma stone? Why would it appear in the training ground? If it is blue, that is at least 10,000 experience points. Tenma cannot absorb experience points, so all points dropped in the training ground turn into karma stones. Soryu shivers as he analyzes this. I thought his fixed level meant he was just faking his stats, but I did not expect he genuinely cannot level up. That means if Tenma forms a party with someone to enter a stage, their teammate will receive every single experience point dropped. It is fortunate that he was born a human. If he were born a disaster beast, it would be too terrifying to imagine. Tenma holds the glowing blue stone, smiling with satisfaction at the unexpected loot. He turns and walks away from the rubble. I have finished what I came to do. Time to head out. The heavy metal door slowly opens with a loud screeching sound. Seeing the door open, Soryu gasps out. He is coming out. The scoreboard flashes the name of the winner, Tenma Isuki. Qualifiers. Completed Stage 2. Total points achieved, 106,600. Time elapsed 3 minutes 55 seconds. Kills 1. Soryu quickly runs over to block Tenma's path, eagerly offering Tenma, I have witnessed your incredible performance with my own eyes. You possess pure raw potential. Come with me. I will personally arrange a master who is truly worthy of you. Tenma coldly declines. I appreciate the offer, but I already have a master who is currently training me. So I am fine. Soryu still tries to convince him. You do not understand, so what if you have a master? Not everyone is qualified to guide a young talent like you. You would be much better off following someone like me, who has connections and deep resources. Standing nearby, Hayton warns Soryu as he notices Tenma getting annoyed. I already told you that I am fine. If you keep pushing him, he is going to start hating you. Soryu snaps back. I cannot just give up this easily. Try talking some sense into him. Are you really going to stand by and let some absolute nobody waste Tenma's incredible talent? Hayton pats Tenma on the shoulder to reassure him. You are the one who dealt with Kinoshida's lackeys back then. Do not worry about it. I only judge those who break the rules. Plus, Hayton smirks at Soryu. You and I know that guy Izumi's disciple is no joke. No way would I not help him. Soryu freezes at that familiar name, and honestly, you and I would too. What did you just say? Izumi's disciple? Soryu looks at Tenma in utter shock, stammering out, is Tenma really Izumi's disciple? Meanwhile, Tenma bows respectfully to Izumi, thanking his master once again for everything he did for him back then. Haitan crosses his arms, confirming with pride, yes, that is absolutely right. Soryu stands there speechless, staring at the three of them. A young man who completely defies all common sense has appeared, and of course he is Izumi's student. Teacher? Choha steps forward with a blushing face, stammering out her concern. You did a great job. I have been watching your performance very closely. Are you hurt anywhere? If you are, I will have Choha treat your wounds immediately. He was so eager to challenge Stage 7. There is no way a beast like him could get hurt. Tenma scratches his head with a sheepish smile, saying he is not injured, just completely exhausted. A little rest should do the trick. Soryu sighs with a wry smile, admitting that if he is Izumi's disciple, it actually makes sense how he reached this level. My other disciple also completely wiped out all of the disaster beasts we prepared for Stage 2. He curiously asks if Taiwa managed to reach Stage 6, but Izumi just shakes his head no. Back then, Stage 4 was the maximum limit. Later, we expanded it to Stage 6, but apparently even that was not enough. Maybe next time we should expand the challenge to Stage 8. Haitan turns back to the monitor, advising everyone to sit down. You and I should watch closely too, because for the others, Stage 2 is just starting. On the screen, Rukuru is panting from utter exhaustion with hard mode at 100%. He cannot even lift his arms anymore. It seems like nightmare mode is simply too much for me. Hori no Rikuru, Stage 2 challenge completed. Time 17 minutes 17 seconds. Score 1,600. Seiya is also pushed to his absolute limit hard mode progress at 100%. Since I lack high damage skills, I tried suffocating it by trapping it inside a giant water sphere, but that took way too much time, and now my mana is almost completely empty. The next difficulty level is probably going to be impossible. Kisaragi Seiya, Stage 2 challenge completed. Time 19 minutes 1 second. Score 1,600. Tenma looks at his friend's scores and remarks that both Rikuru and Seiya stopped at the hard difficulty. Honestly, I thought they would make it a bit further than that. Soryu replies solemnly, don't assume everyone is as strong as you are. Most participants can't even clear the normal difficulty. With how quickly they took down that electric rhino, those two are guaranteed a spot in the top 10. Tenma wonders why they are not out yet if they failed. Soryu explains that unless they are severely injured, they cannot leave. You and I can agree that is a pretty strict rule. They are forbidden from leaving the training grounds. You are just a highly special exception. Haitan suddenly points at another monitor, noticing that someone else has just unlocked the nightmare mode. Ogaku is swinging his weapon to deliver a devastating strike. Utilizing a rare karma gear, he can definitely bring down at least one of those terrifying inferno giants. On another screen, Akagami-sen commands her Shikigami as well as the other summoner on the battlefield. The fact that Akagami-sen made it this far is incredibly impressive. Go Moi-chan! The tiny black cat instantly transforms into a massive ferocious beast in its complete form. Summoned in its complete form, the Shikigami Moi-chan unleashes a devastating punch on the enemy, its terrifying power shaking the entire ground. Witnessing that shocking sight, Isuki turns to ask Choha if Shikigami can actually transform. Can your Tamaku do that too? Choha answers no, saying it is her first time seeing it. A Shikigami's power is still highly mysterious. You should be careful. Isuki stares at the beast with calculating eyes, realizing just how powerful a Shikigami can truly be. From now on, I am going to dump all of my dropped experience points into my black dog. He lets out a long sigh, looking exhausted but determined. Since Seiya and Rikaru have already withdrawn, there is absolutely no reason to stay here anymore. It is time to head out. But wait, what is that? Suddenly he sees Iberia activating a brilliant red set of armor, radiating a massive aura. Iberia, what on earth is that? That crazy armor, did you get that from your old man? Iberia proudly clenches his fist as the armor covers his body. This is the strongest epic grade karma gear custom made by my dad, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see its power. The system screen instantly displays the absolutely terrifying stats of this legendary armor. Dragon equipment, epic grade. Attack plus 100, agility plus 100. Let's dive into this crazy effect. 20 extra stats every minute, max 15 minutes. Iberia recalls the painful struggle to obtain this gear. This tool possesses its own will, choosing its own master. It took everything I had just to lay my hands on it. He explains the massive risk of this power. Though strong if equipped for over 15 minutes, the penalty becomes absolutely horrifying. That is why I must finish everything within 15 minutes. With that, Iberia rockets into the air. His power stats surge, with his current attack power boosting by 120 points. His speed also boosts by 120. Diving like a flaming arrow, his mind is on his ally as the nightmare clearance is announced. It has to be Isuki. I must give my absolute best so I do not become a burden to him. Iberia unleashes a devastating strike right at the giant monster. He screams with pride, shouting that they are Double E, the ultimate duo after all. Watching from afar, Isuki smiles softly, thinking the gear suits him well. Right after the arena doors shut tight, the announcement rings out, Stage 2 has ended. Watch closely now as Examiner Soryu steps before the remaining candidates. He confidently declares that only the top 10 scorers will advance to the main event. The top 2 will receive a special reward. Down below, Ugaku sprawls on the floor, gasping but confident that nobody besides Hanyu could score higher than him. He mutters those special rewards are his. Without keeping anyone waiting, Soryu begins reading the results to announce the top 10. The leaderboard flashes on the giant screen, shocking the entire hall. First place, Tenma Isuki, 106,000 points. Second place, Hanyu Kana, 16,600. Third, Ugaku, 16,600. Fourth, Iberia, 6,600. The crowd of hunters erupts in shocked whispers. Over 100,000 points, even Taiwajin only scored 60,000. Just how many Inferno Giants did he slaughter to get that? Meanwhile, Ugaku leaps to his feet in disbelief, staring in utter shock. What? Third place? Who on earth is this Tenma Isuki? I have never even heard of him. In contrast, Hanyu Kana grips her sword, her sharp eyes filled with deep desire. Tenma Isuki, I definitely want to fight you. Meanwhile, C stares at the scores, feeling completely useless. Seeing such a massive gap between her and Isuki makes her wonder if retiring from combat is for the best. Soryu proudly announces the leader, first in the entire country by a landslide, leading second place by 65,000 points. The name is Tenma. Standing quietly nearby, Izumi Nento thinks that although his face is hidden, he can feel his satisfaction. And trust me, a bright new dawn for humanity is finally rising. Back on the field, Iberia lies exhausted on the cold ground, smiling contentedly despite the intense fatigue. With over 100,000 points, of course, Isuki took first place. Looking at the chained monsters, he whispers that he did well enough. He successfully avoided bringing shame to their duo Double E. Just then, Isuki walks over. Looking at his completely exhausted friend on the ground, he says, "Yeah, you did great. You actually surprised me." Tears stream down Iberia's face from sheer exhaustion and emotion as he stammers out a weak question. An aerial view captures the massive grand arena. The qualifiers of the 21st National Salvation Alliance tournament have finally ended. Isuki carries Iberia on his back, walking off under the glorious spotlight. The battle is officially over. Over in District 1 of the southern continent, the morning sun illuminates a grand, ancient, and solemn square. A group of guards whisper among themselves, asking why they were woken up at dawn just to watch some old man meditate. Watch your mouth. That is the southern commander, who can actually foresee the future. The guard explains respectfully, a legendary prophet and the Grand Commander of the South, Lord Bonga. Another soldier questions why they only received the warning after the barrier was already activated. If he can really see the future, shouldn't he have warned us about the stone tablet positions beforehand? The other replies that Elder Bonga can indeed only glimpse tiny fragmented pieces of what is yet to come. Still, the reason he stands alongside Northern Commander Izumi Nento as a pillar of humanity is, suddenly the elder snaps, his eyes open. Sweat pours down as the guard finishes his proud statement, explaining that his prophecies are accurate 10% of the time. And that is where we leave things, with our prophet collapsing in sheer panic as everyone rushes to help. Are you all right? The old man's spirit form issues a warning. Hokuriku is in grave danger. His face pales with terror as he utters a dark prophecy. A brutal attack by disaster beasts will soon devastate Hokuriku. Among them are terrifying disaster beasts with levels exceeding 100. The scene shifts to Hokuriku. Under the rustling trees of a quiet night, let's join Tenmatsuki as he stands alone and checks his status board. My total stats have finally surpassed the 1,500 mark. The system screen displays his detailed status. Attack is 330. Agility 380 with a 15% boost. Defense 462 with 40%. Magic 330. Total 1,502. Recalling the system basics, he remembers that normal people get 50 stat points per level, deciding how to allocate them to each stat. Itsuki quietly compares his 1,500 points, which equals a level 30 stat pool for a normal awakened. His agility and defense can scale infinitely thanks to the passive effects of his skills. Now pay attention here as his phantom stats show 10% boosts to both agility and defense. He continues analyzing his weaknesses. While his magic power recovers infinitely with his passive search skill, there is no way to increase his attack power. Is there any method? His train of thought is suddenly cut short by a loud shout. Dinner is ready. Rikuru holds a cooking spatula while Seiya waves nearby, calling out that she made all of Itsuki's favorite dishes. Itsuki walks over to them, putting his worries aside, deciding to think about his stats later. Besides, he can always acquire an attack boost skill through simulation later, as the group gathers around a lavish dinner table. Seiya happily mentions that it has been ages since she last ate Rikuru's home-cooked meals. Itsuki glances around the table, noticing a missing face. Where is Iberia? Is he still asleep? Choha quickly explains the situation. She just treated him, and while all of his physical wounds have healed, he is still exhausted and fast asleep. Rikuru grabs some food and gasps, expressing his absolute surprise. A nightmare difficulty stage that he and Seiya could not beat, yet a level 7 newbie actually cleared it. Seiya suddenly freezes mid-bite, gasping in shock. Seeing Seiya cover her mouth, Rikuru asks if she is crying because his cooking is so amazing, but she just trembles and points behind him. You and I both see it. A massive dark shadow with glowing red eyes looming behind Rikuru, while he cluelessly asks what is behind him. The dark shadow mutters a creepy, hollow voice like a starving ghost, demanding food to be handed over. Rikuru screams in absolute terror as the dark figure lunges straight toward the dining table with terrifying speed. Turns out it is just Iberia with stuffed cheeks, making Rikuru yell in anger that he almost died of fright. Sneaking up silently like that is bad for the heart, and why are you eating other people's food without asking first? Ignoring the complaints, Iberia greedily devours the bowl of soup on the table with absolute delight. He looks up with a completely blank face at the furious Rikuru, asking why he is even mad. Then Iberia flashes a satisfied smile, crumbs stuck all over his mouth, muttering how delicious it was. Rikuru beams with pride at his own culinary success, boasting that Iberia is only full of energy thanks to his cooking skills. Iberia asks in disbelief, while seizes him, questioning if he actually made the meal. You should quit being an awakened and become a chef instead. You are way better at cooking anyway. Rikuru wonders if that was a compliment, but the cheerful dinner suddenly turns quiet as Elder Izumi speaks up. All of you are aiming to become saviors, right? If so, I have a single question for you. His stern gaze sweeps across every face around the table, asking what they fear most in this world. Rikuru rests his chin in his hand, thinking simply about how fear is just the opposite of expectations. My dream is to become a savior, save up money to travel the world, and eat delicious food while I am young. He begins imagining the worst-case scenario, guessing that the absolute opposite of his dream would simply be growing old. If I grow old, I will lack the energy to travel, and my taste buds might decline so much that I cannot taste anything. Just thinking about that is enough to give me goosebumps. Then it is Seiya's turn, and she hesitantly shares that since she was born to a family of doctors, she grew up in hospitals. As childhood memories of cold corridors flood back, she remembers seeing so many people suffering from illnesses. Stick with me to see what happens next. Let's look at how this painful, deep trauma is finally revealed. So now she feels absolute terror even when dealing with a minor cold or a slight fever. Rikuru finally puts the pieces together, realizing that was the exact reason she ran away when he sneezed the other day. Izumi Nento reassures the young girl, explaining that an awakened's lifespan is twice that of normal humans, so they rarely fall ill. She can finally say goodbye to that fear. Iberia suddenly startles as she notices everyone staring, wondering if it is her turn. He answers with absolute seriousness, stating his biggest fear was failing the qualifiers. But now everything has completely changed. Iberia smiles, turning her gaze toward her companion, admitting her real fear is being unable to fight alongside Itsuki. Then she excitedly turns to ask Itsuki what his biggest fear is. Itsuki looks surprised, questioning why she is suddenly asking him. Seiya chimes in with curiosity, wondering if someone like Itsuki actually has fears, begging him to finally share them. Do not tell me you are completely fearless. Pay attention here. Rikuru can't even imagine Itsuki being afraid of anything, but Itsuki's eyes suddenly turn heavy with sadness. After my parents passed away, I had no idea how to keep living. I was constantly filled with anxiety. Seiya gasps as memories of Itsuki's lonely past flash by, consumed entirely by heavy darkness, helplessness, anger, and deep sorrow. Starvation and all these negative emotions slowly took complete control of my entire body. Itsuki remembers shivering as a helpless boy in the dark, right until Seiya and Rikuru finally appeared before him. Why are you crying all by yourself in a place with such a beautiful sky above us? Staring at the ground is a total waste. Memories of his childhood friend's smiles warm his heart, asking if he has a cold. Should we head to the hospital, or go grab something delicious to eat, so all your worries will completely blow away? Itsuki's eyes well up with tears as he looks at them with deep gratitude, knowing their warmth dragged him out of that dark, negative world. After that, I also met our master Choha and Iberia as well. Itsuki looks around the dinner table with a gentle gaze, seeing them not just as allies but as a growing family of his own. He smiles softly, enjoying this rare moment of peace and a deep sense of safety he has not felt in years. Sometimes I cannot help but wish this fleeting moment could last forever. You see, his absolute biggest fear is just being left alone. Choha quietly observes him, realizing the overall vibe around the young demon king is now incredibly peaceful, totally different from his past anxiety. Suddenly, Iberia rushes forward and wraps Itsuki in a tight hug, yelling that she will absolutely never leave his side. Not even a single step. A panicked Itsuki pushes her away, claiming that is not what he meant. Izumi Nento steps in to explain the meaning of his question, wanting to confirm if they would ever regret choosing this dangerous path. Once you become saviors and face real deadly danger, harboring any regret is the single most unforgivable thing for your kind. He stands up, his massive back radiating pure authority, telling them a death without regrets is the ultimate goal of all saviors. The entire group responds in unison, promising to engrave those words deep in their hearts. Izumi turns back to urge them to finish eating and rest, since Kisaragi and Harino must return to North District 6 tomorrow. The next morning, Iberia waves goodbye to Rikuru, asking him to make her another home-cooked meal next time. Rikuru yells back while running, promising to do so as long as she does not cause trouble for Itsuki before the main tournament. Itsuki stands there watching them go. He curiously asks Iberia when she and Rikuru became so close, while Iberia turns away to wipe her tears before heading back with Izumi. Speaking of which, there is something I want to ask Seiya, but I can ask during the main tournament. Suddenly, Itsuki freezes upon seeing the strange expression on Choha's face, asking why she is in such a massive rush. Choha is running toward them at absolute full speed, her face painted with extreme panic and anxiety. Izumi Nento also senses something is very wrong, as a breathless Choha delivers highly classified intelligence from the southern continent. She hesitates for a moment, explaining that this top-secret information has an incredibly high clearance level and can only be shared with elite-level 50-plus saviors and the ultimate continent commanders. Izumi looks at his two apprentices, reassuring her that she can trust him enough that letting these two hear the news is perfectly fine. Just tell us everything right now. Choha gravely delivers the prophecy, a devastating new prediction from the Southern Continent Commander Elder Banga. And trust me, you and I are not ready for the massive disaster beast invasion hitting the Northern Continent in 3 days. Alright, let's jump right into this. Yusuke worriedly asks if Elder Banga's prophecy can really be trusted. Izumi Nento quietly explains that Elder Banga is the most famous prophet across the 5 continents. His predictions have always proven to be completely accurate. Sensing the danger, Choha immediately makes an urgent plea, begging his father to quickly escape from the North Continent. There must be a dark reason why the calamity beasts are launching such a massive coordinated attack. This time, the target is likely you, the Supreme Commander. Izumi Nento bows his head in deep thought, realizing just how dangerous his current situation really is. It means if he stays, he will definitely become prime prey. Choha continues her desperate plea, reminding him that direct combat is not his specialty. Since he knows he is the main target, there is no reason to risk his life by staying. He urges him to evacuate to the central continent immediately. Izumi agrees, volunteering to stay behind and fight if they are short on manpower. However, Izumi raises a hand to silence them, making a firm, unyielding decision that his mind is already made up. Say no more. Pay attention here, I have another vital task for you, Tenma. Tenma objects in shock, asking about his teacher's protection since nothing could possibly be more important than that. Izumi explains the secret mission. Iberia's father, Aiden, is the greatest blacksmith across the 5 continents, and it would be catastrophic if something happened to him. He wants Tenma to protect Aiden along with Iberia. They will also send skilled awakened ones from their ranks to support them. Tenma frowns in suspicion, wondering if splitting their forces for one old man is just a trick to keep him away from the battlefield. After Tenma and Iberia depart, Choha stands quietly beside Izumi, who reveals he has 3 critical requests for her as well. Izumi gives his orders, his eyes flashing with absolute authority. First, warn the residents of the North Continent, safely evacuating all citizens and awakened ones who are below level 50. Next, order all awakened ones level 50 and above to prepare for battle with the calamity beasts at any moment. Finally, summon Heitan here. Because the first Northern District has a low population, they do not need to worry about civilian casualties and can fight the monsters head-on. Choha bows her head to report after finishing the task, stating she has arranged everything exactly as her father directed. Heitan will arrive shortly. She then apologizes for causing so much trouble. He can rest now, but look closely as she turns to leave. Her face is covered in sweat, and she is biting her nails in pure anxiety. Thinking anxiously, she wonders if her father is worried, even though Aiden already has highly skilled guards by his side. If that is the case, she just needs to wipe out all the small fry and drag the boss into the light. Suddenly, her face flushes red with embarrassment when her father's voice echoes out, praising her for seeing right through the situation, just as he expected from his daughter. Choha seriously analyzes the current situation, noting the prophecy warns of a level 100 or higher calamity beast, which means they must absolutely play all of their ultimate trump cards. The specific reason her father sent Tenma away is, with Tenma's current power, if he joins the battle against a disaster monster like that and fights using his unique methods, his secret abilities will be exposed to the world, and the enemy will move to eliminate him at any cost. Continuing her reasoning, she says she understands now. To prevent that, Izumi adds that there is actually one more secret reason. Judging by his battles so far, it seems Tenma is still lacking raw destructive power. There are rumors that Aiden possesses a powerful artifact that boosts attack power. If Tenma can reach out and obtain that glowing cube, it could bring immense hope and change his fate. An absolute flawless awakened one who has it all will finally be born. The fateful hour arrives as the North Continent's sky turns pitch black. It is day 1 of the prophecy, 8 p.m. Across every single district, the dark night falls as giant stone tablets rain down like a devastating storm. Deep in the 2nd Northern District, Tenma and Iberia sprint desperately through the darkness. It is already 8 p.m. Asking how much further to her father's house, Iberia gasps out that they have about 100 kilometers left. Tenma looks at Iberia with deep worry. She must be exhausted after such a long journey, yet she is not asked to rest even once. She is clearly terrified for her father, especially since a calamity beast could strike their location at any given second. They must rush to reach Iberia's father before it is too late. Suddenly, Iberia points frantically to the sky, screaming out in utter panic for Isuki to look up. Tenma looks up. Trust me, you do not want to miss this. Alright, you and I are about to watch a massive blazing meteor hurtle down from the sky at a terrifying speed, crashing directly into the city. A deafening explosion shakes the earth as the massive stone collides with the ground, sending a colossal plume of smoke into the sky. Tenma Isuki turns pale. The evacuation warning was barely announced, meaning innocent civilians are still fleeing. If a disaster beast emerges right now, the casualties will be catastrophic. Panicked citizens look up at the torn sky, knowing massive casualties are completely unavoidable. A disaster beast is coming. Everyone run away from that stone pillar. It is exactly what Elder Vaga prophesied. Damn it, it is way too early. As a massive barrier begins to seal off the impact zone, Tenma stands at a crossroads, forced to make a choice. If we leave these people behind, there will be a total bloodbath. But if we stop to help, our actual mission fails. Tenma glances over at Iberia, thinking to himself that if he suggests saving the civilians, Iberia will absolutely hate it. But proving him wrong, Iberia points toward the city and shouts with absolute determination, "Isuki, let's go help them." The disaster beast inside that barrier is at least level 20. Without high-level awakeners, who knows how many will die? Tenma is stunned but quickly snaps out of it. Pay attention because they are officially changing the plan. They will take down the disaster beast inside the city first. Deep in the city, a massive stone foot stomps the ground. Through the chaotic dust, a giant blazing monster emerges with scorching heat, the level 21 flame golem. A hunter party surrounds it, calculating their strategy. 3 level 15 hunters and 1 level 16. Damn, this will be tough. But against a level 20 disaster beast, we still have a chance. The shield bearer shouts, casting his C-rank skill Stone Shield to block the coming attack. "Keep the formation, I will hold the line." Gritting his teeth against the searing heat, he barks orders to his team, "Find an opening and strike back the moment you can." But the flame golem does not even flinch. It slams a blazing fist into the street, completely shattering their formation. The shield bearer stares in horror as his shield crumbles. His face pales. No, this is impossible. His team panics, instantly seeing their tank fall. If our strongest defender was taken down in a single hit, then we do not stand a single chance. There is no way we can win this. What are we supposed to do? Overwhelmed by pure terror, they begin to flee. Are you seriously asking that? Run! Fighting this thing is just throwing our lives away. Hey, watch out! I know what you are thinking, but a figure cuts them off with a sneer. Worry about your own skins! Suddenly, a shadow looms behind him, making his eyes tremble with fear. He spins around instantly, launching a desperate final attack. "Please, just work. I will do anything, just do not kill me." C-rank skill water cannon. He fires a massive blast of water at the beast. Thinking confidently, how did this thing get behind me? I can't believe I let those pathetic words slip out. But this is the end of it. After all, I am a water attribute mage, the natural enemy of this fire beast. As thick smoke rises, another swordsman rushes forward to steal the credit. Did he actually do it? Just to be sure. I will finish it off. Swinging his sword, he yells greedily, "Do not interfere. I basically defeated this beast alone, so I get the final blow." But suddenly, the flames erupt with pure violence. The golem regenerates in an instant, leaving the swordsman horrified. It is still alive. Kill it quickly. The golem roars, radiating a terrifying heat wave that threatens to incinerate everything. What is this massive wall of fire? We are dead. A massive explosion echoes, but miraculous, nobody is hurt. Tenma Isuki leaped directly into the blast, shielding them with his own body. He stands tall against the raging fire. Iberia turns around and yells to leave this guy to him, but Tenma decisively orders while blocking the attack. "Iberia, don't worry, I will handle this guy. You go evacuate the citizens now." Defense boosted by 10% as he blocks the fire skill using his black ice wall. The surviving hunters gape in total shock. He blocked that massive fire so easily. Are you guys our saviors? We are not saviors yet, but one day I will become a savior even stronger than Taiwajin. Stronger than Taiwajin? You have a big mouth, kid. Despite being saved, the arrogant, ungrateful hunters grumble, "What the hell are you guys doing letting some kid rescue us? Nobody even asked for your help. I was already about to defeat it myself anyway." Can a regular awakener really handle a disaster beast like that? Stick around to find out what happens next. You and I are starting with this guy staring at Tenma, sweating bullets over his crazy high-tier artifact armor. Meanwhile, Tenma recalls his master's crucial teachings from before they parted ways. Come to think of it, his master did say something about that black sphere he shoots. Its power is massive, but casting takes time, and compared to high-tier disaster beasts, its flying speed is far from fast. The advice echoes in his mind. If you miss the first blow, they'll raise their guard, making them even harder to defeat. So try to avoid using it as much as possible during future battles. Keep it as a trump card for critical moments. Listen closely, only fire that black sphere when you are absolutely confident you can take down your opponent. Tenma observes the crowd and assesses the situation. He cannot use that massive spell with all these people around. Meanwhile, the crowd gasps, admiring his insanely cool armor, thinking he is some high-level hero. He clenches his fist, glaring sharply at the colossal golem. If spells are out, he will just have to crush it with brute force. Tenma rockets into the sky, unleashing a lightning-charged black-armored punch straight onto the giant monster's head. Now watch this part as his system triggers a massive AoE attack skill, blasting the fire golem into the shattered asphalt. The giant beast is utterly crushed by this insane force, its blazing flames slowly dying out before everyone's eyes. He lunges forward with another devastating lightning strike, burying the golem's skull deep into the ruptured ground. A massive shockwave detonates from the impact site, instantly blowing away everything in the immediate vicinity. Fleeing citizens freeze in disbelief as they witness the fight, wondering if the disaster beast is truly done for. Wasn't that monster supposed to be a threat to humanity? And that young hunter looks barely 18 years old. The beast is clearly critically injured, leaving a nearby high-rank hunter absolutely stunned by what he is seeing. Before his eyes, a massive level 21 fire golem is being utterly dominated without any chance to fight back. A high-level beast can't even land a counterattack. Who on earth is this mysterious young kid? Hunters whisper in sheer disbelief, realizing he vanished with that blonde girl immediately after slaying the beast. They assume a level 0 like him only won because the golem's health was already at its lowest point. Even I, as a level 15 hunter, couldn't track his speed, let alone match the strength to smash that golem barehanded. You and I both know a level 0 shouldn't be this strong, but his power already rivals level 30 hunters. Taking out a disaster beast of that rank in one shot should have been completely impossible. This does not bode well for what lies ahead of us. He analyzes his stats while running. He must boost his attack power. It is 10:30 p.m. on day 1. Tenma throws a lightning punch at another beast, but it actually manages to dodge. Itsuki, your speed earlier was insane. Iberia pants, struggling to keep up as they sprint through the streets. Man, I never expected you to be this incredibly strong. Tenma stops, looking back at her as she catches her breath. If he wants more attack power, she has a plan. A solid plan indeed, she smiles, mentioning her father's massive vault filled with legendary high-tier artifacts. There has to be something that boosts physical attack, and since you are Master Izumi's disciple, he will gladly agree. Tenma imagines himself wearing epic armor while Iberia giggles, teasing him with a smirk. She is just imagining him in that gear, letting out a sneaky, mischievous chuckle. What are you thinking about anyway? Iberia urges him forward, excited to show him the vault. She promises to ask her father to hook him up with the best artifact available. He thought he had slowed his pace down, but she is still struggling to keep up with his speed. Suddenly, Tenma grabs her shoulder. She yells out in shock, telling him not to push himself too hard. You won't be able to fight properly if we run into a major threat in this state. He suddenly hoists her onto his shoulder and sprints off as she screams that he is going way too fast. We have wasted enough time already. So hang on tight, because you and I are about to see what happens as midnight on day 1 approaches. Alright, you and I are stopping right in front of a creaky old cabin. Finally made it. My arms feel like they're about to fall off. Tenma wonders why the old man lives so deep in the woods when a town would be much safer. He says towns are too noisy for crafting, but Iberia warns him that while it looks like a shabby shack, its defenses are absolutely top-notch. My dad set traps all over this place, so watch out. Tenma senses a faint ripple of magic and activates his magic detection. He reassures Iberia, telling her not to worry. If you follow in my footsteps, you won't trigger a thing. Just stick close to me. Even without you, I can easily dodge them using my own magic detection skill. Iberia confidently leads the way, laughing about how she finally gets to take charge. But suddenly her foot snaps a dry branch on the ground with a loud crack. Both of them freeze. Sweating bullets, Tenma nervously asks her if she's absolutely sure this is her actual home. Suddenly, the ground violently shakes as Iberia screams that they've just triggered the worst trap here. Now watch this, the magic energy is spiking as a massive iron golem, an epic tier humanoid artifact, rises from the ground. Attack 500, agility 300, defense 500, magic 200. Tenma is shocked to see a humanoid artifact here as the golem swings its massive fist. As it charges, Tenma screams a warning to Iberia that it's coming. He instantly leaps in front of her to block the crushing blow, their clash triggering a massive explosion. Sliding back across the ground, Tenma realizes this defense system's attack power actually outmatches his own. Since it was built to protect Iberia's father, he can't just shatter it with his penetrating strike. This is getting tough. He turns to Iberia, asking if there's any way to stop it without targeting its core stone. Iberia reveals its ultimate weakness: just destroy that glowing green gem on its chest to completely shut it down. Tenma smirks confidently, activating Lightning Step Tier 3. Knowing the weak spot makes this easy. You and I both know raw strength is nothing without speed. Darting like lightning, he dodges the golem and lands a thunderous punch. The punch connects, but the golem is completely unfazed and counters with even greater force. He swiftly ducks, aiming directly for the glowing green core on the golem's neck. Leaping up, he rips it out. The giant golem freezes, completely deactivated after a tense clash. A towering shadow suddenly looms over Tenma just as he relaxes, forcing him to face a terrifying sight. Iberia panics and screams for Ryosuke to stop as a lethal blade slashes through the air toward Tenma. The blade stops inches from his head, leaving Tenma shocked by how this guy snuck up on him. The swordsman slowly sheathes his blade. Glancing coldly at Iberia, he mutters that he thought they were lost bandits. Tenma calmly dusts himself off. He wonders how he felt absolutely zero magic energy until the strike. And who even is this guy? His sword has completely vanished. Iberia excitedly introduces him, announcing Tenma as her brand new partner. He is only rank 0 but incredibly strong, and they have formed a duo. Tenma cuts her off before she can name them, asking where her dad is. Ryosuke points toward the cabin. He warns them to be careful, but Iberia runs off to her dad. Ryosuke watches her go with a dead serious expression. But the moment Iberia spots her father, she eagerly brags about her epic victory. Listen, Dad, I actually passed the qualifiers. She keeps bragging about placing 4th on nightmare difficulty, demanding the epic artifact he promised she could freely choose. Suddenly, a brutal slap lands right across Iberia's face. Clutching her stinging cheek, she tearfully asks why he struck her. But Aiden roars in fury, demanding she return the dragon gear she stole. Iberia quickly protests, arguing that she only borrowed a single epic tier artifact. Aiden growls that the dragon gear causes irreversible bodily damage if it is worn for too long. If you ever take it without permission again, I won't hold back. Furious, Iberia throws the bag down and storms off, swearing to never touch his artifacts again. You and I can't miss what's next. Alright, let's jump right into this as old man Aiden turns a sharp gaze toward Tenma, the second disciple of Izumiya, who replies politely. Yes, I am Isuki Tenma. My master sent me to protect you, Master Aiden, due to a prophecy of a devastating attack coming from the north. I have already heard. Aiden looks him up and down, filled with deep suspicion. That guy is incredibly picky and rarely takes disciples. Why did he choose an ordinary kid like you? Suddenly, the old man freezes. His eyes widen in sheer shock. Wait a minute, is your level actually locked? In front of Aiden, Tenma's status window pops up. Isuki Tenma, human, level 0, locked and fixed. The Order Breaker. Unique talent skill undisclosed. Aiden asks with deep suspicion, are you using some kind of karma artifact to hide your true stats? Tenma just shrugs it off. No, that is not really it. The old man looks ahead, lost in thought. I see, no wonder Izumi requested that specific item. Aiden speaks as they walk, saying, your master is a highly calculating man who always demands something big in return. Tenma is confused. Master only asked me to protect you. I never heard anything about a reward. Now pay attention here as Aiden explains further. Your master contacted me, demanding that in exchange for your protection, I must give you a specific karma artifact. Tenma is completely surprised. Did my master really do all that for me? Do not worry, Master Aiden. Even without an artifact, I will still protect you. Aiden shakes his head, saying he has plenty to spare. I am just curious. Why on earth did he choose a broken item? Tenma is shocked. A broken item? Aiden looks back, describing the legendary masterwork this artifact used to be. The unique critical crystal. Attack power was doubled on critical hits, and with a 99% critical rate, every strike was critical. His face fills with regret, but a crack suddenly formed, completely reversing the legendary item's incredible power, turning it into a cursed, useless item. Aiden holds up the shattered crystal, explaining that the artifact's rank has now become completely unidentified, and a mysterious glitch effect has been added to it. The stats pop up. The broken critical crystal. It multiplies attack power by 10 on critical hits, but critical rate is 0%, increasing by 1% per stronger enemy slain. Let's pause here because you and I can see why this item is completely worthless for any normal awakened warrior. Because whatever critical rate you painstakingly build up will reset right back to 0 every single time you level up. Aiden's eyes gleam as he notices a bizarre compatibility, which is why he originally found it so confusing that Izumi requested this glitched item. But looking at your stats, I finally understand. You are quite special, aren't you? I have no idea how you even get stronger. Since you can never level up and your level is completely locked, this artifact is actually absolute perfection for you. Tenma takes the stone. He imagines a future where he defeats endless disaster beasts, slowly building his critical rate until it finally hits 100%. In that future, every single strike he lands will be boosted 10 times over. Equipping item. The system announces that the broken critical crystal is active, with his current rate sitting at 0.0%. Tenma silently ponders the incredibly harsh requirement. His critical rate will only increase when he defeats an enemy with higher attack power than his own. That is definitely brutal. I will figure out a way to deal with this after surviving this upcoming monster raid. Aiden nods in satisfaction, watching the artifact's light harmonize with Tenma. It looks like it was equipped perfectly. It really does suit you. Tenma replies, I have always struggled with low attack power. This item is going to help me immensely. Thank you, Master Aiden. Aiden turns away, his gaze drifting. I craft these artifacts and you warriors use them to fight off those horrific disaster beasts. Ultimately, we are all doing this for the very survival of humanity. No need for thanks. Suddenly he freezes, spotting a streak of light plunging from the sky, unless someone already leaked my secret location. Otherwise, there is no way beasts would ever target a remote place like this. Look out! You kids should go rest. But suddenly an earth-shattering explosion rips through the forest, sending thick clouds of dust soaring. The massive shockwave forces Ryoke and Tenma to shield their faces. The ground shakes violently as Iberia screams in pure panic amidst the crumbling ruins. What is going on? What just happened? Now you and I can see a massive magic circle appearing in the sky as Iberia panics. A barrier? Why is there a blue barrier here? Aiden grits his teeth, sensing a sinister betrayal. Only the high commanders of the 5 continents knew my secret location. Was this falling stone tablet a coincidence, or is it something far worse? Ryosuke draws his sword. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild fight, as he screams for everyone to get back because calamity beasts are charging. Tenma stands frozen. His eyes glow with a chilling blue light as he mutters, I can feel it. Something is approaching at a terrifying speed, dark shapes darting through the deep forest as deafening roars echo everywhere. 608. A giant monster with a sharp horn bursts from the thicket, a level 14 one-horned demon. Everyone screams in panic, they are here. Quick as lightning, Tenma grabs the first beast's deadly claw and immediately unleashes a devastating counterattack that tears through the air. The system activates Black Ice Wall. The pack completely surrounds Tenma, roaring furiously as a chaotic, brutal battle erupts. Tenma focuses energy into his hands, coating them in blue electricity. Against trash mobs of this level, numbers do not matter. I can end them all right now using my Lotus Explosion technique. He glances at Josuke swinging his sword. Josuke is probably strong enough to survive the residual shockwave of Lotus Explosion. But Tenma looks back at the old wooden house. Aiden and Iberia are hiding in the tent right behind him. To avoid hurting his teammates, Tenma charges straight ahead to lure the beasts far away. If he uses Lotus Explosion recklessly, both of them might get caught in the devastating blast. After a series of earth-shattering explosions, Tenma stands among the monstrous corpses. He sighs, realizing he is definitely suited for playing solo. Suddenly, now watch closely, because Tenma spins around as his sharp senses detect a mana source far more powerful than before. A massive monster emerges with 2 glowing purple horns, a level 24 two-horned demon guardian emitting insane pressure. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous space. Red-hot lava flows through rock crevices in this dark corner of the demon world. Seated on a throne of bones, a powerful shadow speaks, saying they have sent the first vanguard of low-level slaves to the human world. Out of the 8 demon kings, which one should be tasked with leading the main invasion force? Crimson eyes gleam from the dark, issuing a cold command. Through the eye left behind during the last invasion of the human world, they have detected a very important presence. Capture them. Emerging from the shadows, Enraku Iyama, one of the 8 great demon kings, reveals his overwhelming, powerful presence. A subordinate asks if they should entrust this important mission directly to one of the 8 demon kings. The supreme leader worries too much power will ruin things, warning that a demon king-level entity might destroy the eye left behind. I will assign this task to a demon general. The servant bows, obeying the order. With glowing purple eyes, he adds that overall command of the main force will go to Enshokuma, the primate-eating beast. Enshokuma, one of the 8 great demon kings, appears looking incredibly feral. It has been ages since he tasted live human flesh. I am absolutely positive that he is starving right now. You and I are suddenly pulled back to the human world by a terrified scream. Tenma realizes it is Iberia. Did a beast break in? Suddenly, a level 24 two-horned guardian, number 815 of the Horned Demon Tribe, attacks Tenma viciously. Backed into a corner, Tenma grits his teeth. Since things have gotten this bad, he has no choice but to use that secret technique. He stares down the monster's heavy, crushing fist, ready to unleash his ultimate secret attack. Tenma quickly calculates everything in his mind. Its attack power is higher than his, so defeating it means he can boost his critical strike rate. The damaged critical crystal stat screen appears, showing 0%. It increases by 1% for defeating stronger opponents. Gathering purple light, the system activates Clear Aura Ray, a penetrating blast that strikes the target dead on. His critical rate goes up by 1%. Tenma sighs with relief, glad to see it worked exactly as planned. With his critical rate now at 1%, Tenma stands on the corpse and calls out to Josuke. I am going after the beast that broke inside. Hold the line here. Yosuke replies, you can count on me. Gathering his strength, Tenma storms off like a bolt of blue lightning toward the wooden house behind him. Inside, Iberia is bleeding out from severe wounds. He mutters in despair, realizing he cannot win without his proper gear. His vision grows blurry with immense pain and terror as he realizes he has reached the very end. As the monster prepares to deliver the killing blow, Iberia screams through his tears, Isuki, please save me. Suddenly, a giant iron anvil crashes down, blocking the blow. Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Let's dive in. Aiden, Iberia's non-combatant father, stands tall in front, leaving his son completely shocked. But he shows no fear toward the calamity beast. Aiden coldly tells the monster, you're pretty stubborn, aren't you? The monster growls, turning its head to look at the silver-haired man radiating pure bloodlust. Aiden takes a combat stance and shouts, I will leave the rest to you. Right then, Tenma appears like a saving god. The young man immediately blocks the colossal attack of the beast. His arm transforms into a sharp blade, piercing right through its body. The system announces that Black Ice Wall has been activated, dropping the beast on the spot. Tenma retracts his power, turning to Aiden. I'm sorry for being late. It took me some time to deal with the gatekeepers. How is the situation outside? He looks closely at the black beast under his feet. Tenma senses nothing. He can no longer feel any magic fluctuations coming from the outside. I guess Josuke cleared out all the calamity beasts. Aiden looks out at the yard. Now watch this, stands amidst a mountain of monster corpses. Did he seriously pull off all of this alone? Sheathing his sword, Josuke warns them grimly, don't let your guard down. Until we destroy that barrier, calamity beasts will keep spawning endlessly. With each passing moment, they will only grow stronger and more dangerous. He continues outlining the strategy. I plan to destroy the barrier and slay as many monsters as possible on my way, but if any get past me, you must hold. Tenma interrupts. His eyes suddenly glow with an eerie, menacing blue light. No, I'll be the one to slaughter every single calamity beast inside the barrier. Josuke, stay here and protect Uncle Aiden and Iberia. Aiden stares intently at Tenma, captivated by his gaze, those eyes. I know what you're thinking. He silently observes in awe. There isn't even a single trace of fear in those eyes. Aiden makes the final decision. We will leave the destruction of the barrier to Tenma. Josuke asks with concern, if it's a blue barrier, the beasts inside must be at least level 250. Are you sure you can do this? Tenma firmly asserts, I'm sure. Scene cuts to Tenma dashing off at lightning speed. Filled with absolute excitement, he thinks, finally I can fight to my heart's content. Iberia struggled to go stand. All right, Josuke, watch my dad. Aiden stops him. Not you. Iberia freezes. Why not? We're a team. Aiden looks at his son coldly. Stop playing this pathetic teammate game. It's absolutely pathetic. You and Tenma live in two completely different worlds. Iberia screams out in pure frustration. We have journeyed together all this way. What do you mean by different worlds? A team is meant to support and cover each other's weaknesses. Aiden shouts, cutting his son off. But you aren't supporting him at all. You are nothing but a burden in his way. At this rate, the old man growls with bitter severity. You will only end up getting Tenma killed. Aiden turns away, reflecting, and of course I'm not just talking about you. Tenma is an extraordinary existence. No one from his generation can even stand on the same level as him. Looking at Tenma's silhouette fading into the dark forest, he asks, "Have you ever seen his eyes when he is facing those calamity beasts? That's the look of..." Watching Tenma, Aiden silently judges, "Those are the eyes of a person completely consumed by hatred." Tenma dashes forward like a blue lightning storm. The system alerts, "Mana search complete. 5 enemy targets detected. 50% of users' mana has been restored." He leaps high into the air. Glaring sharply, he shouts, "5 calamity beasts? They must have just spawned from the barrier. This will refill my mana completely. Out of my way." A fiery explosion engulfs the entire forest. The system screen displays Lotus Storm has been activated. 5 enemies eliminated. All skill range plus 5%, current count plus 1. Critical rate is at 106%. Crit damage plus 1%, crystal damage 2%. Tenma glides through the night, calculating his next move. The defense capability of that 2-horned guardian was way too high. I wasted 80% of my mana just to drop it with Lotus Storm. But I won't let a single monster get past me to reach Iberia and the others. From afar, Iberia watches in shock as smoke and fire rise high above the trees. Panicking, he turns to Josuke. "Where did that explosion come from?" Josuke narrows his eyes, recognizing the familiar power. That is Tenma's skill. He must have run into the calamity beasts in the forest. And that's where we leave it. Josuke's gaze deepens as he ponders that massive blast. Trust me, this is not something a level 0 hunter could ever create. Could the real reason Tenma can never level up be the stat reduction from his own unique talent? Now Tenma stands before a massive wall of energy, realizing this is a green barrier. These calamity beasts seem to be on a completely different level compared to any monster he has ever faced before. As his mana search activates, Tenma freezes in shock, never expecting his scanning skill to be blocked like this. He cannot even estimate the sheer number or power of the monsters hiding deep inside. He recalls his master's old teachings about how barrier colors reveal the exact level of the monsters within. Gray barriers mean levels 1 to 25, green means 26 to 50, blue is 51 to 75, purple is 76 to 100, and red is over 100. This green barrier means levels 26 to 50. Tenma gazes at the glowing white lotus mark on his palm, knowing that if he wipes them all out, they will drop a massive mountain of experience points. With a wave of his hand, dark smoke condenses into a grotesque figure, summoning his Shikigami, the Death Hound. A massive black wolf emerges, boasting some absolutely terrifying stats. Death Hound, B rank, level 16. Skills: Death Scent, Mana Search, Regeneration, and Attack Defense of 250 by 150. Gently patting his summon's head, Tenma whispers, "I will let you consume all the experience points we get from this." Stepping into the barrier, he issues a cold command, "But until I give the word, you are not allowed to touch a single hair of theirs." His eyes flash with a deadly blue light as he declares every single calamity beast inside to be his prey. Watch closely as we jump to a different location on this prophecy day. At 11:30 p.m., a girl stands on the balcony to deliver a report. "Father, the awakened guardians have finally arrived." A man in blue armor proudly steps forward. "Miss Izumi, from this moment on, I rank 1 savior Keiichi will protect you. I am a level 63 wind mage." Her father calmly adjusts his glasses and replies, "Thank you all for coming." Along with him, 5 rank 3 saviors and 3 rank 2 saviors are also present. But Akira Hayton is missing, even though he was assigned to guard the outer perimeter. She looks at her phone with an anxious expression. "When we spoke 6 hours ago, he said he was already on his way here. But when I tried calling him 1 and 3 hours later, his phone was completely unreachable." Massive stone pillars have been falling across the northern province since 8 p.m. tonight. Perhaps he ran into some trouble along the way, though a normal calamity beast should never be a threat to someone of his stature. After all, he is one of the 6 elite special grade saviors. Izumi turns to them and urges, "Please, you must keep trying to contact him. Only a special grade savior has any real hope of standing against these terrifying calamity beasts appearing here." Keiichi Regima chuckles with supreme, arrogant confidence, asking her, "Aren't you overestimating these special grade saviors a bit too much? No matter how strong Wajin Tei or Akira Hayton might be, they are still just human." He clenches his fist. Filled with raw ambition, he adds, "I don't believe there is a massive gap between them and elite first-class rankers like us. We might struggle a little bit, but there is absolutely no way we cannot defeat any monster they can kill." I know what you're thinking, but Izumi just stares at him with a knowing look. Confidence is great, but thinking you are on their level is just foolish. Looking out at the burning crimson sky, her father speaks up, warning him, "That is only because you have never actually faced a truly powerful calamity beast before." Suddenly, a massive stone pillar crashes down directly from the sky. Keiichi panics and draws his sword, realizing a calamity beast is about to emerge. Izumi looks up in absolute horror at the magic circle swirling above. "It is here, and it is useless. I still cannot contact Hayton." Keiichi Regima flashes an arrogant, overly confident smirk, telling Izumi, "If a special grade savior cannot even show up to help us, they are not even worth worrying about anyway. Do not worry, we will wipe out every single one of these beasts." His eyes grow incredibly cold and ambitious as he says, "I am going to prove right now that a first-class savior is just as capable as any special grade." Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the massive green barrier continues to glow silently in the shadows. Tenma and his loyal death hound finally take their first steps inside. Looking around, he notices the scenery looks completely identical to the outside, yet a strange, heavy aura in the air makes him feel deeply uneasy. Standing perfectly still, he focuses to sense the energy flow and activates his mana search. He can easily sense the wild fluctuations of mana right inside the barrier, but just as he predicted, he cannot read any energy from the outside. It seems the inside and outside of the barrier are completely separate dimensions. A notification pops up, detecting 5 enemy targets and restoring 50% mana. "You and I know he's about to cook." "Alright, you and I are diving right into the action. He just located 5 targets." Tenma turns to his black wolf and commands it to stay here and wait. "If any calamity beasts escape this way, you can devour them." He gently pats his summon, calling it a good boy before activating Thunderbreaker and Roaring Wave. "It is time for me to start moving as well." Instantly, 2 aggressive calamity beasts charge wild through the deep forest, hunting down the intruder with terrifying speed. Suddenly, Tenma appears right next to a monster with unbelievable speed. He unleashes a massive punch to knock it back, then activates his black ice wall. A massive pillar of blue lightning strikes down from the heavens with a deafening explosion. Terrifying power rips through the darkness, blasting the calamity beasts away as blood splatters everywhere. Out of the rubble, a massive purple-horned beast clad in heavy stone armor emerges to threaten Tenma. Completely unfazed, Tenma points directly at the beast, activating his clear orb-piercing sphere. The sphere unleashes a dense beam of purple light, piercing straight through the giant beast's head in an instant. System notifications flash repeatedly, adding 1% to his critical rate with a broken critical crystal, while Tenma lands gracefully at 3% critical rate. Looking toward the glowing light, he notes that his critical rate has increased to 3%. Statistically speaking, out of every 100 attacks, only 3 will be critical hits. Now pay attention to this moment. He is hoping for a critical strike soon, but he is also looking at an ancient stone monument up close for the very first time. Approaching the magical stone tablet, he wonders if destroying it will make the barrier disappear completely. 1 hit should do it. Suddenly, the system warns him of an enemy, restoring 10% of his mana. Tenma's eyes instantly narrow with sharp alertness, realizing another beast is still hiding nearby in the dark. Swoosh! Jet black tentacles suddenly rip through the air, attacking Tenma from right behind the stone monument. Tenma rolls away just in time. If he had not detected the mana fluctuation and stayed highly alert, those tentacles would have pierced right through him. He glares into the writhing darkness, realizing the creature had been hiding right behind the monument. This calamity beast is entirely different from the others. A bizarre, monstrous shadow slowly steps out from the blue light of the stone monument. A brilliant blue barrier covers the entire sky, signaling that a fierce and brutal battle is about to begin. Outside, Josuke looks at Iberia, who bows his head in shame as they discuss how even Tenma might struggle against them all. "It is too dangerous out there, so wait in your room." Iberia looks shocked at Josuke. "Will I really cause Asuki's death one day?" We can all feel his agonizing guilt. Josuke tries to comfort the young man, saying their master often exaggerates, so he should not worry so much about it. Iberia sighs, but looking back at everything that happened, "It really seems like I am just a useless burden." Josuke points at the energy barrier, explaining that the beasts inside this blue zone are levels 20 to 50. "Do you have the confidence to defeat even a single level 26 beast?" Iberia trembles, saying he has none. Josuke smiles reassuringly, telling him not to lose heart like that. "I am not saying you are weak. When I was your age, I did not even have the courage to step inside a blue barrier and fight a calamity beast." Iberia looks up in utter surprise, asking if that was really true even for him. Josuke nods, explaining that the difference between gray and blue barriers is not just a matter of monster levels. Josuke continues to explain to the curious Iberia what else makes them so different. The calamity beasts inside the gray barrier completely lack intelligence, existing only to repeat endless cycles of slaughter and destruction. Josuke recalls his past battles, admitting they are strong, but there are always ways to win with a proper plan. But inside a blue barrier, they are highly intelligent, much like we humans are. A towering, oppressive entity suddenly appears before them. General Square 336, Level 34. Tenma realizes that some of these calamity beasts actually possess high intellect, wondering if he was careless against its superior detection skills. Among those in Tenma's generation, only a select few possess the raw strength to stand against a high-level beast like that. Tenma quietly observes his opponent through his messy hair, confirming his worst suspicions. The calamity beast inside this barrier is unlike any creature he has ever faced before, while Josuke glances at the downcast Iberia. So what do you and I take from this? He isn't a burden because he's weak, but simply because Tenma is just too strong. Tenma stands tall, defiant, shocked that the beast saw through his skills in seconds, and above all that it can speak human language. Alright, you and I are finally meeting this legendary monster. The legendary calamity beast from the rumors. The monster sneers, baring rows of razor-sharp teeth. What on earth are you babbling about? Are you actually begging for mercy? It looks down at Tenma with utter contempt. Thought you were strong, but you are just a level 0. A pathetic, cowardly clown who cannot stop shaking just by looking at me. Tenma flashes a wild, manic grin. I am just excited. I have wanted to ask your kind something for a long time. Since you can talk, why not give me an answer? Lightning energy crackles violently around the massive monster. Fine, if that is your last wish, I will grant it. Tenma's eyes burn with fire. He asks coldly, Tell me, do you feel pain? The demon general scoffs in amusement. You honestly think a mere pathetic human can make me feel pain? Don't make me laugh. Pitch-black tentacles whip forward to attack. Inflicting pain on others is a privilege reserved only for us. Whoosh! A wind-slitting strike rushes forward. Tenma quickly dodges the lethal blow. Suddenly appearing right in front of the beast, wild lightning erupts from his body. He unleashes an earth-shattering, devastating punch, sending the demon general flying back hundreds of meters. Glowing red eyes stare through the rising smoke. Did the strike hit? No way. Watch closely here. His mana is actually surging even stronger than before. Those pitch-black tentacles rise again, launching a relentless, rapid-fire assault with terrifying speed. Tenma flashes forward like lightning, closing the distance, but in terms of pure speed, I am still one step ahead of you. A heavy slash lands but deals 0 damage. Tenma clicks his tongue. Damn it. Lacking raw power means I cannot decapitate him even with a direct hit. It barely inflicts any real damage at all. The monster watches his agile movements in absolute shock. I cannot believe a mere level 0 is capable of moving this fast. What is your actual level anyway? It whips a massive tentacle violently at Tenma, but in the end, no matter how fast you are still nothing more than prey. Unleashing a barrage of relentless strikes, the beast boasts arrogantly, Your weak, pathetic attacks can hit me 100 times over, and I still won't feel a single thing. But if you take even a single blow from me, everything is over. But suddenly Tenma blinks right in front of him, landing a brutal punch straight to his face. Let's pause here. Look closely as his sharp tentacle grazes Tenma in a lethal counterattack, leaving a bright glowing trail of mana behind. Leaping onto a high branch, he challenges the monster. If you think you can do it, then try me. Blue electricity erupts from Tenma as he teleports away. That electrical aura is just a speed-boosting skill, right? Let us see how long your mana can actually hold out. Tenma calmly analyzes his opponent's anatomy. Those tentacles are not a skill, they are a physical part of his body. And that is exactly why Overmimesis cannot be activated. Counting each strike as he fights, he wonders, what hit is this, the 18th or maybe the 19th? His mana status bar plummets to 97. I have overused my skills and my mana is running dangerously dry. Sweat drenches Tenma's forehead, but his eyes remain determined as his stamina plummets rapidly. At this rate, even my speed is going to drop. If that is the case, I will go all out on offense. Tenma charges forward with terrifying speed. Relying on a measly 3% chance, I will keep striking over and over. If just one single critical hit lands, I will win this battle. Deafening metallic clashes ring out continuously as Tenma attacks relentlessly, head-on against the massive beast. Focusing with absolute concentration, he knows the only way to trigger a critical hit is to stack up successful attacks. Faster! I must increase my attack speed even more. Blinding flashes of blue lightning collide, creating a chaotic, wild, and savage melee inside the barrier. Suddenly, Tenma freezes, blood spraying from his mouth as a sharp spike skewers his body. The monster gloats triumphantly at the pinned warrior, charging in so recklessly like that. What a pathetic, brainless fool. Leaning in close, it mockingly sneers. What is wrong? Weren't you going to make me feel pain? Tenma chuckles softly. The monster grips Tenma's shoulder in absolute shock. Heh, you are still alive? Seems your defense is actually surprisingly high. Tenma flashes a murderous, bloody smile as a system notification suddenly pops up in front of him. Finally, you are here. A notification from the pink critical crystal pops up. Next attack has a 100% critical hit chance. Instantly, he unleashes a devastating lightning punch straight into the monster's exposed chest. The words critical strike glow bright red amidst the breathtaking, bone-shattering impact. The giant beast screams in absolute agony as the shockwave blows away everything around them. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see if this monster survives. Stick with me. We're starting right as this terrifying demon general collapses, trembling in sheer disbelief. What just happened? And how did you suddenly obtain such a terrifying level of power? Tenma casually wipes the blood from his mouth, his eyes icy as he thinks that was actually pretty tough. Ever since surviving that fatal blow, a wild flood of crazy emotions has been surging from deep within my chest. I have never felt anything like this before. Blood dyes his shirt red, but Tenma does not stop, even as it pours from his stomach wound. Yet strangely, I do not feel any pain at all. Looking up at the night sky, his breath fogging in the cold air, this feeling is unbelievable as Tenma steps closer. Grabbing the dying monster tightly, he asks, "Do you feel pain now?" Terrified, the beast wonders what this guy is. Aren't humans supposed to be weak, filthy creatures? He is clearly level 46 or higher. Hiding his real stats like this is incredibly cheap. Hey, what are you doing? Tenma's eyes burn crimson with pure cruelty as he prepares to deliver the final blow. Disaster beasts usually have no intelligence at all. Even when killed, they never cry out or scream. Now pay attention here. Watch how this monster screams as he lets out a deeply satisfied smile. Hearing the scream of a disaster beast that actually feels real pain is truly a whole different experience. Tenma ruthlessly finishes his opponent in a pool of blood. The monster gasps in utter despair. No way. Is he going to crush my head? This thing is not human, he is a demon. As silence returns, the system announces that the threat is cleared, increasing critical rate by 1%. Critical crystal shattered. Current critical rate is now 4%. As the adrenaline fades, Tenma collapses in pain. Now that the danger is past, his body finally relaxes. Instead of that powerful sensation from earlier, an intense throbbing pain starts surging from his open wound. Looking up, he watches the fading energy shield, the barrier now turning completely transparent. This means that not a single disaster beast is left alive inside this area. Clutching his wound, Tenma walks heavily toward the center. All that is left now is destroying the stone monument. You and I both know he is exhausted, but he still summons his remaining strength to shatter the monument. Leaning against the rubble, Tenma catches his breath. Before heading back to Iberia, he realizes there is one final thing he must check, whispering a mysterious word: death. Instantly, a massive black shadow descends from above at its master's call as he commands, "Show me your real face." The black wolf steps out of the darkness. Tenma looks on in surprise. Haven't you grown much larger than before? Staring deep into its glowing eyes, he realizes there is far more to this transformation. The Shikigami status window pops up, revealing an impressive level jump of 3 whole levels all at once. On top of that, he gained 150 attribute points. Deathhound rank B, level 16, attack and defense 250 over 150. Tenma strokes its fur. Deep in thought, he realizes that as its level increases, its physical body grows as well. It was not just his imagination. That means looking up at the beast that now towers over him, he smiles with anticipation. If it levels up a dozen more times, he wonders just how massive it will become. He truly cannot wait to find out. The scene shifts to the Ijimi mansion on the first day of prophecy at 11:35 p.m., dark energy blanketing the forest. Pointing to the sky in shock, Iberia tells Yosuke that the barrier has vanished, meaning Tenma actually succeeded. Yosuke silently observes the changing atmosphere, realizing that Tenma destroyed that massive barrier in just about 10 minutes. Maybe there were no intelligent monsters inside, but even so, that speed is absolutely unbelievable. At the very least, he is far stronger than I used to be. Cutting back to Tenma. Sitting slumped against a cliff face, his breath grows incredibly shallow after a long journey of non-stop battles. Having lost this much blood and with zero energy left, his physical body has truly reached its absolute limit. Despite his severe injuries, Tenma clings to his Shikigami's shoulder, asking, "Death, you can trace the flow of mana, right? Follow my mana trail and carry me back to Iberia's location." The loyal black wolf lets out a soft growl and leaps, dashing through the dense forest under the silent night sky. Meanwhile, back at the log cabin, Josuke freezes, immediately on high alert as a distant howl echoes. A disaster beast's roar? But shouldn't the barrier already be destroyed by now? Why is this happening? Sensing danger approaching, Josuke quickly warns Iberia to return to her room. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Alright, stick with me as Iberia stands frozen in absolute fear, whispering, "This roar, I have heard it somewhere before." Out of the deep, suffocating darkness, a colossal shadow with razor-sharp claws charges forward at a truly terrifying speed. Ryosuke draws his massive greatsword, taking a lethal stance in the shadows as the beast draws closer. I do not know where it came from, but if it is a calamity beast, I will carve it to pieces. A fierce clash erupts as Ryosuke swings his sword with massive force toward the pouncing beast. Iberia suddenly gasps in complete horror. Wait, that is the beast Matok Majuki, who became Tenma's summon. Seeing Ryosuke about to deliver a finishing blow, Iberia screams frantically to stop the mistake. Hold on, that's Tenma's summon! The razor-sharp blade tears through the air. Barely missing the charging black wolf, Ryosuke suddenly stops in shock, staring down at Tenma's unconscious body lying right next to the beast, his own summon. He begins piecing together the anomalies about this young man. Only a true summoner could ever command a beast like this. Am I right? Now pay attention here. His combat power is insane. His level never increases, yet he uses skills from other classes. Tears welling in his eyes as he cries, "Are you okay, Juki?" Tenma Juki is wrapped in way too many mysteries. Spotting a pool of blood, Iberia frantically cradles his friend's head. What happened here? There is just too much blood, Iberia cries out as Tenma barely parts his lips. His voice is faint as a whisper. Tenma's eyes close, leaving Iberia devastated. Sobbing uncontrollably, he cries out. Ryosuke checks Tenma's pulse, speaking with a calm but cold tone. He is not dead yet, so there is no need to cry like that. Looking up at Ryosuke with hopeful eyes, "Juki, is he really still alive?" Ryosuke points to Tenma's chest, which is slowly rising and falling. Look, he is still breathing normally. Instantly lifting Tenma up, Ryosuke barks an order. Iberia, you have those Kodama bandages, right? This severe wound needs immediate treatment. Iberia quickly responds, yes, I will take care of it. Inside the quiet room, Tenma lies motionless, wrapped around his torso as Iberia steals his resolve. I know what you're thinking, but even if Iberia cannot match Juki's strength, he has a special duty only he can fulfill. He recalls the true nature of his magic. His class is a wind mage, a controller of air currents and the wind. This is a versatile class, capable of handling both combat and support duties. But his status window reveals a very special gift, showing his passive talent is rank 2 healing focus. Its effect. Wind-based attack damage is reduced by 50%, but the healing speed of his wind-based magic is boosted by 50%, a low-tier talent meant only for self or ally recovery. Staring intensely down at his own hands with burning eyes, he recalls hating this talent and never using it a single time, but now he will cast it as much as needed. A green mana aura erupts around Iberia as the system announces the activation of his rank C skill, Healing Breeze. A warm light gently envelops Tenma. Iberia silently prays, please recover quickly, Juki, for the sake of our duo. Meanwhile, right outside the Tenma estate at 11:35 p.m., a massive purple barrier suddenly expands from a fallen stone monument. A devastating strike rains down from above, completely shattering all defensive barriers. Chirima collapses in the gray smoke as Choha screams out in utter despair. Chirajima! Choha quickly casts healing magic on Chirajima, urging him, please hang in there. I will heal you right now, but how is it looking out there? Chirajima weakly gasps, run now! Chirajima's face contorts in terror as he stares at the massive shadow looming behind them. Its size, defense, physical power, and speed, everything is on a completely different level. Even a special-grade savior stands absolutely no chance. There is no way humanity can defeat a monster like this. A terrifying presence looms over them. Warrior number 14 of the Uji clan, level 81. Nento steps in to shield them. Chirajima screams, Choha, get out of here! The monster growls at its new opponent, eyeing the strange outfit. You must be Izumi Nento, right? With an arrogant sneer, the beast readies its strike. Trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Let's jump in as the enemy boasts they won't even need Kyusoku-ma, while Nento calmly realizes he is their true target. If so, that's a relief. Boom, a colossal collision erupts and a blinding white light engulfs the entire area. Choha screams in panic for his father while Chirajima cries out in utter despair. It is all over. The dust clears, Nento stands tall, looking at the newly arrived figure, muttering, "You are late." A young man with glowing red bloodthirsty eyes steps forward. It is Akira Heighten, shielding Nento from the threat. "Sorry, just leave this beast to me." The monster laughs mockingly, scoffing that he does not know where this brat came from, but he sure has a big mouth. Chirajima desperately screams a warning. "Be careful, that thing is incredibly strong." Without wasting a single word, Heighten concentrates all his energy into his fist, launching a strike that tears through space. Black blood splatters everywhere as the monster violently explodes. Kirajima's eyes widen, completely frozen by this terrifying sight. Staring at the back of the man who did it, he gasps, "Is this the power of a special grade savior?" Trembling, Kirajima finally realizes the truth. He used to think even special grades were still just ordinary human beings. But this is no human. You and I are looking at a monster with power that completely defies all common sense. Choha rejoices, celebrating that they finally made it and survived this terrifying crisis. But Heighten coldly replies, "No, this is where everything actually begins." Instantly, the sky turns threateningly dark on the first day of prophecy. At 11:40 p.m., the barrier near the Izumi Nento mansion suddenly shifts from purple to blood red. A massive hairy creature slowly emerges from the raging flames. Trapped inside this red barrier, how will Sarusukuma terrorize and torment humanity now? A demon with blazing fire hair laughs savagely, saying he really wants to witness that sight right here. It is the level 37 Flame Demon King. A pure white monster roars behind him as he asks, "You agree with me, do you not?" The level 49 White Oni. A powerful cloaked figure commands them not to do anything unnecessary, as their sole mission is to capture that target. If you fail, you know the consequences. The mighty leader reveals himself, the level 87 Frost Demon General. Why were we sent into the same barrier as Sokusukuma instead of going directly after our target? If all three of us are within a single barrier, it would turn purple and attract unwanted attention. He explains their cruel strategy. The red barrier created by Sokusukuma will draw in all the powerful humans nearby. And that way, you and I can see their plan. They'll complete Ringa's mission unhindered, thanks to Sokusukuma, one of the 8 great demon kings. The demon kings gaze toward the mansion while Sokusukuma draws all the attention. "Let us head straight to the destination. Do you know where it is?" The demon king reassures him that Vinga will guide them using the magic eye that was left behind in the human world. At that very moment, inside his bedroom, Tenma wakes up drenched in a cold sweat. That creature cannot just see the coordinates of the magic eye, but also everything it currently beholds. Tenma's eyes suddenly change terrifyingly. Right now, that eye is in the exact same place as our target. The clock strikes 11:35 p.m. on the first day of prophecy, and Tenma lies motionless. Inside his subconscious, he sees his younger self standing before his mother. "Mother, I have finally found a calamity beast that can actually feel pain just like we do." Young Isuki smiles brightly with innocence. "I crushed its head and now your revenge will..." His mother looks at him with sorrowful eyes and says, "No." "Oh, Isuki." She gently teaches him that there are things far more important than revenge. Isuki pauses, wondering what could possibly be more important than wiping out every calamity beast. His mother smiles warmly, telling him that power is not meant for seeking revenge but for protecting the people you love. Isuki lowers his head as darkness slowly swallows the young boy. That is impossible. He screams in agonizing pain. "I will never forgive the calamity beasts that slaughtered father and mother." Young Isuki's eyes suddenly burn with deep hatred. "I will destroy every single one of them." His mother quietly looks away, her face filled with deep sorrow as she watches the path of hatred her young son has chosen. Sadly, she slowly begins to fade away. "It is time for me to go now." "Where are you going, mother?" "I still have so many things I want to tell you." Gently touching his cheek, she gives her final warning, "Isuki, please do not let this hatred consume your soul." Young Isuki weeps, reaching his tiny hands into the empty air, crying out for his mother. But his hands only touch the fading light dissolving into the void, leaving Isuki's face frozen in shock. Tears stream down as he realizes his mother is truly gone. "But trust me, we are not ready for the mocking voice that suddenly echoes from the darkness. Mourning the dead? You and I both know that's typical behavior for weak creatures." Tenma gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing crimson with fury. "You bastard," he roared in pure hatred at the massive shadow enveloping his entire soul. A terrifying demon of destruction emerged from a sea of blood, sneering. "Finally awake? It seems you only act like a helpless child when you are around her." Tenma braced himself, massive energy exploding around his body. "You absolute bastard." He lunged forward to attack the illusionary enemy with a deafening roar. "I will kill you." The mysterious figure easily deflected the attack, whispering threateningly, "Calm down. I will let you feel that absolute despair again very soon." He struck a devastating blow directly into Tenma's mind, bringing true despair. Tenma screamed in agony as he was blasted back. Watch closely, he vows to kill Linga no matter what happens. Back in reality, Iberia is desperately using magic to protect Tenma from the disaster beast. Telling herself she must save him. Tenma weakly opened his eyes, looking at the faint breeze. A gentle wind like this cannot even scratch a disaster beast. Iberia gasped in delight as she saw him move. "You are awake." "Itsuki." She rushed forward and threw her arms around Tenma. She cheered that her healing actually worked, while he flusteredly thought she always hugs him when excited. As usual, he asked how long he was out. Iberia let go and replied that it was only about 3 hours. Tenma calculated 3 hours. That means it is 3 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy. Are Yosuke and Aiden safe? Iberia smiled brightly to reassure him. Yes, no other disaster beasts showed up. However, Tenma was still troubled by that voice from his dream saying, "Do not hurry. I will let you feel it soon." Even though it was a dream, those words haunt him. Let's pause. You can feel the dread. It felt way too real. Those disaster beasts are definitely plotting something very sinister. The clock ticked. Second day of the prophecy, 3:03. Tenma Itsuki finally woke up from his coma. He stood up determinedly, saying they cannot let their guard down. Iberia looked at him with admiration, saying, "That is wonderful. You look fully recovered." Tenma quickly walked toward the door, reminding her that Master said reinforcements would arrive very soon. "I am going to check the situation with Yosuke first." On the way, Iberia curiously asked about his black wolf. "Itsuki-san, what is the name of that summon? Is it just called Deathhound?" Iberia excitedly suggested, "Did you know that summoners can give their beasts any cool name they want? Want me to pick a cool name?" "I am great at naming." Tenma bluntly replied that he is not actually a summoner. Iberia's face fell in disappointment. "Oh, what a shame, I really wanted to name it." Tenma broke into a cold sweat, thinking there is no way he would let her name it. Tenma looked at the iron golem in the yard, thoughtfully assessing his healed wounds, realizing that spirit wrap alone could not have healed him this quickly. It seemed Iberia had finally unleashed her true power. Tenma looked at her in surprise, admitting he thought she never used her skills. "It turns out you are a healer," she flusteredly replied. "No, I can use offensive skills too, but they are honestly just way too weak." Turning to Yosuke standing next to the flaming monster's corpse, Tenma thoughtfully asked if any other awakened had arrived after he passed out, receiving a blunt response. "No." Yosuke narrowed his eyes, studying Tenma suspiciously. "Why do you ask?" Yosuke explained the isolation of this place. Master said they would send whichever awakened were nearby. A whole day has passed, so they should be here by now, but this forest is too deep. You would not have reached here so quickly without Joha guiding you. Tenma's gaze sharpened with deep anxiety. That makes sense, but I still have a very bad feeling about this. He stared deep into the gloomy darkness of the forest, where a dark energy was slowly spreading, as if some malevolent entity was drawing closer. Meanwhile, not too far away, a group of trainees was rushing through the dense woods. Their leader barked, "Jassy, how much further to the target?" Jassy replied that it was only a few kilometers left. They are almost there. Another member excitedly thought that completing this mission would promote him from trainee to savior. "You and I both know things are about to get wild. Honestly, this place is too remote. Why does the greatest blacksmith on the continent live in a wasteland like this?" Suddenly, the pink-haired girl of the group leaped high into the air. "Stick with me." Our leader throws a heavy fist and yells to stop. Everyone instantly freezes. They brace for battle on a dark, creepy forest path filled with tension. The pink-haired girl spins around, asking her teammate in total panic what is wrong and if he sensed something. Another team member replies that something dangerous is heading right toward them. Out of the pitch black, two massive shadows loom ahead. They have definitely spotted us. The trainees draw their weapons, shouting to stay calm. Calamity beasts are here. Prepare to fight. But instead, a grinning demon king steps out. "Where are you all rushing to?" he sneers, closing in on them with creepy glowing red eyes. Baring his razor-sharp teeth, he asks if they are heading to the exact same place. A second later, the front warrior is reduced to a burning skeleton. The flame demon casually crosses his arms, watching sparks dance on his fingertips with a smug smirk. He cannot believe a simple fireball could do this much damage. Humans really are fragile creatures. He looks over to a muscular white demon who is currently crushing some poor soul, asking if he is finished yet. The white demon squeezes his brutal fist, fresh blood dripping from his giant fingers. He kneels by the crushed remains, while the fire demon mocks them. saying they look like squashed pancakes. You really are a ruthless monster. Far away, the pink-haired girl stumbles back, shaking as a cloaked shadow looms right before her. She screams in pure despair, asking where on earth they came from since there are no barrier gates around here. The fire demon summons a blazing fireball, flashing a wicked smile full of sharp fangs. Well, we traveled a long way. As tears stream down her terrified face, watch closely. A deep voice from the darkness suddenly orders them not to kill. The fire demon scowls, complaining he has been bored out of his mind lately. Do not ruin my fun just when things are finally getting exciting. But his cruel joy is cut short. Sharp ice spikes instantly impale the fire demon, freezing him solid in a block of ice. The dark figure slowly glides past the frozen demon, delivering a chilling threat. If you ignore my orders again, the consequences will be deadly. Trapped in ice, the fire demon sweats and begs him to release the spell before his frozen body completely breaks apart. The ice shatters, freeing the mouthy demon, while the dark entity turns its terrifying gaze toward the prey trembling under the tree. Flashing back to life with a burst of fire, he coughs and grumbles about almost freezing to death. Clutching her chest, a tiny spark of hope flickers on the girl's tear-stained face. Are they sparing her? The fire demon raises an eyebrow, asking if the only ones they cannot kill are the target and the demon eye master, wondering if this woman possesses some special power. The dark entity, eyes glowing brightly, simply replies that she has nothing of the sort. He just wants to test out the brand new power bestowed upon him by Lord Linga. You and I both know this is bad. Instantly, shadow tentacles erupt from the ground, grabbing her as she screams in horror. The dark energy swallows her whole, forcing out a gut-wrenching scream that echoes through the entire forest. As the darkness fades, she stands completely still, her face cast down and shrouded in a lifeless, evil aura. The fire demon clicks his tongue, assuming she died anyway, but the dark entity calmly explains she is undergoing demonization. Suddenly, she snaps her head up, revealing eerie red eyes and a glowing demonic sigil right on her forehead. The fire demon is shocked. Demonization, the dark entity explains that those who turn will obey Lord Linga completely. In other words, this woman is now on our side. Completely casting aside her previous terrified look, she kneels obediently and speaks in a robotic voice, asking the Wraith King for his orders. Standing tall, the Wraith King commands her to hide her identity and act as a spy among humans, until Lord Linga descends. As she bows her head, he devises a perfect cover story for her to report. Say your team was ambushed by calamity beasts, and you only survived because of your comrade's sacrifice. She replies blankly. Yes, pleased with his new puppet, the Wraith King nods and says, good. Now go. She slowly stands up, her messy hair covering her face devoid of any remaining humanity. She turns and walks away under their creepy gaze. Trust me, we have not seen the last of this spy. You and I are jumping into a world of lies and perfect deception. She vanishes into the pitch-black night, completely abandoning her unfortunate comrades, their corpses, and their useless dreams of ranking up. The fire demon scowls and complains in frustration, muttering that making them work as minions is fine, but recruiting someone this weak is totally useless. The shadow entity replies coldly, stating that she is definitely not the only one. He explains that tens of thousands of humans have already turned, including many powerful awakened ones. Floating right above a massive muscular monster, the shadow speaks with pride about their future, claiming that once Lord Linga unites this world, these creatures will play a massive role. Turning around, the shadow entity barks an undeniable order to his two companions, warning them to stop wasting time and follow him immediately. Pay attention, because this mission is more important than ever. In another area, a massive iron golem with glowing red eyes stands guard right outside a quiet wooden cabin. A system screen pops up, reading the second day of prophecy, 3:05 a.m. Yasuki rubs his hands watching the golem. He silently analyzes its power, realizing this golem's stats are close to a level 30 awakened, meaning it can easily cover for their lack of manpower. Standing nearby, Iberia chuckles nervously and says they wouldn't even need those golems if Yosuke and Isuki were actually here with them. Suddenly remembering something, Yosuke turns to ask Iberia where Tema is, only to find out that he already headed over to the blacksmith shop. Iberia explains further, mentioning that Tema wanted to ask the old blacksmith a few specific questions about the critical strike crystal. Inside the forge, holding a heavy hammer, the old blacksmith turns to Tema, asking him how he actually landed a critical strike against the calamity spirit beast when his critical rate back then was so low. A system screen pops up showing a cracked critical strike crystal. Showing a 4% critical rate, Tema explains that it was originally 3%, but rose after defeating that beast. It jumped up to 4%. The old man stares at him in sheer shock, saying he is incredibly lucky to trigger that massive strike with just a 3% chance, while Tenma humbly admits he feels the same way. Frowning, Tenma recalls that divine moment, noting that his focus did not just increase during the fight. Instead, he entered a highly bizarre state where he felt like he was completely all-powerful. Like you and I, Tenma is curious if that is also an effect of the crystal. The old man freezes mid-swing, eyes wide with shock as he turns to look at him, asking if his senses became so incredibly sharp that he could perceive everything around him. He asks if Tenma stayed perfectly calm without being overwhelmed, and Tenma rubs his chin, nodding to confirm that was exactly it. Hearing this, the old blacksmith gasps in total disbelief, calling it an absolutely incredible feat. He tells Tenma he entered the flow state, leaving the young warrior completely confused by the term. Explaining like a true expert, the old man says that the flow state only happens when you are completely and utterly immersed in a single task. It is a unique state where your perception of time gets completely warped while your focus and excitement hit their absolute peak. Tenma scratches his cheek, nodding awkwardly. The old man sweats, breaking it down into simple terms, saying that in short it is basically like being in a trance. He gives a few simple examples to explain. Like an artist forgetting to eat because they are absorbed in their work, or an athlete moving completely on instinct, as if their body has its own mind. Even a student losing all track of time while solving a tough math problem is experiencing this flow state. Pointing to a system diagram, the old man explains that when an awakened person enters this flow state, they do not just gain insane focus, but their physical senses become sharp beyond belief. A second stat window flashes as all of its numbers start skyrocketing. He explains how broken this is, as all stats and skill effects instantly boost to 120% of their base value. Tenma gasps in surprise, saying he has never heard his master or any other awakened ones mention this before. On top of that, he had never actually met anyone who could enter this legendary state. The old man glares and snaps back, laughing that this state is not some cheap trick, and only a tiny handful of people can actually do it. Keeping a very stern voice, he emphasizes that it requires high personal skill, a completely clear mind, and an absolutely massive amount of luck. Without even one of those, reaching it is impossible, leaving Tenma to murmur that he had no idea the requirements were so incredibly strict. And that's where we leave it, with the old man firmly asserting that the flow state is the ultimate boundary, separating a true genius from an ordinary person. Let's jump into a world of awakened ones across 5 whole continents. And not a single soul, not even the elite in Washington, can enter this state at will. It is completely impossible. Thinking back to his own youth filled with sweat and constant training, the old man proudly recalls that it took him 2 whole years after awakening to enter this incredible flow state for the very first time. The old man stares at the young boy, his eyes filled with absolute shock and deep admiration. 2 years is already incredibly fast, but doing it just 1 month after awakening, that is just insane. But then, before the old man can even finish praising him, Tenma suddenly stares at the door. Annoyed, the old man snaps, "Hey, are you even paying attention to me right now?" Ignoring him entirely, Tenma's face goes pale. 3 entities with massive, overwhelming mana signatures are quickly heading right toward them. The old man waves his hand, dismissing the threat. He thinks they are just awakened bodyguards sent here by Yuzumi to protect him. But Tenma's eyes are sharp as a knife as he instantly shuts that idea down. This violent, chaotic energy feels exactly like a calamity beast, not an awakened human. With that, Tenma spins around and bolts toward the exit, shouting back that he is going to check just to be safe. As he runs, Tenma grits his teeth, his mind racing. He had already cleared out all the calamity beasts inside the barrier, and there were no signs of new ones being released nearby. He can only hope it is just his imagination. Clearing his mind of all distractions, Tenma swings the door open decisively, fully prepared to face whatever danger is waiting out there in the dark. Seeing Tenma rush outside, Iberia cheerfully greets him, while Yasuke frowns in deep concern. He asks him what is wrong and why he looks so incredibly stressed out. Sweat dripping down his face, Tenma gravely explains that he felt a massive wave of mana. He tells them that he believes it might be a calamity beast. Iberia just laughs it off, saying there are no barriers active around here, so that is highly unlikely. Yosuke confidently chimed in, saying that even if a calamity beast did show up, he had already reactivated his iron golem, meaning they could easily handle any ordinary monster without issue. But suddenly Iberia's smile completely vanishes. She gasps in absolute horror as a terrifying invisible wave of pressure rips through the air. Watch closely because this happens fast. Yosuke's ultimate defense, his proud iron golem, has its chest completely blown open by a brutal strike, shattering it to pieces. Yosuke quickly draws his sword, his face turning pale as paper. He cannot believe his golem was taken down before it could even react. Out of the darkness, their deadly attackers finally step forward. The red fire demon smirks, mocking them. Just 3 of them? This will be too easy. Meanwhile, the system screen pops up with levels that make them want to scream. Red Flame King, level 37. And the Frost Spirit King, level 87. Finally, the White Demon, level 54. The system clock marks the second prophecy day at exactly 3:01 a.m., as 3 massive evil figures loom over them. Tenma grits his teeth, his tense gaze locked on the monsters. They are far stronger than anything he faced inside the barrier. He shivers as his eyes lock onto the dark figure standing right at the front. You and I can feel that overwhelming magic radiating from here. Completely ignoring the weak humans, the Frost Spirit King coldly orders his allies that he will go capture the target, leaving the rest to them. His glowing eyes narrow in a threat, warning his partners that whatever they do, they must not destroy the demon eye. Playing with the blazing fire in his hands, the demon smirks deviously and tells him not to worry. Iberia anxiously asks, "Who is their target?" Meanwhile, Tenma breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing a shocking truth. These calamity beasts can actually speak. Seeing the Frost Spirit King about to move, Yosuke lunges forward with his sword, shouting that he won't let them pass. But the king glides past like a silent ghost, effortlessly cutting through the gap between Tenma and Yosuke without making a single sound. Yosuke's eyes widen in absolute terror, his mind unable to process the sheer speed of his movement. When did he get there? Even Tenma goes pale, gasping at how insanely fast he is. Refusing to back down, Yosuke spins to strike, swearing to stop him no matter what. Tenma rushes in right behind him, yelling that he won't let them get near Aiden. But the Frost Spirit King simply raises his clawed hand, swatting them both away as if they are nothing but annoying flies. A massive shockwave explodes, sending them crashing violently back down to the hard ground. Yosuke slams into a freezing surface. And trust me, we are about to find out how they survive this wall of ice. Alright, you and I are about to watch a weak kid turn into an absolute beast as Yosuke strikes the hard ice. Suddenly, Tenma yells, "Watch your back!" From high above, a muscular white demon bares its razor-sharp fangs, unleashing a devastating heavy punch straight down at them. Yosuke barely gets his sword up in time, the harsh screech of metal clashing with brutal muscle echoes as violent shockwaves shatter the air. The sheer impact is so intense it sends Tenma flying across the ground. Watching this, Tenma breaks out in a cold sweat. But don't blink, because the enemy is not giving him any time to play the hero here. The fire demon charges up a massive fireball, mocking them. "You do not have time to worry about others." He hurls the blazing sphere. The system screen flashes a deadly warning, threat level red flame. Sensing the overwhelming heat rushing in, Tenma quickly deploys his shield and screams, "Iberia, get out of here now." Iberia desperately scrambles backward. Meanwhile, the system confirms that his defense shield black wall is finally active. The flame crashes into the ground in a blinding explosion, the intense heat blasting rock and dirt right behind Iberia. Tenma's proud black wall begins to melt, sizzling away under the absolutely overwhelming heat of the raging wildfire. A blue system screen pops up to analyze the dire situation, detecting a grade A threat, extreme thermal simulation. With analysis at only 1%, Tenma grimaces in agonizing pain as he endures the searing wave. Kneeling in the smoke with his severely burned, smoking arms, Tenma curses himself. "If I used lightning burst, I could have dodged it, but I overestimated Blackwall's strength." Seeing this, the smug fire demon laughs out loud, mocking the young boy's pure ignorance. "Did you really think you could stop my fire with that fragile shield? What an idiot!" But right after calling him an idiot, the demon suddenly freezes. You and I both know something's wrong here. Did I go too far? What if this guy is actually the one carrying the demon eye? He immediately uses his system privilege to scan the battered target on the ground. The display screen blares out the name, Tenma Isuki, human. Current level 0 fixed. His brief worry is instantly tossed aside, replaced by a wicked ear-to-ear grin. Level 0 and just a lowly human on top of that? There is no way he is the demon eye carrier. I can burn him alive without a single worry. But suddenly that despised level 0 hunter slams his hand onto the ground, and glowing blue magical petals burst into life. The system loudly announces the successful summoning of the Hound of Death. A massive black wolf with glowing red eyes steps out from the shadows. Seeing this, the fire demon readies his stance and gathers more flames, mockingly facing down the man and beast duo. Trying to use a summon to fight me 2 against 1? The Demon King unleashes a massive pillar of fire sweeping across the terrain, roaring arrogantly, "Even if you summon 10 more beasts, you still cannot defeat me." With his face covered in dirt and his body covered in deep wounds, Tenma looks at his pet wolf, quietly placing all his trust in him. "Over to you, Aiden." The fiery blast strikes down, lighting up the entire forest, but the target suddenly vanishes, leaving the demon stunned. Did he actually dodge that? The Demon King narrows his crimson eyes, scanning the area as he mutters that summoned beast. Cutting right through the flames, the shadow of the Black Hound, Aiden, dashes forward at wind-splitting speed. The demon realizes the wolf is targeting someone else. Ignoring the beast, the Demon King turns his arrogant gaze back onto Tenma. "Do you really think you can defeat me all by yourself?" In the meantime, Tenma keeps his head low, with his severely charred arms hanging down. He deliberately plays weak while his system screen shows analysis progress at 36%. He silently calculates, "This guy is completely underestimating me. If I keep acting fragile, he probably won't try to finish me off right away." A subtle, cunning smirk flashes across Tenma's face beneath his messy bangs. "I can easily buy some time for the system analysis, but there is no way I will show cowardice in front of some random magical beast." Throwing off the weak victim act, Tenma suddenly snaps his head up, wearing a wild, confident grin as sparks of magical lightning begin crackling all around him. "Yeah, so what if I am, after all?" He lowers his stance, eyes flashing with absolute killer intent like a real god of war, throwing out a massive taunt. "You look incredibly weak to me." The Demon King's face twists in pure rage, veins popping out instantly. How dare a lowly species act so arrogant? He swings his arm, summoning a massive blaze that lights up the dark night sky as he roars. "I wanted to play around a bit longer, but I changed my mind. I will turn you into ashes. Let's see what happens next." Alright, stick with me because we are diving straight into an epic clash. Instead of just taking the hit, Tenma blurs through the sea of fire at terrifying speed, calmly analyzing his foe. The guy is bigger now, but his speed hasn't changed at all. He ducks low, weaving through deadly jets of fire to close the gap. He knows this monster is a skill-based, long-range attacker. "If I can get close," the Demon King's eyes widen in pure shock as the distance between them vanishes. "What the hell?" With one smooth motion, Tenma unleashes a high-speed strike that blows the flames aside, forcing the demon to gasp at that insane speed. The Demon King's face tenses up, sweat dripping as he realizes his tactical mistake. He managed to close the distance in the blink of an eye. But a sinister grin suddenly is across the monster's face, exposing sharp, jagged teeth, however. Now pay attention here because this is where everything changes. Tenma's lightning kick slams down, only to crash into a thick fire shield. Tenma's face twists in shock, his confident grin instantly vanishing. "A fire shield? How is that possible?" Seizing the chance, the Demon King lunges forward with a flaming arm, launching a lightning-fast counterattack. "Did you really think I didn't know my own weakness?" A massive fireball detonates at point-blank range, completely swallowing Tenma in a blinding explosion of pure destructive power. Tenma falls in a free fall, his smoke-covered body crashing down as he grimaces, forced to admit the bitter truth. That's right. His body plows into the dirt, sliding a long distance as he completely loses his balance. Covered in blood and soot, Tenma grinds his teeth in sheer frustration, cursing himself. I fell right into his trap. He blames himself. This thing is a highly intelligent calamity beast, so how could he make such a rookie mistake? Meanwhile, the Demon King strides over, mocking him with that speed. You still couldn't escape this fatal wound. Yet Tenma staggers back to his feet, his charred, blackened arms dangling uselessly with every painful breath he takes. The Demon King laughs triumphantly, savoring his enemy's desperate struggle. You really had me fooled there for a second. Leaning his hideous face close, his glowing red eyes lock onto Tenma as he whispers a deadly offer. It's much easier if you just lie there and die. I know what you are thinking. Is he done? Not a chance. Instead of begging, Tenma hangs his head and complains to his system that the analysis is taking too long. The holographic screen slowly ticks upward, teasing him with every single agonizing percentage point. Analysis progress 79, 80, 81%. The cold timer counts down to the second prophecy. It is exactly 3:14 in the morning, and the threatening growls of the black dog Aiden echo menacingly from the distance. Meanwhile, deep inside the blacksmith forge, the giant dark silhouette of the Wraith King looms directly over the old blacksmith. He starts with a deeply threatening speech, praising the old man for creating 3 unique grade relics, 16 epic grade relics, and countless rare grade ones. You are the most talented blacksmith among humanity. Yet even facing death, the old man remains oddly calm, coolly asking why he is summarizing his life achievements like that. Are you going to kill me? The Wraith King responds condescendingly, telling him to relax. As long as you remain useful to me, I have absolutely no reason to kill you. The old blacksmith hunches forward slightly, hiding his hand behind his back while narrowing his eyes dangerously. I see. Unfortunately for you, I am not the type of person who takes orders from anyone. With a fierce and determined look, the old man suddenly whips out a razor-sharp dagger, ready to fight to the death. But reality is brutal. In the blink of an eye, before he can even scratch his enemy, his entire body and weapon are completely frozen solid inside a jagged block of ice. Trapped and unable to move, cold sweat pours down the old man's face as he realizes the insane power gap. The monster encased his body in ice instantly. This skill is easily rank A. Floating arrogantly in midair, the Wraith King glares down at the old man like an insignificant ant, telling him to surrender. Whether you live or die is entirely up to me. Hiding nearby, Iberia turns pale as a ghost. She covers her mouth, shaking as she realizes that her father is about to be kidnapped. Should she launch a surprise attack? Just as she hesitates, a massive dark shadow suddenly tears through the air, rushing right past her face and heading straight inside the workshop. Iberia's eyes widen in absolute shock as she recognizes their savior. It is Isuki's Shikigami. The black dog Aiden bared its fangs with glowing red eyes, leaping fiercely through the air to bite the Wraith King's throat. But his opponent merely glances back, his eyes flashing a deadly cold blue light through the narrow slits of his mask. Without even moving a single finger, an icy blast instantly spreads, freezing the leaping black dog solid and turning him into a helpless ice statue mid-air. And that's where we leave it, with our heroes completely frozen. You and I will have to wait to see how they escape. Alright, let's dive into this epic clash as the Wraith King glares at his forced masterpiece, then snaps at the old blacksmith, demanding to know what those two fools outside are actually doing. To let a mere Shikigami slip right past him, could this mean their backup has already arrived? Witnessing this terrifying power gap, all her hope is instantly crushed. Iberia falls to her knees, her eyes completely glazed over in absolute terror. Even a powerful summon like that couldn't even get close to him. Despair slowly consumes her. There's no way she can win this. Should she just run and find Isuki instead? But if she does that, then surely. Suddenly, her father's harsh past warning flashes in her mind like ice water, screaming that one day she will get Tenma killed. The vision of Tenma with his blackened smoking arm reminds her of reality. Right, Isuki was already gravely injured before he even arrived. Bowing her head in agonizing guilt, she weeps, knowing that if he had any strength left, he would have come himself instead of sending a summon. If she goes to find him now, it will only put Isuki in far greater danger. But pay attention here, because fear suddenly vanishes from her eyes, replaced by a roaring fire of determination as she vows to save her father herself. A spark of hope suddenly flashes in her mind, the dragon gear. Casting her cowardice aside, Iberia bolts straight through the wooden door into the dark night. With that weapon, she might actually have a fighting chance, and it should be hidden right under her father's bed. She runs at breakneck speed, swearing to save him. Inside the forge, the Wraith King listens closely, muttering a cold, contemptuous snort. It looks like someone was hiding, yet chose to flee rather than help. What a pathetic coward. Meanwhile, frozen solid, the old blacksmith can only pray silently in his mind for his daughter Iberia. Good job, run! That monster is an opponent even Tenma and the others couldn't defeat together. Whatever you do, Iberia, do not come back here. Shuddering the quiet night, a surge of blue mana erupts from the Wraith King as he prepares to take him away. Back on the raging battlefield, the Crimson Demon King burns intensely, declaring that they will leave the cleanup to the others. Suddenly, the system screen flashes to activate Black Ice Wall. Facing the deadly rain of fire, Tenma grits his teeth to summon frost magic around himself, covering his broken legs, calculating his next move. This frost should buy me enough time to move. I know what you are thinking, but the system triggers Tidal Wave, unleashing a colossal fire vortex that consumes everything. The Demon King smirks, mocking Tenma for stubbornly trying to dodge with such a broken body. But your speed has dropped to 0. He roars, channeling another lethal blast of flame to see how much longer he can dodge. Tenma desperately rolls on the ground to dodge the blazing onslaught. Grimacing, he gasps as the demon sweeps both arms, unleashing a rapid, relentless barrage of fireballs. Gritting his teeth, sweat pours down his face as a terrifying rain of fire approaches. Dozens of massive fireballs completely blanket the sky, boxing his small frame in. He desperately dodges through the blinding explosions, crying out that there are simply too many fireballs to track. Looking down at his blackened arm, he knows that normally he could easily dodge these, but not in this broken state. Suddenly, a massive fireball appears right before his eyes. The explosion hits him dead on, blasting Tenma backward into a blinding sea of raging flames. He shields himself as the fire burns him, while the system coldly updates the analysis progress to 92%. Yet another fiery impact launches his body high into the air like a helpless ragdoll. The system ticks up, showing analysis at 96% completed. Tenma is nearly consumed entirely by the roaring red flames. The system hits 98% as he faintly remembers those same cursed flames. Just like before, a tragic vision flashes of a smiling girl, with half of her face completely scorched by a strange blue fire. Back in reality, the fiery Demon King laughs maniacally, thoroughly enjoying the pure destruction he has caused. He swings his arm for the final blow, unleashing his piercing fire blast. And that is where we leave it, as a glowing barrier blocks the flame at 100% analysis. Did he make it in time? Alright, you and I are diving into a wild magic clash as a shield completely blows back the Demon King's attack. The Demon King stares in absolute shock, his smug smile completely wiped from his face. Suddenly, the system screen flashes with notifications, successfully analyzing the enemy's red flame bullets. Having obtained the level 3 Black Ice Wall, Tenma calmly realizes he didn't actually unlock a new skill. The rank of his existing ice defense simply leveled up to a stronger tier. The system description updates to show that Black Ice Wall level 3 continuously coats his body in thick frost by consuming mana. It can easily block any fire-type magic up to rank A. Its passive effect normally adds 15% defense against rank of fire skills, but right now it boosts it to 50%. Even better, the system suddenly drops a massive recovery package, boosting all of his stats by 50 points. It wipes away every debuff and heals his wounds instantly, launching his stats from 330 to 380. Tenma's broken body is fully restored, and he thinks in utter disbelief, all of my stats just shot up by 50 points at once. Sitting straight up as radiant magical energy envelops his powerful frame, Tenma confidently calculates that this massive boost is equivalent to gaining 4 levels for any normal awakened hunter. Not bad, those fireballs can't hurt me anymore. Once I close the distance between us, this fight is as good as won. Now pay attention to this. The dumbfounded Demon King can't believe his ultimate flaming bullets didn't even leave a scratch. He mocks Tenma, claiming it is just a high-ranking defensive spell that his battered body won't be able to sustain for long. Ignoring the taunts, a massive wave of freezing blue energy erupts from Tenma, flaring outward like giant foxtails that tear the ground apart. The Demon King lets out a foolish, wicked laugh, whispering that he knew it. He summons a massive burst of flame, confidently declaring the game is over and it is time to end this. But as the smoke clears, his smug grin instantly freezes into pure, unadulterated terror. Tenma stands there completely unharmed, his perfect body emerging from his shredded armor without a single cut. The demon panics and screams, "How is this possible? Your body was just totally broken a second ago." Tenma tilts his head down, his cold eyes hidden behind his dark hair as he calmly mutters that he originally planned to save Aiden first. He steps out of the shattering ice, releasing a wave of pure bloodlust. "But your annoying flames brought back some terrible memories, so I changed my mind." His glowing red eyes glare through the darkness as Tenma hands down a brutal death sentence, declaring he will crush him first. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, violent gales of wind rip across the clearing, sending dry leaves swirling into the air. Iosuke gets violently pushed back across the rough dirt, gritting his teeth as he absorbs the heavy impact of a massive blow. Remembering the terrifying moment the giant white demon roared and charged at him, Iosuke breaks into a cold sweat, realizing how close he came to dying. If he hadn't used his heavy sword to block that strike, he would be dead. Dust and debris explode around him as he finally stops, wondering just how far he was blown away. I know what you're thinking. These monsters are on another level, and he's deeply worried about his squad. He needs to get back there immediately. But before he can even take a step, an invisible force crashes down directly behind him, sending a massive shockwave ripping through the forest floor. Yasuke's eyes widen as he glares backward in utter shock, realizing that beast actually managed to follow him. The hideous giant white demon drools heavily, opening its massive mouth and letting out a terrifying roar as it lunges to tear him apart. Yasuke grips his gleaming sword, his sharp gaze flashing with deadly intent as he mutters, "Perfect. This will make things so much easier for Tenma." Narrowing his glowing red eyes, his mind races to analyze the battlefield, knowing Tenma can escape if needed, but his master and Iberia are still in grave danger. Yusuke takes a firm stance as blue magic wraps around his blade, determined to crush this monster quickly so he can run back to help everyone. He just hopes they can hold out. Meanwhile, back inside the wooden cabin, Iberia is frantically searching around a small table with a family photo, muttering that it has to be here. He lies flat on the wooden floor, reaching his hand deep into the dark space beneath the bed to search for something. His fingers brush against a cold hidden drawer, and Iberia's eyes instantly light up with hope as he spots the hidden treasure, whispering that he finally found it. He pulls himself up with a confident smile, completely throwing away his previous weak and tearful attitude. Now that he has this dragon gear, he can finally fight. Lying inside the ancient chest is a set of brilliant spiked crimson armor. And that's where we leave it, with epic dragon gear boosting his stats by a massive 100 points. Alright, you and I are about to watch a crazy power-up. An epic effect adding 20 attack and speed up to 15 minutes. Slipping into the blood-red dragon scale armor fitting tightly around his body, Iberia's aura completely shifts. He sends a silent message through his mind, telling Isuki Tenma to just focus on the enemy in front of him. Clenching his sharp armored fist, his eyes burn with determination. This time, I will not drag you down anymore. As red magical energy blazes around his armor, Iberia remembers his father's grim warning about the terrible side effects. If this dragon armor is worn for over 15 minutes. Without a single second of hesitation, he smashes through the door and flies into the night. I will save my dad within 15 minutes. Now watch carefully. The system coldly counts down gear time 1 minute, boosting his stats by 120. Meanwhile, back with the Wraith King and the frozen statue of the blacksmith old man floating nearby. Through telepathy, the old man mocks him, asking if he is really fine with wasting time when they are closing in. Turning around with deep blue eyes full of pure arrogance, the Wraith King sneers that only a special rank savior among humans can ever threaten him. Glancing toward the white demon fighting back at Dang Sa, he confidently calculates that they are all too distracted by the Demon King. Glaring from inside his frozen prison, the old man exposes the plot, knowing they must have other goals if a Demon King was deployed. He decides to throw a smokescreen, asking him directly, "Did you really come all this way just to capture me?" The Wraith King snorts, shutting down his ego by telling him not to flatter himself, as they have many other targets besides him. Smugly, the old man thinks to himself that he guessed right. But wait, just as he prepares to speak, the Wraith King freezes in mid-air as his sharp demi-demon senses warn him someone is coming. Glaring over his shoulder, his voice drips with annoyance as he curses them for being such persistent little pests. Out from the dark forest, glowing red magical footsteps dash through the tree branches at absolutely blinding speed. The old man's eyes widen in shock, filled with deep concern for the kid's safety as he panics. Could it be Tenma? But if he is fighting alone, his chances of winning this are extremely slim. Instead, the one tearing through the dark is a knight clad in red dragon armor, launching a powerful strike at the demi-demon. Magic blades slash repeatedly as Iberia screams in pure rage, demanding they return her father. The system keeps tracking the timer. Gear time is at 2 minutes, boosting attack and speed by 140. Dodging easily, the Wraith King sighs in utter disappointment, complaining that after a summon, now he has to deal with a human brat. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the Red Flame Demon King stares in total confusion toward the Wraith King, wondering what the hell they are doing. His jaw completely drops. Staring blankly at what lies ahead, he breaks into cold sweat, muttering that the kid's body was clearly burned to a crisp. As the smoke clears, Tenma stands revealed with perfect ripped abs, his entire body flawless without a single scratch. The Demon King screams in pure panic, wondering how on earth he could possibly recover to such an extent. Trying to suppress his sheer panic, the Demon King explodes with fiery energy and tries to reassure himself by shouting that it does not matter. No matter how many times you recover, the final outcome will never change. He unleashes a massive fire tornado sweeping the earth, screaming triumphantly as he fires a barrage of red flame bullets. Completely ignoring the sea of flames, Tenma floats calmly in the air, activating his defense system to summon the mighty black ice wall. Violent pillars of fire rain down, creating massive explosions that tear up everything in their path. The Demon King sneers. Mocking his opponent's stubbornness, he sneers that it is incredibly stupid to fight head-on instead of running, promising to roast him alive. But then Tenma slowly walks out of the smoke, his body covered in sharp ice armor as he mocks his enemy, saying flames of this level are completely useless now. The system displays his new achievement, showing he blocked an A-rank fire skill with Black Ice Wall, boosting defense by 15%. Defense at 627 plus 65 from Black Ice Wall. With violent blue lightning crackling around him, Tenma dashes forward with a chilling villain-like smirk, telling him that he is the helpless fish on the chopping board. The system chimes as he activates his devastating red lightning skill. The Demon King's jaw drops as Tenma closes in at blinding speed with a smug grin, leaving the demon sweating while trying to stay calm. And trust me, we're about to see that wall get shattered. Get ready, because Tenma's eyes are glowing with red murderous intent as he roars. First, I'm going to strip you of every single thing you have. A sudden dash wrapped in pitch-black lightning slams heavily against the Demon King's brilliant fire shield, making him confidently mutter to himself. Did this absolute fool forget that I have a protective barrier shielding me? But before his smug smile can even form, his proud shield starts cracking wide open under the terrifying pressure of that black lightning. And the next second, the barrier shatters into 100 pieces. Tenma roars with pure excitement as the system unfairly buffs his stats again. Blocked an A-rank fire skill with Hack Bang Big, defense plus 15%. Defense 684 plus 80 from Hack Bang Big. The Demon King turns pale, sweating buckets, as he realizes that level 0 rank of his is actually the scam of the century. Without a moment of hesitation, Tenma swings his leg, slamming a brutal kick straight into the demon's face while coldly declaring, "All right, time to cook." Instantly, the red-flamed Demon King grimaces in total panic, his proud ego shattered as he realizes he has to run. If that monster catches me, I am dead for sure. Since running is useless, he screams at the top of his lungs for backup, calling the White Demon Soul King. Now watch closely here. Just as his plea for help ends, his body is violently slammed down, carving out a massive crater. Grimacing, he tries to lift his head from the rubble, throwing away all dignity to scream, "Save me!" The arrogant demon who once threatened to roast others like meat is now shivering, desperately crawling to escape certain death. His lingering pride desperately trying to save face, he spins around to channel his final flames, roaring, "There is no way a human will kill me." But facing a terrifying dark shadow with lightning eyes, the Demon King collapses straight onto the ground in sheer panic. With lifeless eyes, he whispers in utter disbelief, all of this from just a weak level 0. A dark purple magical aura swirls and gathers around Tenma's hand, conjuring the phantom image of a massive demon dragon. The system coldly seals his fate, announcing that the next strike is guaranteed to be a 100% critical blow. Faced with this absolute crushing pressure, the tearful Demon King mutters the most accurate observation of this entire fight. "Ah, he is a demon." He falls backward, giving up all useless resistance as he despairingly repeats, "He really is a demon." Ignoring the desperate flattery, Tenma raises his arm as glowing green magic surges, unleashing a devastating finishing blow that shatters space and slams directly into his target, triggering a massive explosion that tears the night apart. Thick smoke and debris scatter everywhere, violently shaking the entire forest. As the haze clears, Tenma stands tall, proudly revealing his six-pack abs after completely obliterating his surroundings. But then he clicks his tongue in sheer frustration, his glowing eyes filled with annoyance as he complains. "I know what you're thinking," but he complains, "Why did a critical hit trigger now, forcing me into the flow state again?" Turning his back on the battlefield, his bare skin showing his rugged strength, he sighs with regret. "I really wanted to make him suffer much more." He lets out a heavy sigh yet again after a critical hit. He narrows his eyes at the glowing green system screen, wondering to himself if landing a critical hit automatically activates his flow state. His eyes reflect an unbelievably broken stat screen, showing all stats increased to 120%. Attack 456, Thunderbreak. Agility 456 plus 68, up 15% from Thunderflood. Mana 456. Defense 456 plus 296, boosted 65% from Hack Bang Big. Total is 2,188. Tenma crosses his arms proudly, watching a green orb of light rise from the corpse while realizing his total stats have officially surpassed 2,000. He wonders, is this the karma of the calamity beast I just defeated condensing into an orb of light? Before he can even think, that glowing green karma orb suddenly shoots away deep into the dark forest. Tenma tracks the shining trail of light as his mind races, realizing that the karma orb is flying directly towards the beast's nest. He narrows his gaze further out, spotting a major anomaly. The workshop where both Death and Iden Sand are located should have split into two distinct life signals by now, so why is it still showing only one? Without hesitating for even a second, Tenma stomps his foot, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he dashes off. Sprinting at full speed, He anxiously reasons that death is an immortal spirit, and trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Do not tell me that was Aiden's sand. Meanwhile, you and I are about to watch a crimson shadow dive down like a deadly spear, targeting the Wraith King directly. Iberia grits her teeth in anger, her face incredibly tense beneath her dragon mask. Even her ultimate full power strike, enhanced by her legendary dragon gear, is completely useless against his absolute defense. Even so, she refuses to back down, immediately preparing herself for the next devastating strike. If one attack is not enough, then I will just keep striking. Behind her, the Wraith King sneers with pure contempt, mocking her. You truly are a foolish little girl if you still cannot grasp the massive gap between us. The old blacksmith screams in absolute panic. His face contorts with a mix of fury and extreme worry as he shouts out, Iberia, you idiot! I do not need your help. Take off that dragon gear right now. I told you that armor has horrible side effects. If you do not remove it immediately, I will disown you. Ignoring her father's desperate threats to disown her, Iberia stomps her foot, shattering the stone floor as she prepares to charge. Watch closely as she ignites into a blinding red light. She tears through the wind, her vow echoing loudly. Even if you disown me, I will still save you. In this life or death split second, her companion's face flashes through her mind as a source of strength. If Itsuki Tenma were here, he would make the exact same choice. Watching his daughter rush toward her own doom, the helpless blacksmith opens his eyes wide and screams, Stop! The Wraith King uses dark magic to float the frozen old man high into the air as he groans helplessly. The evil demon sneers mockingly at them. So this is what you pathetic humans call family love? You truly are disgusting creatures driven by such repulsive emotions. He casually waves his hand to clear the obstacle, muttering that he has no more time to play around with her. A massive sharp hand of ice instantly erupts from the ground, delivering a devastating, crushing blow directly to the brave young girl. Iberia is violently blasted away into the bushes, groaning in pain while the Wraith King coldly turns his back, telling her to know her place. The unfrozen side of the old blacksmith's face shows absolute horror and utter despair as he watches his own child collapse. As Iberia falls face first onto the grass, the system brutally displays her running time limit. Armor duration 3 minutes. Simultaneously, the system clocks the arrival of the second prophecy at 3:20 a.m. The ice block trapping the Black Hound suddenly cracks everywhere, accompanied by a bright leveling notification, level up 19 to 20. Shattering the ice into hundreds of pieces, the Grim Hound lets out a deafening roar that shakes the room, its glowing red eyes bursting from the seal. Right then Tenma rushes to the door, and we see him call out to his familiar, Grim Hound. He stares at his beast with a thoughtful expression, realizing it has leveled up once again. Just as I suspected, the Grim Hound must have absorbed all that karma energy. As the loyal wolf beast nudges his side to report the situation, Tenma asks anxiously, What about Aiden's sand and that terrifying calamity beast? Listening closely to his familiar's report, Tenma's eyes widen as his pupils shrink in absolute shock. He rushes inside the blacksmith shop, only to find a completely frozen, shattered wasteland. He gasps in disbelief. What on earth happened here? Staring at the purple magical fog swirling around giant ice glaciers, Tenma quickly analyzes the situation, noting the overwhelming wave of raw mana. Unable to waste another second, he coats himself in blue lightning and dashes forward at full speed. There is no time to wait for Yosuke. Meanwhile, switching to our forgotten warrior, Yosuke swings his massive greatsword, leaving a blazing red slash across the white demon's arm. Immediately, he is forced to leap backward to dodge and prepare a counterattack against the colossal monster. The disgusting white demon, with its long creepy tongue, thrusts countless writhing tentacles forward to close the distance. Yosuke's blood-red eyes narrow in extreme focus. Frowning, he analyzes the situation. The wound he just inflicted is already completely healed. A calamity beast with high-speed regeneration. Just the type I hate the most. Suddenly, a brilliant green streak of light flashes past, stunning him. Is that a karma orb? Did Tenma actually defeat his opponent already? In that case, I must hold my own ground as well. His aura explodes. As Yasuke's greatsword glows with a blazing crimson light, he quickly strategizes. It regenerates, but it constantly uses its arms to block any incoming attacks aimed at its head and neck. Identifying this critical weakness, he delivers a mighty, incredibly powerful slash directly at the giant beast's raised defensive arm. Yosuke's crimson blade shears clean through the white demon's arm, spraying thick, dark blood everywhere. He smirks with absolute triumph. That is definitely its one true weak spot. As a massive crimson aura erupts around Yosuke, you and I can tell he's fully locked in. Once we know the enemy's weakness, taking them down is easy. Watch as he moves with lightning speed. Using his momentum, Iosuke leaps high into the air and swings his massive greatsword downward, cleanly slicing through the beast's deadly lashing tentacles. The red glow of his blade carves a stunning arc through the enemy's defense as he calmly calculates his first move to sever both of its arms. His face tenses and his gaze turns sharp as a dagger, focusing intensely as he knows its regeneration takes at least 1 second. Which means that during this one incredibly brief, fleeting second, the white demon stumbles back, blood pouring from its severed limbs as Iosuke seizes this golden opportunity to fully expose its vital weakness. With bloodshot eyes filled with pure killing intent, he charges straight at his prey. His massive sword strikes down with devastating force, splitting the giant beast in half as a torrent of crimson blood erupts like a roaring waterfall. The massive, lifeless corpse of the white demon crashes heavily onto the ground. Panting and covered in sweat, Iosuke mutters that he cannot believe he struggled this much against a mere calamity beast that cannot even speak. Despite being completely exhausted, he refuses to give himself any rest, immediately turning around to run back toward Forge Slope to regroup with Tenma-kun. Now let us switch over to Forge Slope, where the terrifying Crown Spirit King is controlling sharp metal shards floating all around him. He complains about the calamity beast, staring down at the old blacksmith who remains frozen inside the block of ice, eyes filled with absolute rage. The Crown Spirit King speaks calmly, noting that the old man has wanted to say something for quite a while. Standing with crossed arms, the demon mockingly mimics a human plea, urging him to speak up, claiming he will accept any of his conditions. So please just let my son go. The Crown Spirit King's blue eyes gleam through his mask, as he coldly states that he can no longer control the ice from this far away. Besides, all of you will soon be falling under our complete control anyway. Glancing toward the small girl who was just blown away, he warns that he recognized the armor she is wearing the very moment he saw it. An image of a blazing red dragon wrapped in swirling flames appears as he explains that her gear was crafted from the Demon Dragon tribe, right? The Demon Dragon tribe boasts an incredibly powerful, stubborn life force. Even after death, their blood, flesh, organs, and even their scales can still develop a consciousness of their own. As dark lightning crackles all across Iberia's crimson armor, the Crown Spirit King smirks, delivering his final grim verdict. Gear made from the Demon Dragon tribe still retains their lingering will, meaning that if it is worn too long, the user's consciousness will gradually be swallowed. I know what you are thinking, but Iberia is now writhing in pain, fighting the armor as the demon claims her body will soon be fully taken over. Her small body is enveloped in sharp, thorny scales, preparing her for a truly terrifying and monstrous transformation. A burst of murderous intent explodes as burning words appear, declaring the armor has now completely assimilated her. Suddenly, the story rewinds a bit to the first prophecy day, when Tenma was heading toward the blue barrier. Back then, Iberia clasped her hands in deep worry, praying for Isuki-san to return safely. Walking right behind her, Iosuke narrows his eyes and remarks that she seems to really admire Tenma-kun a lot. Iberia turns around, clenching her fists with determination, admitting she wants to become just like Isuki-san. Iosuke tilts his chin up and asks a sharp single-word question, why, leaving Iberia completely startled and confused. Wait, what do you mean by why? Iosuke's face remains calm, but his sharp red eyes carry deep experience as he points out she has met many amazing people before. Memories of powerful and legendary figures flash through her mind, like Aiden-san, Daiguren, and Izuminen-san. Iosuke speaks softly while pointing to himself, noting that even he has far more fame and combat experience than Tenma-kun. He looks straight into Iberia's eyes, delivering a highly devastating question, asking why she is so incredibly desperate to become just like Tenma-kun. Iberia freezes up, her mouth stammering as she struggles to find a cool way to answer. Seeing her confusion, Iosuke gently pats her shoulder and reassuringly laughs it off, saying he was just curious and she should not worry. Iberia's eyes show deep reflection as she realizes she has never actually stopped to think about that before. Lost in a hazy memory, a young Iberia asks himself why exactly he wanted to become just like Isuki-san. Her memories drift back 10 years ago, where a little blonde boy in a blue shirt playfully runs around the yard with a wooden sword, cheering happily. And that is where we leave young Iberia swinging his sword as his mother softly asks if he likes his birthday present. Let's meet our young hero eagerly replying, "Yes, Mom." Iberia puts his hands on his hips, proudly raising his wooden sword high, and declares with absolute determination, "Okay, I have decided. I am going to name this buddy the undefeated sword of heroic justice," making his mother sweat at the cheesy name as she awkwardly praises him. That is a great name. The boy raises his wooden sword high under the bright blazing sun, grinning widely as he shouts, "An awakener has arrived, so prepare yourselves, you beasts of calamity." Lost in his childish delusions of grandeur, Iberia skips out of the house, shouting that he is going outside to show everyone his new sword. Leaning against the door with folded arms, his grumpy blacksmith father calls out anxiously, "Be careful out there," before asking his wife doubtfully if their boy actually has any friends. Now watch this part closely, because little Iberia is proudly showing off his wooden sword to a crowd of amazed neighborhood kids. Suddenly, 3 big mean-looking kids with sneaky grins walk right up to him. The biggest, chubbiest kid sneers with a wicked chuckle. The oldest boy steps forward, reaching out with a mocking smirk. "Wow, that is so cool. Hey, let me borrow it for a second." Iberia instantly clutches the wooden sword tight, stepping back in pure terror as he stammers, "What?" The bullies crowd around him menacingly, throwing cruel words at the trembling boy. "Your dad is a famous blacksmith, is he not? He can easily make tons of these anyway, and do not worry, I will return it to you in no time." Trapped in their shadows, Iberia trembles, clutching the wooden sword to his chest, with tears welling up, thinking, "I just got this, I have to say no. But this is mine." The ringleader leans in close, shoving his terrifying face right up to the boy, growling, "You are not about to say no, right?" The young boy bites his lip hard, trying to suppress his intense fear, but no words can escape his mouth. Finally, with a tearful, trembling smile, Iberia reluctantly hands over his prize sword, whispering, "Okay, here it is." After stealing his toy, the cruel bullies instantly run away, laughing and mocking him as they scream, "The Awakener is here, so get ready, you beasts of calamity," leaving poor little Iberia all alone, hanging his head on the cold ground. A bit later, Iberia quietly trudges back home, his blonde hair messy as he bites his lip, comforting himself they promised to return it. They will give it back. Meanwhile, his mother, sitting on the porch reading a book, smiles warmly as she sees her son walk in. She asks him in a gentle, loving voice, "Oh, you are back. Did you have fun today?" Iberia forces a bright smile, trying to hide the deep sadness in his swollen red eyes, answering, "Yes, it was so much fun." Sensing something is wrong, his mother narrows her eyes to look closely at him, worry instantly filling her face as she gasps, "I know what you are thinking." But the father bluntly walks out of his workshop and demands to know if those kids stole the sword again. Furious, his mother snaps to her feet, "They took it? Then I am going out to get it back." Raising his rough hand to stop her, the father speaks in a grim but realistic tone, "Stop. Even if you get it back, there will just be a next time." He slams his heavy hammer on the table, turning to scold his son with harsh words. "You cannot even protect the things you care about, and you do not even have the courage to ask for help." The harsh scolding continues to fall on the boy like heavy hammer blows. "I do not remember raising such a weak kid." Back in his dark bedroom, little Iberia pulls the blankets over his head, sobbing uncontrollably. With tears streaming down his face, he asks himself between his sobs, "Why did I admire Mr. Asuki so much?" The scene shifts to a hospital a few months later, where the furious father grabs the doctor by his collar and screams, "What do you mean there is nothing else you can do?" The panicked doctor apologizes, "I am so sorry, we did everything we could, but your wife has always had a very weak body." The father glares with wild eyes, "So you expect us to just sit here and watch her die?" The doctor bows his head sadly, "Please, just stay by her side right now." A heavy, grim silence hangs over the quiet hospital room, where a heartbreaking whisper breaks the quiet, telling us she does not have much time left. Clinging to life, the frail mother lying in bed weakly calls out to her son, who is standing there completely lost, Iberia. Seeing his mother look as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, the terrified boy frowns and gasps, "Mom?" In response, his mother just smiles warmly, holding onto her son's tiny, shaking hands to gently comfort him. "Do not cry." With fading breath, she gazes at her little boy with deep love, understanding him to his very core. "Your father might call you weak, but I know that you are simply a very kind child." But her eyes suddenly drop, delivering a very harsh, painful lesson about reality, because without power, your kindness can easily become a form of cruelty. You will not be able to protect those you love, and as we will see, you will only end up hurting yourself. So please promise your mother. You and I are starting with a heavy scene as a mother squeezes her son's hand, leaving her final wish for him to grow strong and use his power with courage. I know deep down that one day, Iberia, you will grow to become a truly kind, brave, and incredibly strong awakened. And finally, she slowly closes her eyes, using her last fading breath to whisper one final wish before letting go. "Please take care of your father." Suddenly, a sharp, cold beep echoes endlessly from the heart monitor, marking the exact moment her life slips away as her hand turns freezing cold and slips from the boy's grasp. With tears streaming down his face, young Iberia grits his teeth, squeezing his hands together to suppress the absolute agony before crying out a heartbreaking, soul-shattering oath. I promise. I will absolutely become the strongest, the bravest, and the absolute kindest awakened in this entire world, Mother. Leaving that tragic past behind, the flashback fades, bringing the young man back to a lingering question that has been echoing inside his quiet, empty hospital room. Why exactly do I want to be like Isuki-san? An image flashes of a muscular, black-haired beast of a man chokeholding and brutally smashing a giant werewolf with his bare hands. Now watch closely. Iberia remembers being completely paralyzed by that overwhelming, monstrous power during their very first meeting. Standing in a windy wheat field, Iberia rubs his hands with a flattery smile, thinking, at first I only planned to form a temporary alliance. But as we spent time together, I realized that Isuki-san is not just some strong guy. Indeed, even when surrounded in a lightning-filled arena, he easily dominated the fight on his own, even when facing over 10 awakened hunters at once. Or how about that time he charged straight at a giant fire-breathing stone calamity beast like an absolute madman who knows no fear? He possesses a crazy amount of courage and never knows when to back down. Not only that, but he grabbed a terrified pale Iberia and rushed him out of danger. He looked incredibly cool, and despite his brutally stern and grumpy exterior, he actually showed a surprising, genuine kindness toward his own teammates. Back to reality, and here's the realization that hits hard. Looking at that reliable back, he finally understands why he wants to copy Isuki. Meanwhile, the man turns his head and asks bluntly, "Hey Iberia, are you still overthinking that matter?" Iberia's face suddenly turns serious with determination, thinking Isuki-san is incredibly strong and brave, yet he possesses a deeply kind heart. Because he is exactly the kind of awakened that I have always dreamed of becoming. Knowing his own limits, Iberia scratches his head, self-deprecatingly mocking his usefulness, thinking Tenma would probably die of laughter if he ever found out. For a total coward and talentless nobody like me, becoming an awakened like Isuki-san is probably just a pipe dream, but, despite his bruised, dirty face and all his painful wounds, a radiant smile spreads across his face as he clenches his chest and declares proudly, "If I can just stand and fight side by side with Isuki-san, then that would be more than enough for me." As his epic declaration ends, we snap back to reality where a massive, spiky, armored monster version of Iberia suddenly appears, its mouth panting, spewing out scorching heat as if it is ready to eat his opponent alive. Through the swirling thick dust, the red armored beast stands proudly atop a high cliff, when a deep, deeply concerned voice suddenly echoes from down below calling out Iberia. Hearing its name, the spiky head of the beast immediately snaps around, revealing a terrifying set of razor-sharp fangs and glowing red eyes that pierce right through the dark night. On the ground, a completely shirtless Isuki, showing off his incredibly ripped, muscular physique, stands casually with his hands in his pockets, staring blankly up at the giant, towering beast looming right in front of him. The evil beast glares its brutal red eyes down at its target, its jagged teeth parting slightly as it exhales heavy breaths laced with pure, deadly bloodlust. The scene hangs in a breathtaking silence within the quiet forest under the dim moonlight, as the system marks the fated moment. Day 2 Prophecy, 3:31 a.m. Unfazed, Isuki raises an eyebrow, his sharp face showing a hint of confusion as he quietly assesses the situation. Iberia. Why is he wearing the dragon armor again? But there is no answer to his question, only the heavy, threatening pants of the pitch-black armored dragon, as a thick stream of dark energy continuously flows from its massive fanged jaws. Isuki's brilliant green eyes narrow sharply to a slit, radiating the sharp focus of a seasoned predator. As he quickly senses something wrong, Iberia's reaction is way too strange. "So what do you and I make of this bizarre change?" With that sharp armor and dark aura, he looks completely different from before, and things are about to get wild. Suddenly, from deep within the beast's throat, a series of bizarre guttural sounds begin to escape, an ancient corrupted language of the demon race echoing through the air, completely impossible to comprehend. But check this out. Our main character Isuki, possessing nerves of absolute steel, seems completely oblivious to the danger. He just blinks blankly and asks with total innocence, "Huh? What did you just say? And by the way, where did everyone go?" Clearly enraged by that incredibly cheeky attitude, the monstrous beast tears its massive jaws wide open, letting out an earth-shattering roar that unleashes its absolute furious power. This terrifying scream creates a pitch-black storm of high pressure, ripping the ground to shreds and blasting everything in its path toward the tiny, defenseless hero standing right before it. Like a flash of lightning, the massive dark shadow lunges forward, swinging a razor-sharp clawed arm to slice right through Isuki with absolutely zero mercy. But plot twist. Instead of being crushed into dust, our casual protagonist effortlessly raises his bare, ordinary hands, easily catching the beast's devastating, earth-shaking strike as if it were nothing more than a harmless baseball flying his way. Gripping the armored giant arm tightly, Isuki glares with pure anger, his blue eyes glowing fiercely with bloodlust as he yells a wake-up call, "Get a grip, Iberia!" With insane logic-defying strength from his small frame, Isuki shoves the armored beast, forcing it to slide backward. Tearing up the ground, the monster growls, grinding to a halt, pitch-black drool dripping from its jagged teeth as it continues muttering strange lethal incantations like some kind of forbidden curse. Its razor-sharp claws extend, gathering a swirling vortex of dark energy that crackles into a lethal spinning hurricane. The system rings out with a lethal warning, activating Windblade. With a violent swing of its arm, the beast unleashes a massive crescent-shaped blast of pressurized wind, carrying enough force to tear through space itself as it rockets forward at a terrifying speed. Now watch closely, because even facing a lethal blow, Isuki's face remains absolutely stone-cold. His eyes suddenly flare with a brilliant, blinding blue light as his personal system coldly responds to the oncoming threat, activating magic perception. As the massive crescent magic slash comes tearing through the air, Isuki curses under his breath upon realizing a bitter truth: this is clearly the skill of a high-tier wind mage. Instantly, he tilts his body to dodge it. Starting to lose his temper, Isuki tenses up as blue lightning crackles violently around his bulging muscles, his face darkening as he speaks. "I don't know if this is a side effect of the dragon armor, or if you are being controlled by some evil spirit, Iberia." He roars with absolute authority. "For now, just stay still." Instantly, his personal system flashes to life, activating Lightning Strike as a massive bolt of electricity splits the sky and crashes down. Moving as fast as a furious thunderbolt, our hero rockets into the air and dives straight down, grabbing the armored beast's fanged jaws with a vice-like grip. The monster thrashes with insane fury, hot steam constantly venting from between its razor-sharp teeth as it struggles in sheer helpless frustration. Pinning his target firmly to the ground, Isuki's expression turns dead serious as he assesses the situation. This magical signature is definitely Iberia's without a doubt. But I never imagined he would actually turn on me like this. And let's be honest, you and I can feel his rage as his eyes suddenly flash a fiery crimson, growling each word with overwhelming bloodlust. What the hell is going on here? Suddenly, cutting through the beast's heavy, ragged breathing, a weak, tragic, and blood-choked voice begins to echo from deep within that demonic armor. "Isuki, kill me." Hearing this desperate, heartbreaking plea from his loyal companion, Isuki's pupils shrink instantly, and cold sweat drips down his face in sheer horrified disbelief. But that tiny, fragile sliver of humanity instantly flickers out. The monster snaps right back into rage, letting out a deafening roar as it violently hurls away the savior standing right in front of it. Seizing the opportunity, its massive armored claw thrusts forward with devastating force, aiming to pierce clean through Isuki's defense. In that critical life-or-death moment, a massive greatsword flies into the frame, parrying the deadly claws, followed by a desperate scream echoing through the air, "Watch out!" Following the blade, a hulking figure in heavy silver armor leaps from the sky, crashing into the battlefield like a blazing meteorite. The impact of his landing tears up the grass, creating a chain of powerful shockwaves. Standing tall with his face twisted in extreme anxiety, Joseph quickly yells, "Isuki, Iberia is..." But Isuki cuts him off with a low, heavy voice. "I know. The worst-case scenario has already happened." Without giving them a single second to catch their breath, the beast in the distance suddenly rolls its spiky body into a ball, transforming into a savage, blood-red tornado that charges right at them. And that's where we leave them, trapped inside a deadly hurricane of blood. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. Stick with me through this absolute chaos. It's analyzing this insane speed. Iberia has completely lost control while Joe Suck stands beside him, delivering a cold, harsh verdict. He has been entirely consumed by that cursed dragon armor. Even standing in the eye of the storm, Isuki remains incredibly calm, decisively saying, "Just as I thought, this is a severe side effect. We need to rip that cursed thing off his body right this second." Crushing that hope, Joe Suck frowns with pure helplessness in his eyes. It is useless. It has already fused completely with Iberia's body. Horrific memories rush back as the captain explains in a trembling voice, "I have seen an awakened warrior get their entire body stolen by this dragon armor once before." Gripping his sword hilt tightly, Joe Suck delivers a brutal truth that shatters all hope of saving him. It will never detach itself unless the user dies. Like a sudden clap of thunder, Yusuke's pupils tremble violently. He mutters in complete disbelief, "No, that can't be." Joe Suck grits his teeth, making the most ruthless decision. "We have no other choice but to kill Iberia with our own hands." Pointing his sharp blade straight at the bloody storm, he solemnly takes on the heavy burden, saying, "I will be the one to end this. If you cannot bear to watch, then get out of here right now. But pay attention here," his voice suddenly turning icy and resolute, saying, "I will be the one to do it." Immediately, Joe Suck reaches out to stop him. "No, I cannot let you carry such a horrific sin on your shoulders." Slapping the blocking arm away, the young man sharply shifts the topic. "Aiden was kidnapped by that ice disaster beast, right? I will have DD hunt them down, so please, go save the kid now." But meeting his teammate's stunned gaze, Isuki's blue eyes burn with a deep, tragic sadness. The system displays a summon command for Tu Huyen, while he bows his head, desperately begging, "Please. There are still things I need to say to Iberia in private." Forced by Isuki's stubborn determination, Joe Suck lets out a heavy, defeated sigh, closing his eyes as he steps back. "Fine then. I am leaving this all up to you. If we let Iberia escape, he will only grow stronger and more insanely violent out there. So no matter what happens, you must finish him off right here." Receiving the order, Isuki wastes no more words. He transforms into a blue flash, leaping into the air while screaming through the night sky, "Let us go!" As the two clash, the glowing red beast roars, digging its sharp claws deep into the ground to break, tearing the road into deep smoking trenches, giving his opponent zero breathing room. Now watch closely. It opens its jagged mouth as the system sounds wind blades, immediately whipping up an invisible, razor-sharp hurricane that sweeps everything away. Facing the incoming lethal wind, Isuki remains completely unfazed, his sharp eyes flashing with deep, careful calculation. The beast just unleashed a massive skill, but overdrive was not activated. The heavy price for his sheer recklessness is a flesh-tearing slash across his cheek, splattering bright hot blood right before his eyes. Yet, despite the bleeding, the heavily scarred young warrior still stands tall and unyielding like a mountain. He smirks, deeply understanding the beast's inner struggle. "You really do not want to hurt me, do you?" As if its deepest secret was exposed, the wild beast roars in absolute madness. Crossing its two heavily armored arms, the beast channels all of its burning fury, condensing it into a massive, suffocating energy blast that makes it hard to breathe. Instantly, the system coldly displays a deadly warning, activating heavenly wind blades, signaling that an absolute storm of destruction is about to strike down. High up in midair, thousands of giant wind blades tear through the dark night, weaving together into a deadly net, slashing straight down at Isuki to grind him into absolute dust. Neither dodging nor summoning any defense, the young man simply closes his eyes and stands completely still, letting countless invisible blades impale and shred his bare body. With flesh torn and his body covered in blood, Isuki stubbornly grits his teeth, walking directly through the terrifying storm of blades. Witnessing his savior endure such torture for his sake, clear, heavy tears begin pouring from the glowing red eyes of that brutal monster, streaming down its spiked armor alongside an agonizing roar of tragic, heartbroken rage. Just as the tension on the battlefield reaches its absolute peak, the scene suddenly cuts to the dark hideout of the villains, where a kneeling minion is delivering his report. "We have successfully captured Aiden, my Lord Ringa. However, the Crimson Flame Demon King and the White Demon have been slain by the humans." Hearing his allies are dead, the leader with a strange mark on his head doesn't even blink, raising his black claws with a cruel smirk, muttering, "We have plenty of warriors at that level. And trust me, you and I are about to find out. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a mess. Capturing the ID is enough, but the scout brings terrible news. Lord Sarasukuma is struggling." The superior immediately brushes it off, calculating coldly, "It is not important. We never expected him to actually wipe out Izumien anyway. His only role is simply to buy time and stall those special-grade saviors." Suddenly, the freak wearing a hood with countless blood-red spider eyes on his face speaks up, questioning how Sarasukuma could be struggling when he is only fighting a single special-grade opponent. Intrigued, the leader raises an eyebrow in shock. "Oh, so besides Wajinja, there is actually another human capable of holding back Sarasukuma all on his own? What is his name?" The multi-eyed freak reads the intelligence report. According to their mole, that man possesses the strongest physical body. His name is Heitan Akira. And to prove he deserves that ultimate title, now watch this. The camera cuts back to the brutal battlefield, where this powerhouse unleashes a devastating punch, sending a blood-red shockwave that flattens everything in its path. The collision of two massive energies triggers a colossal explosion, grinding the entire battlefield into dust. The shockwave shatters the landscape, tearing a deep, endless trench into the earth while painting the sky blood-red and obliterating every single obstacle in sight. Staring in absolute shock at this ridiculous display of power, a blue-haired special grade breaks into a cold sweat, stammering, "What on earth is this? This battle started yesterday afternoon and it is still going? Even my own severe injuries have almost fully healed by now." As blinding, earth-shattering explosions continue to rock the area, he mutters in absolute breathless awe, never imagining he would get to witness a fight of this godly level from such a close distance. Tearing through the thick smoke, a white-furred demon ape with glowing crimson eyes charges forward with a mad roar. The system screen flashes a warning of extreme danger, identifying him as one of the 8 demon kings, Sarasukuma. Watching every single breath of this intense fight, the woman in glasses sweats profusely from sheer anxiety, biting her lip as she watches. That monster is directly absorbing strikes that pack enough destructive force to shatter the entire planet. Unable to just sit back, she charges straight ahead like an arrow, her determination burning. If he falls, there will be absolutely no one left to stop that catastrophic beast. I have to do something. But after taking just a couple of steps, a black-gloved hand calmly lands on her shoulder, forcing an immediate halt to all of her reckless and impulsive actions. Turning around, she sees the man standing tall, his voice casual yet radiating absolute and total confidence. "Do not worry, Hayton is not weak enough to die from simple tickles like this. And trust me, we are about to see proof." From the cliff, Hayton unleashes a terrifying punch right at the Demon King, a strike so devastating, it splits a massive stone mountain in half behind them. The blue-haired guy drops his jaw in utter shock, screaming in absolute panic, "What kind of monstrous level is this?" Witnessing that completely absurd display of power, the calm man reminds the frozen, stunned girl that all special grades are monsters standing at the absolute peak of humanity. So do not ever be foolish enough to underestimate them. Sure enough, the very moment he finishes speaking, the demon ape's massive arm starts shaking violently, being forced backward by an overwhelming surge of power erupting from deep underground. Realizing it is being overpowered, the Demon King's hideous face twists in pure rage, cold sweat dripping down from intense pressure. In stark contrast to his opponent's truly colossal size, the muscular man below is using a single hand to effortlessly lift the beast's giant arm straight up into the air as if it weighs nothing. Faced with that unreal sight, the calm man nods, remarking it has been ages since he last saw Hayton's second form, leaving the shocked girl to ask, "Second form?" To answer her question, Hayton's body erupts with a swirling dark energy, his muscles bulging to their limit as his eyes glow blood red like an unleashed demon. Drenched in a cold sweat, she desperately analyzes his energy. His presence is completely different from before, making it feel as if he has transformed into an entirely different person. The masked man calmly adds the brutal truth. Once he enters this state, all of his stats will explode exponentially. But in exchange for that power, he becomes extremely aggressive and bloodthirsty. As if to prove his point, Hayton lets out a spine-chilling roar, dark energy exploding and turning the sky pitch black like an evil god descending. Without a second of hesitation, he slams a devastating blow into the ground. The destructive force crushes the ape and triggers an explosion that flattens everything. The system coldly recalls the bloody achievements of this madman, revealing the legendary nickname granted to him in this terrifying form. Tearing through the thick smoke, Hayton charges forward at wind-splitting speed, leaving behind the phantom image of a roaring, bloodthirsty beast in his wake. The tyrant. Fast as lightning, he drives a brutal punch into the Demon King's chest, blasting blood and flesh into the air. Struck down, the giant beast stumbles back and crashes. "Trust me, you and I just witnessed a completely one-sided slaughter. Alright, you and I are diving straight into the action as this monstrous fighter lands silently, his sheer force slicing the air apart. Slowly, he stands back up, his muscular blood-stained silhouette, radiating a terrifying killing intent that completely freezes the entire battlefield. But seeing him suddenly walk away, the girl stammers in confusion, asking where on earth he is going. The old man shrugs, throwing out guesses. Hearing this, the bespectacled girl sighs with relief, smiling as she admits she expected him to just destroy everything. It is truly shocking that even in this state he still retains his sanity. He really is a true special grade hunter. Chaco nods in agreement, adding that if he just went on a mindless rampage without caring about allies, then no matter how strong he gets, he would only bring utter disaster. And if that happened, He could never become a true special-grade protector for the sake of humanity. Landing heavily, the beast of a man swings his fist with maximum violence, completely shattering the obstacle blocking his path. His eyes burn with absolute bloodlust as he glares forward, driven by wild fury and possessing zero concept of mercy. At the same time, his blood-stained face twists, his sharp gaze revealing that his patience has officially hit its limit. Standing amid the ruins, a shirtless young man rests his hands on his knees, panting heavily as he wonders why he is even here. Looking up at the massive demon corpse lying flattened in the distance, he mumbles under his breath, "The enemies! Are they already dealt with? So why did that crazy bastard show up?" Clutching the bleeding wound on his chest, he slumps down onto a nearby rock, smiling wryly at his ally's excessive enthusiasm, noting he still loves meddling as always. But pay attention here, because trouble never leaves them alone, and a massive red rift suddenly tears open in the night sky like a devilish eye. Completely unaware of the looming disaster, the glasses girl looks up at the sky, placing a hand on her chest in naive relief, thinking everything has finally been resolved. "Is that so?" Neto asks with a knowing look. "You risked your own life to protect those two back there, didn't you?" Startled, the girl quietly answers, "Yes." He continues to expose her unusual change, noting that normally, instead of risking her life for a tiny chance of victory, she would be first to suggest retreating. That is so unlike your usual calm and collected self. You are honestly starting to act exactly like Tenma-kun now. Having her true feelings exposed, her cheeks flush bright red as she quickly turns away, frantically denying everything. Trying to cover up her embarrassment, she anxiously changes the subject, wondering aloud how Tenma-kun has been doing lately. They are currently deep in the forest too. But with high-level awakeners like Yusuke-san there, they should be perfectly fine, right? And yeah, you and I both know that gut feeling is always wrong. As the scene cuts to Iberia crying hysterically and screaming in panic, "Itsuki-san, why didn't you dodge?" Hovering mid-air, Itsuki ignores the brutal barrage of energy beams piercing deep into his body, calmly delivering a crazy philosophy that physical pain will only paralyze the mind. "That is exactly why I will deliberately refuse to dodge any of your incoming attacks." Drenched in blood, the shirtless young man charges straight in, coming face to face with the razor-sharp jaws of the armored beast, waiting to swallow him completely. Despite death staring him down, he reaches out, aggressively grabbing the monster's snout, using pure raw strength to halt its vicious biting attack. Softly calling out his younger friend's name, Iberia, Itsuki raises his remaining free hand directly toward his opponent's face, while the system coldly activates his skill, summoning a dark swirling orb that radiates absolute world-ending destruction. He growls his final judgment, "This is the end." Without a single second of hesitation, Itsuki slams that sphere of absolute destruction right into the red armored beast's face at point-blank range. The dark energy violently explodes, brutally piercing through the target and crashing down to form a massive pillar of shadow that completely tears the earth apart. Everything falls dead silent. The giant beast loses all its strength, slowly collapsing its thorny head. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoes, piercing the quiet night as a sign of the end. Shattered pieces of the demonic armor crumble, clattering loudly onto the blood-soaked ground below. Stripped of its evil armored shell, the massive beast completely collapses. It falls powerlessly onto the broad, bare shoulders of the young man. The neck armor shatters, revealing a very familiar tuft of blonde hair belonging to Iberia. Returning to his human form, blood spilling from his mouth, Iberia gasps in deeper blood. The poor boy cries out in absolute sorrow, "I just didn't want to be a burden to you, Itsuki-san." Honestly, you and I can't help but feel his pain. Alright, you and I are about to watch him sweep away his friend's insecurity with a bone-chillingly sincere response. "I have never, not even once, ever thought of you as a burden." Hearing that absolution, a twisted yet radiant smile breaks across Iberia's blood-soaked face as he whispers, "Is that really true?" And the gentle reply comes back, "Yes, we are just good at different things, that is all." Summoning his very last drop of strength, Iberia grips his savior's arm, desperately whispering the most bitter secret of all. "I faintly heard it, that calamity beast. It does not want to kill my father, it wants to manipulate him." As the light in his eyes begins to fade, his faith burns stronger than ever. "If it is you, Itsuki-san, you can save him. I'll leave it to you." Hearing those final words, the massive pitch-black silhouette of the wicked mastermind instantly flashes through his mind. The vile calamity beast that went ahead and orchestrated this entire miserable, heartbreaking tragedy. Now pay attention, Because his restraint completely snaps here. Tears fall, but his green eyes flare with pure murderous rage. I will personally crush it. As if only waiting for that promise, Iberia's heavy eyelids slowly shut, even as fresh blood continues to stream down his chin. His final smile lingers in absolute peace, to a short life. I am just so glad. Because in the end I got to talk with you. Cradling the rapidly cooling body of his fallen comrade, he whispers a heartbreaking command into the empty air. Double E, I am counting on you. Amidst the tragedy, the cold, heartless system flashes a brutal notification of the prophecy. Day 2 at 3:33 a.m. Iberia is dead. The camera abruptly cuts to a blazing, fiery lair where a cloaked demon sits cross-legged upon a throne, sneering mockingly at human effort. Not bad, kid, but this is only the absolute beginning. To make matters worse, the grotesque beast's wicked grin stretches from ear to ear, promising a dark, horrific future. I will wipe out every single thing you hold dear in a way far more twisted than this. Leaving behind those terrifying, spine-chilling threats, let's pivot back to the dark forest where small, shadowed figures are urgently moving through a foggy sea of trees. Pushing past the thick leaves, the blue-haired swordsman grumbles in irritation. I thought everything would be peaceful after beating that calamity beast. Who knew we would have to escort Izumi-san deep into the mountains like this? He glares at his battered comrade being carried, clicking his tongue. This was supposed to be a two-man job, but he cannot even stand. Suddenly, the spirit butterfly Gyokuchu flaps its wings, glowing intensely. The glasses-wearing girl Juha gasps in panic. Gyokuchu, just incredibly strange, abnormal emotional wave. Pointing straight ahead, she cries out tensely, the source of that wave is right in front of us. Over there, under the moonlight, we see a man kneeling silently as he cradles a lifeless corpse. Reacting instantly, the blue-haired swordsman unsheathes his blade, defensively shouting out into the gloom, "Who is over there? Another humanoid calamity beast?" Taking a step forward, Juha squints into the shadows. A sudden wave of familiarity makes her heart skip a beat. That silhouette. The night veil slowly parts. Instead of a beast, a heart-wrenching, tragic scene lies before them. She gasps in utter disbelief. Makun, hearing his name, the young man slowly turns around. With his face splattered in blood and lifeless green eyes, he weakly whispers, Juha-sensei. Frozen in shock at her student's devastated state, Juha's eyes widen in absolute horror as she screams, "What on earth has happened here?" Suddenly, a tall figure emerges from the thick bushes, accompanied by a giant dark dog with glowing red eyes. A familiar, steady voice breaks the heavy silence. "I will explain everything." The blue-haired guy flinches, gripping his hilt tightly as his eyes dart around in alarm. Someone else is here? Stepping out into the moonlight, the shimmering silver armor asserts absolute authority. The man formally announces his name, the special grade savior, Joseph Bucciarati. Recognizing him, the blue-haired guy's eyes widen as he asks a critical question that connects the pieces of this horrific night. "Aren't you the guardian of Idin-ko? Why are you here?" In the quiet night forest, the shadows of brutal enemies once again loom over their minds. Facing the swordsman's sharp, mocking question, Joseph's face darkens as his voice drops to deliver a harsh, crushing truth. "Izumi-san, this battle?" Joseph swallows down his absolute helplessness, bitterly admitting their tragic defeat. "We lost." And that's where we leave it, as the ruthless system updates the leaderboard of this fateful night. Day 2, and trust me, this gets dark. At 3:34 in the morning, the prophesied battle concluded in the worst way possible, leaving 50% of Northern Continent Sector 7 completely destroyed. The legendary blacksmith Iden Hitz has been kidnapped, and his own son Iberia Beat lies dead. Leaving the ruined battlefield behind, Donnett's voice echoes steadily, recounting the tragic events that unfolded after his master was taken. Inside a shabby wooden cabin, Roshu sits silently with his fingers tightly clasped. "Recalling the cunning nature of our enemy, I ordered death to track the magical energy left behind by that calamity beast." As memories of the giant death hound clashing with the silver-armored knight flash by, he continues recounting their failure, explaining how they only found useless decoy clones. The frustration builds. Roshu grits his teeth in anger, eyes blazing with frustration from being tricked by that extremely cunning calamity beast. It easily anticipated being tracked and deliberately left behind countless decoy clones, making it impossible for us to pinpoint its actual location. Interrupting the report with a worried expression, Nento speaks up, asking about Tenma-kun and how he is holding up. Peeking through the cracked door, Juha shares the status of her beloved student, explaining that the bleeding has stopped since his wounds are mostly minor scratches. But the stubborn boy flatly refuses any treatment from me. Her eyes downcast with a deep, unsettling anxiety that anyone can feel, She adds that the fire of vengeance burning within him has grown more violent than ever before. She mutters like a prophet of doom, warning that at this rate his heart will soon be completely devoured by his own consuming hatred. Inside the dark room, Tenma sits hunched on the edge of the bed, motionless as a statue while his giant death hound stands guard. His lifeless eyes stare at the framed photo on the desk, where a warm family portrait smiles back as if mocking his cruel reality. In the picture, young golden-haired Iberia is smiling brightly, completely innocent of the cruelty of this world. Now pay attention here as painful memories of their first meeting flood his mind. A young Iberia came running over, pointing proudly at his chest to introduce himself as Iberia. "What is your name?" Then came the day he collapsed from exhaustion, and that weak boy silently carried him on his back, trekking relentlessly through a battlefield littered with monster corpses. Or during that desperate life-and-death crisis, when that foolish kid hugged him tight and screamed a naive yet chillingly sincere vow that he would never leave his side, Isuki-san. Even during their random silly downtime, Iberia would smile brightly and insist on naming him, asking if he knew the rules. He explained that a summoner can freely name their own beast, asking to give him a name since he was incredibly confident in his naming skills. You and I both know those broken memories are like blades stabbing his heart. Isuki slowly turns his head, green eyes bloodshot with intense fury as a murderous aura radiates from his heavily scarred body. Without uttering another word, he takes heavy steps toward the door, spitting out a chillingly cold command to move out, death. Obeying its master, the massive death hound bares its fangs and unleashes a ferocious, deafening roar. The system status screen flashes on, revealing the terrifying stats of a true predator. Death hound rank B, level 20. Attack 350, speed 300, defense 200, magic 150. Carrying a blazing fire of vengeance, Isuki walks out of the room, each heavy step filled with pure hatred, vowing to find that calamity beast and crush it with his bare hands. A crimson gleam ignites in his eyes, showing a man pushed to the brink of insanity with nothing left to lose but a hunger for slaughter. But the moment he steps into the main hall, he is forced to stop. Right in front of the exit, Nento Lulu stands in black and white robes, completely blocking the only way out. Confused by the sudden appearance of the high-ranking members, Isuki frowns and mutters, "Sensei. What is going on here? Why are you all here?" The three of them, Roshu, the blue-haired guy, and Juha, stare back at him with complicated expressions of mixed pity and intense scrutiny. The blue-haired guy narrows his eyes. Scanning the young man's blood-drenched body, he silently judges him, realizing this battered kid is indeed the second disciple of Izumi Sancho. Connecting the wild rumors, he recalls how this kid allegedly erected a blue barrier all by himself, defeated a calamity beast over level 30, and even went as far as to kill his own friend. He definitely has raw strength, but he is clearly a cold-blooded, heartless monster. Ignoring the judging stares, Nento looks straight at him, asking where on earth he thinks he is going. Hearing this, he replies with a resolve you and I can feel, swearing to hunt that ice attribute calamity beast and save Aiden-san. Alright, let's jump right into this showdown. Instead of agreeing, Nento raises his arm to block him, completely shutting down his hopes with a cold hard no. Furious at this cold rejection, Itsuki's blue eyes snap open in anger as he demands to know why. All his bottled-up frustration is finally reaching a boiling point. Remaining completely unfazed, Commander Nento casually explains like a stern official that Itsuki is still far from being a true savior. The Savior League has already classified this incident as a special grade danger level. Glancing out the window, he coldly explains the strict rules, stating that to join this rescue mission, he needs to be at least a rank 2 savior. Turning back to look directly at Itsuki, the commander delivers a crushing blow, reminding him that he does not even have his basic license yet. Reacting like any hot-headed youth would, Itsuki tenses up, veins bulging all over his face as he roars, "Are you saying that if I am not a registered savior, I do not even have the right to help? I promised Iberia that I would save Aiden, so even if you stand in my way, I am going." This sudden outburst leaves the green-haired guy standing nearby wide-eyed with shock at his sheer audacity. How dare he speak to Izumi-san in that tone? Meanwhile, Choha watches anxiously, silently begging her father not to be so brutally honest and harsh with him. Does he even realize what Tenma-kun is going through mentally right now? You'll want to pay close attention to this next move, as the old man unleashes a devastating psychological attack on Itsuki's guilt, asking if he is really okay with someone dying for his sake. That heavy question hits Itsuki like a bucket of freezing ice water, leaving him instantly frozen, utterly speechless, and completely stunned. Seeing his psychological blow hit home, The commander softens his tone to admit his own fault, saying he understands the pain since this tragedy was caused by his own mistake. He reveals he believed the disaster beast was only after him, which led him to neglect Aiden's safety. Continuing his harsh lesson, he logically analyzes the situation, pointing out that after going through so much trouble to capture Aiden, the enemies definitely won't kill him so easily. With Itsuki's current power, challenging that disaster beast right now is nothing more than throwing his life away in vain. Itsuki can only hang his head in silence, clenching his fists in a wave of utter helplessness. Immediately after, Nento employs a classic carrot and stick tactic, looking out toward the rising dawn and reminding him that his potential is actually limitless. Surpassing the special grade rank is far from just a dream. Turning back to his stubborn student, he makes a firm promise that if Itsuki succeeds, he will get the League's permission for him to rescue Aiden himself. We can both see that tiny spark of hope light up as Itsuki snaps his head up, completely taking the bait. So what can I do right now to surpass the special grade level? Finally getting straight to the point, Commander Nento presents his main proposal, inviting him to join the elite training camp. Itsuki blankly repeats the incredibly fancy yet slightly sketchy sounding name, the elite training camp. Seeing his student looking completely clueless, Nento patiently explains that any awakened ranking in the top 10 of the Savior League's national tournament preliminaries will be invited to this exclusive elite training camp in Nakasu. An impressive promotional slide of some cool characters pops up on screen, showing legendary powerhouses like Taiga Jin and Hayato Akira, who have both survived that brutal training regime. Those who pass become the ultimate shield protecting humanity, and this year's legendary training camp is set to begin in just 3 days. Watching his student contemplate deeply, the commander continues his alluring pitch, explaining that safely clearing the training camp trials won't just secure a top rank in the main tournament. He emphasizes the one thing Itsuki desperately needs, pointing out that this is his direct shortcut to becoming a special grade savior. Without a single second of hesitation, Itsuki boldly declares as if he just scored an absolute bargain, "I get it. I am going to that elite training camp." Nodding in approval, the commander turns away and notes that before they do anything else, they have to treat that heavily injured and broken body of his. Right on cue, Choha steps forward as her hands glow with a gentle green light, beginning the healing process for the stubborn boy. While receiving the healing magic, Itsuki curiously turns to Choha and asks if she knows anything about this elite training camp. Choha replies with a hint of surprise while continuing her healing, "Yes, I know it, but why are you suddenly asking? Don't tell me you're planning to go?" Itsuki innocently replies, "Is there a problem? Sensei said it's perfect to grow, but you and I are about to find out the catch." Frowning, Choha prepares to reveal a rather grim and unsettling truth indeed. "Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when the absolute best geniuses enter the peak training camp." The healing light on Itsuki's chest suddenly flares with brilliance. Choha speaks in a low, solemn voice, explaining the brutal reality. She recalls the memory of a once mighty warrior, her tone dripping with bitter regret. People who were hailed as absolute prodigies their entire lives. But after entering that elite camp, they end up broken and shivering in some dark corner. Recalling that warrior's tragic end, she lets out a heavy sigh. They realize they are just average, and their minds completely shatter. "I have seen way too many people end up like that." Her eyes turn incredibly sharp and deadly serious as she delivers a grim, honest warning. That camp is a playground for geniuses, but it is also their graveyard. As the grim vision of a colossal monster standing over a dead recruit flashes in her mind, she warns him that the training is absolutely barbaric. The challenges are insanely difficult, and because of that, fatal accidents happen there every single year. She expects her terrifying warning to make the kid hesitate, but Itsuki just smirks with absolute delight, saying that it sounds absolutely perfect. Choha flinches hard, nearly stopping her healing magic out of pure shock. Itsuki stands up, his body fully healed, and shares the crazy logic of a battle maniac. Watch closely as he says he was actually worried he would never find a worthy rival. But those worries were completely useless. "When I am just fighting low-level calamity beasts or mediocre awakened ones, my ultimate copy ability will not even activate." His eyes burn with a sharp blue light of absolute determination. "I can only grow stronger by pushing myself to the limit, fighting powerful calamity beasts on the thin line between life and death. Battling these monstrous beasts is the ultimate duty of every true awakened warrior." Hearing that epic speech, Choha is totally stunned, a strange blush suddenly creeping onto her cheeks. But Itsuki, possessing absolute zero emotional intelligence, turns around and asks an incredibly dense question, Shuha-san, your face is completely red. Are you completely exhausted from healing me? Caught totally off guard, Shuha panics, waving her hands wildly as she stammers out a quick no. Using a skill for a long time naturally raises your body temperature. Do you not even know basic things like that? She turns away, clutching her chest as her heart races, thinking to herself, this is the very first time I can hear my own heartbeat this clearly. Her face burns hot as she mentally scolds herself, wondering what on earth she is thinking. As Isuki puts his jacket back on, Shuha tries to regain her composure. You and I can see she is struggling as she tells him his wounds are healed. Isuki nods, thanking Shuha-san before turning around to make his exit. Seeing him leave, she quickly calls out, "Where are you going?" His shadow stretches into the night as he gives a cold but emotional reply to say my last goodbyes. The scene shifts to a quiet forest where Isuki and Josuk stand before a fresh grave, the atmosphere instantly turning incredibly heavy. A close-up shows the tombstone engraved with the name Iberia Hiss. Below it lies a bouquet of yellow roses and the poor boy's sword, a tragic combination that is absolutely heartbreaking. Josuk turns to him, his voice filled with deep guilt. I am sorry for dragging you into such a cruel task, but Isuki calmly replies that it is fine because it was his own choice. Josuk asks with genuine concern if he is really leaving. Isuki nods firmly, his mind already focused on a violent, action-packed future. Yes, I will enter the peak training camp and hone my skills, so that one day I can kill that calamity beast with my own hands. Turning the question around, Isuki asks his comrade what his plans are. This prompts Josuk to open up about his painful past, admitting that if he had not met his master, he would have been killed by a calamity beast long ago and never would have become an awakened warrior. Looking down at his gear, his voice drops as he mentions his armor and weapons. Josuk stands tall, his eyes steady as he makes a solemn vow that his very life belongs to his master. Therefore, no matter what it takes, I will find my master. Suddenly, Isuki raises his fist toward Josuk, breaking the solemn mood with a moment of pure brotherhood. The shot widens as the two prepare to fist bump in front of their fallen comrade's grave. Looking straight at Josuk, Suki makes an ironclad promise. I am going to become a true savior and help you rescue Aiden-san, Josuk-san. Until that day, please do not go dying on me. Deeply touched by this sudden declaration of friendship, Josuk looks away, thinking he must look incredibly pathetic in front of this kid. But then he cracks a soft smile, returning the fist bump with his own promise. Yeah, I will be waiting. As their fists clash, a blinding light erupts, marking the start of what you and I know will be an epic alliance. Alright, you and I are diving right back in as Juha proudly reports to her father about Tenma. Just a few hours ago, he was completely wrecked both physically and mentally. Yet he recovered so fast, though he is probably just pushing his dark emotions deep down for now. His glowing eyes flash behind the bars of his helmet while Juha keeps analyzing his mind like an absolute expert, waiting for the day he can finally release all that pain. Standing in a dark, gloomy forest, the old man points out that this attack has way too many suspicious details. I will gather the commanders from every continent and call an emergency meeting. Before flying off, he tasks his daughter with babysitting duty, telling her he is counting on her to look after Tenma while he is gone. Juha immediately puffs out her chest with a proud, happy smile she can barely hide, telling him to leave everything to her. And just like that, maybe from pure excitement, she completely freezes in place with a hilariously awkward smile plastered on her face. Isuki, with his low IQ showing, he scratches his head and asks what is up, since she seems unusually happy. Once she unfreezes, they hit the road, with Isuki curiously asking where they are heading this time around. Juha clears her throat, saying it is top secret, but stick with me here because things are about to get interesting. She suddenly stops and strikes an incredibly dramatic pose, declaring that her father put her in charge of him. From this moment on, I am officially your legal guardian, got it? Isuki mutters in protest, complaining that he is not a kid but he has no choice but to accept it. He sighs, but then asks what they are doing next, and Juha points forward, excitedly saying it is totally obvious. She stretches her hand out to kick off their wild trip, announcing they are heading to Nagasu for the peak training camp. Isuki tags along, a green aura glowing around him as he agrees. And here is a quick memory fragment from some unfortunate guy. A dark shadow with glowing red eyes charges out of the dust at lightning speed. Before this poor guy can even process what is happening, a brutal punch slams directly into his face, shattering his glasses. The unfortunate man collapses to the ground, completely knocked out cold. Behind him, a massive towering figure stands tall, his entire body covered in crackling lightning as glowing red eyes pierce through the dark, looking terrifyingly familiar. a red-hot fist full of destructive power. But let's snap back to reality together. That same unfortunate guy who took the hit is now wrapped in white bandages from head to toe like an Egyptian mummy, screaming in pure agony on his hospital bed. Seeing her darling boy crying, a wealthy, elegant woman rushes to embrace him, comforting him like a little child and telling him not to be afraid because his mother is here. With tears in her eyes and a face twisted in rage and worry, she asks if he had another nightmare about the monster who hurt him. This massive mama's boy grits his teeth, tears and snot running down his face as he bitterly swears revenge. I will return this pain 100 times over and force them to experience a literal living hell on earth. Right then, a cruel, cold look flashes in his mother's eyes as she delivers some major news to comfort her spoiled son. Do not worry, your older brother is back. He will absolutely get revenge for you. Right on cue, a massive shadow looms over the hospital bed, forcing the bandaged boy to look up. The newcomer speaks in a deep, bone-chilling voice, asking Raji if he is in a lot of pain. The camera pans out to reveal a massive, muscular tank of a man standing right next to the mother, his intense killing intent completely shadowing his face. Seeing his powerful backup arrive, Raji immediately starts whining again, begging his older brother to punish the enemy. Make him pay. The brother smirks, his white teeth gleaming in the shadows as he growls to confirm his target. So you are saying the guy who did this to you is named Isuki Tenma? Exactly. He is just a nameless orphan with no family. He might have taken first place in the preliminaries, but his level is still 0. He cannot even compare to a fraction of your strength, brother. Hearing that he took first place, the big brother literally bursts into flames. A terrifying red aura erupts around him like a demon taking form as he mutters that since this guy won the prelims, he will definitely show up at the peak training camp. With a savage smile stretching from ear to ear, he plots his revenge, saying that if that is the case, he is going to absolutely crush him there. But while enemies are plotting his doom, our main character Isuki is just happily heading out to camp. Juha looks up at the sky, announcing they have arrived, and we both know things are about to get wild. Alright, let's dive into this massive glass dome that looks straight out of a wild sci-fi movie. Isuki stands there frozen, his jaw dropped as he marvels. This is incredible, it is completely different from what I imagined. Walking with the crowd toward the main entrance, Isuki mutters under his breath, realizing that Chua-san was absolutely right about this place. Everywhere he looks, there are massive giants in golden armor carrying giant shields alongside players walking with their terrifying skeletal monsters. Sizing up the rookies around him, Isuki notices that everyone here seems incredibly proud of themselves. Suddenly, Choha stops, pushing up her glasses with a serious look, warning him that since she can't enter, he's on his own now. Isk simply nods and replies, I got it. She pulls out a sleek, modern-looking bracelet and hands it over, telling him it is the registration band she kept for him. He will need it for this training. The young man takes it, offering a flat and casual thank you. Watching the bracelet rest in Isuki's palm, his sister figure makes sure to leave him with one crucial piece of advice. Try not to do anything that attracts too much attention. You really do not want to end up on anyone's radar. But here's where it gets interesting. Our stubborn lead completely ignores her and walks right into the glowing gate. I know. Watching his defiant back vanish, cold sweat starts dripping down Chuha's forehead once again. She sighs deeply, muttering to herself, knowing his reckless personality makes it absolutely impossible for her not to worry. Stepping into the reception area, Isuki approaches the registration desk and clears his throat, speaking politely, excuse me. I want to register as a participant. Behind the desk sits a tired employee with messy stubble, chewing a toothpick like he hasn't slept in days. Without even looking up, he lazily holds out his hand and commands, hand over the bracelet. Isuki obediently places his registration band right into the open palm of the incredibly moody receptionist. The lazy worker tosses the band onto a device. Immediately, a floating blue light rises up, scanning the bracelet to extract all his personal data. Isuki narrows his green eyes, quietly analyzing the lazy guy in front of him, noting that even the desk staff are over level 40. This elite training camp truly is on a completely different level. Just then, the system screen flashes to life, displaying his incredibly weak but highly mysterious character stats. His name is Tenma E0, occupation is order breaker, skill rank already maxed. Staring at that round 0, the clerk smirks, muttering through his toothpick in pure disgust. How did a level 0 even get in here? I bet this punk used connections to skip the prelims. He glares sideways at the waiting team, thinking with smug satisfaction. But having connections means absolutely nothing in a place like this. And honestly, you and I know he's right. Without real strength, he's just begging to get completely crushed. Keeping up his terrible one-star service, the clerk waves his hand dismissively and barks, "Hey, once you pick a room, go pay your accommodation fees." Hearing that cold, shocking announcement from the receptionist, Isuki freezes for 5 seconds, breaking into a massive cold sweat as he stammers in utter disbelief. "We have to pay to stay here?" The receptionist glares back with utter contempt, spitting out a cold, hard truth. This is definitely not a charity organization. Isuki's face instantly darkens like the sky is falling, hanging his head as he cries out in absolute despair. "Chuha, why didn't you tell me? I don't have a single penny." Seeing him stand there like a statue, the clerk speaks up, acting like a reasonable man. "Since you passed the preliminary rounds, you should have at least some points, right?" Isuki asks blankly. "Points?" Thinking he has caught a complete idiot, the clerk begins a basic lesson on camp currency. Your wealth here is decided by the points you earned during the preliminary rounds. For example, if you got 1,000 points in the prelims, that money gets transferred to you the second you step in. As illustrations of a luxury or misery flash on screen based on your scores, he explains you can also earn points by completing various quests. These points are basically your currency here. You need them for food and essentials. Isuki rests his chin in thought, finally realizing that points are actually a big deal. "I got quite a lot during the prelims, so it should be enough." While he ponders, the clerk impatiently taps the desk, urging him, "Hey, hurry up and choose a room. Other people are waiting." And that's where we leave it, with a question that shocks the receptionist. How much is the most expensive room? Let us witness this receptionist's pure shock. Images of different rooms flash through his mind. A standard 35 square meter room costs 100 points a month, premium 75 square meter rooms are 500, and a massive 200 square meter villa is 2,000. Meanwhile, Isuki is carefully weighing his options, glancing down at his bear-sized pet who is currently sleeping like the dead. A regular room would be totally fine for just him, but death is also traveling with him. There is no way they can squeeze into a cramped little room. After weighing the pros and cons, the young man makes a heavy money-burning decision: "I will take the villa." The receptionist's jaw drops in pure shock, suddenly trying to advise him like a concerned older brother. "What did you just say?" "Kid, you might have plenty of points right now, but you shouldn't waste them on this. Daily life here will drain you dry before you know it." Completely ignoring the sincere advice, Isuki places his hand on the counter and replies in the coldest tone possible, "Please process it quickly." Realizing this stubborn kid won't budge, the receptionist grumbles and mutters under his breath while clacking away at the keyboard. Just an ignorant brat. Do not come crying back to me later when you are broke." He reluctantly hands the newly activated bracelet over to Isuki, muttering, "Here you go." Before the boy leaves, the receptionist makes sure to warn him about one crucial rule. Once you enter the camp, everyone's stats are hidden, and you will not be able to inspect anyone's name, skills, or level either. Isuki simply nods and replies, "Understood." Watching Isuki's figure fade into the distance, the receptionist rests his chin on his hand. "Choosing a villa, huh? Just how many points did that kid actually earn during the qualifiers?" Overcome by curiosity, he drags his mouse across the computer screen. And then, don't blink here, his eyes roll back, cold sweat pours down, and he is left completely speechless. He rubs his eyes over and over, muttering in pure panic, "This has to be a system error, right?" His score? The monitor displays an absolutely unbelievable figure, 106,600 points. The receptionist shrieks in absolute horror, over 100,000 points. He collapses back into his chair, completely shell-shocked, silently comparing it to his own pathetic score of just 1,600. Meanwhile, outside, Isuki is strolling through a crowd of powerhouse players and quickly realizes just how dangerous they are, muttering, "Kids these days are seriously terrifying." As he walks, he suddenly freezes, his face instantly darkening. "Oh no!" He scratches his head in frustration as a massive sweat drop rolls down his cheek, cursing his own goldfish memory. "I forgot to ask where the villa actually is." Sighing deeply, the filthy rich but forgetful young man turns around, muttering, "No choice, guess I'll have to go back to the receptionist." But just as he turns around, watch this, he is immediately blocked by two very friendly-looking guys. Isuki looks up at the two strangers, coldly asking them, "Do you need something?" Standing before him are a massive guy and a blonde kid, both grinning widely. The big guy speaks up first, saying, "We are awakeners from the southern continent, and we just arrived here yesterday. You look a bit lost, don't you? We can show you the way. Where do you want to go?" Seeing these helpful guys, Isuki doesn't hesitate. "I am trying to find the villa area. Do you know where it is? The big guy scratches his head. The villa? I think it is over that way, right? The blonde kid chimes in. Exactly, right over. But the moment they hear the word villa, they both freeze up, their eyes widening like they have just seen a ghost. Isuki tilts his head in confusion. Is something wrong? The blonde kid quickly waves his hands and stammers. Wait a second. I am just trying to recall the exact location right now. Seeing them exchange shifty glances and whisper to each other, Isuki narrows his eyes in deep suspicion. Why are you acting so sneaky just to remember a location? What are you plotting? Suddenly, a crystal-clear voice rings out from right behind them. A gorgeous cat girl with a black cat perched on her shoulder appears. Introducing herself with absolute authority, I am rank 5 of the Northern Continent qualifiers, Akagama-san. The black cat on her shoulder also speaks up to expose them, those guys again. They are trying to scam a newcomer's points again, under the guise of giving directions. The cat girl smirks knowingly, as she glances toward their prey, wondering, I wonder which idiot is about to become their next victim. But then, looking closer at the victim, her purple eyes widen in shock as she realizes who he is. Meanwhile, the scammers have no idea they are facing a literal god of death. She recognizes him instantly. You and I are looking at the monster with over 100,000 points. She licks her lips, her eyes flashing with pure excitement as she realizes things are getting interesting, while the clueless scammers continue whispering. Trust me on this one. The big guy is highly skeptical because their target lives in a villa. Could he be a tournament champion? The blonde kid immediately brushes it off, saying even a champion would never spend 2,000 points just for lodging. He continues analyzing with a sly, experienced smirk, guessing their target is just some spoiled rich kid who has no idea what points are actually worth. The big guy asks blankly, what do you mean by that? His partner's eyes gleam with pure cunning, concluding with absolute confidence that a pampered rich kid raised in a greenhouse like him is always a total weakling. He is the ultimate easy target. He jerks his chin, arrogantly declaring they will steal every single point. Meanwhile, Isuki loses all patience and turns to walk away, muttering that if they cannot remember, he will just search on his own. Terrified of losing their prey, the blonde kid quickly grabs his partner, calling out with a fake laugh that he suddenly remembered and will guide him directly there. And just like that, this bizarre trio begins their journey toward the villa under a vibrant golden sunset. Watching from a distance, 2 older boys are observing the scene. One of them immediately recognizes the notorious scammer duo, wondering if they are the outcasts from the southern continent, Fumiya Futaki and Ikatora Sano, noting that the poor kid in the middle has walked straight into their trap. You and I can't help but pity him. The other guy sighs, feeling bad for the weak kid who is about to lose everything. Truly pathetic. But among the onlookers, a massive guy carrying a giant hammer suddenly recognizes the victim. Squinting closely, he mutters that this is the same kid who asked those weird questions before the preliminaries. Of all people, he had to get caught by those two. The hammer-wielding giant, who is actually Gakudo, 3rd place in the Northern Continent preliminaries, turns away, deciding that it is none of his business. He only has one single goal: to surpass that guy, Isuki Tenma, the Northern Continent preliminary champion. But this situation, what a total self-destruction. Eventually, the 2 scammers manage to guide Isuki to the villa area. The blonde kid waves his hand, presenting the area, while Isuki looks at the massive modern villa and simply mutters, it is huge. While he is still admiring the view, the 2 expose their true colors, blocking his path with sinister ear-to-ear grins. The kid rubs his hands, cracking his knuckles as he speaks in a sly voice. All right now, pay up our guiding fee. Isuki turns around, surprisingly cooperative, agreeing that since they guided him all this way, he should at least offer a little reward. I know what you're thinking. These scammers are absolutely stunned by how easy this is, completely dumbfounded. Is it really this easy? Isuki calmly raises his interface bracelet, asking with a totally innocent look, how many points do you guys want? The big guy is about to shout a modest 500, but the kid covers his mouth, yelling greedily, you idiot, make it 1,000, give us 1,000 points. Isuki raises an eyebrow, hesitating briefly. 1,000 points is a bit much, but sure, why not? The big guy asks in shock, are you serious? The blonde kid whispers excitedly to his partner, while Isuki tries to figure out how to transfer the points, laughing that he actually paid 1,000 points just for directions. He is not just weak but incredibly stupid, as Isuki asks them how to transfer points to another person. Realizing their target is a total pushover, the 2 decide to double down. The big guy blocks his path, claiming it took much longer than expected, so they need more. The kid chimed in, demanding a grand total of 5,000 points. The big brute threatens him, warning him not to blame them if they have to get rough. Both charge forward as the big guy raises his shield, grinning creepily, demanding that if he cannot pay, he must hand over everything he owns. Facing this blatant extortion, Isuki simply lowers his head, responding with a chilling "I see." Slowly raising his head, his face is shrouded in shadows, revealing only blood-red glowing eyes as his voice turns terrifying, asking if they are just blackmailers. Seeing his sudden terrifying 180 shift, with blood-red bloodlust radiating from his body, the kid stumbles back, stammering, "What is wrong with this guy?" It is as if he instantly became a completely different person. The big guy, still utterly clueless, roars that if he wants to blame someone, he should blame his own carelessness, demanding he hand over the points immediately, or else he will regret it. Isuki steps forward, a violent red aura erupting around him, his voice freezing cold as he states he is extremely annoyed. "Trust me, whatever happens next, do not complain." The blonde kid refuses to back down. Purple lightning crackles all over his body as he roars, yelling that as the 6th rank in the Southern Continent qualifiers, there is no way he is losing to a piece of trash. "Trust me, you need to watch this," as he charges straight at Isuki, shouting, "You idiot! I will turn you into nothing but dust with my B-tier skill, the Lightning Fist." But the moment the strike is about to land, Isuki does not even dodge, letting the punch hit him directly. The system screen flashes instantly, absorbed B-tier lightning skill with Thunder Roar. Speed plus 10%, absorption count 2 out of 5. Speed 475, up 25% from Thunder Roar. The blonde guy, the self-proclaimed rank 6, is utterly frozen in shock, sweating buckets and gasping like a dying dog, realizing his opponent did not even move an inch. Before he can even react, a devastating slap lands right on his face, sending him flying backward in a perfect arc. His giant teammate can barely process what just happened, standing jaw-dropped as his buddy flies away like a broken kite, thinking he is too fast. Even with my eyes wide open, I could not track his movements at all. Instantly, he flexes his massive right arm. His muscles swell up with terrifying green veins as he decides to go all out, thinking, against a speed-type opponent, I will finish him in one blow with my Z-tier skill. Body enhancement, right arm. With an arm as thick as a pillar, he charges forward to strike, but Isuki effortlessly blocks the punch, flexing his own arm as his muscles swell up just as impressively. The giant's eyes widen in sheer horror, seeing his opponent use the exact same ability to mutate his own body. He is just like me, an absolute order breaker. Refusing to lose, he buffs his other arm, enhancing both limbs to see if Isuki can handle this next attack. A barrage of giant fists rains down in rapid succession, forming an airtight net of attacks with absolutely zero openings. Here is where it gets interesting. To Isuki, who has a major speed buff, these punches are just child's play as he counters them with a mocking smirk, saying too slow. He unleashes a volley of blows at an even more terrifying speed, forcing the giant to desperately block in vain. A split second later, the giant lets out a blood-curdling scream as both of his enhanced arms are snapped like twigs. Stumbling back, he stares at his mangled arms in absolute horror, stammering in disbelief. "This cannot be happening. My enhanced arms have an attack and defense stat of nearly 300, so what on earth are you?" Isuki suddenly materializes right before his eyes, leaning down to deliver a soul-crushing whisper, saying, "Even with your enhancement, your stats can never hope to match mine." The giant collapses to the ground, his fighting spirit completely shattered, desperately stammering, You are no regular cadet. Who are you, and what continent are you from?" A dark purple aura erupts from Isuki as he speaks in a deep tone, declaring his identity like a grim reaper, Isuki Tenma of the Northern Continent. He raises his fist, ready to finish him. Suddenly, a critical system notification flashes on screen. Rulebreaker critical has shattered, which means his very next attack is guaranteed to be a 100% critical hit. The big guy feels the terrifying killing intent radiating from the incoming fist, sweating profusely, his eyes rolling back as he stammers, "Stop, please stop!" Isuki freezes his fist right in front of the giant's face, stopping just a few centimeters away from his terrified expression. He thinks to himself that if a direct critical blow had actually landed, the guy's head would have completely exploded. You and I both know that was too close. Withdrawing his fist, his cold, bloodshot eyes glare at the two shivering cowards on the ground as he barks a single icy command, "Get lost." Hearing those words, the two scammers scramble to their feet and run for their lives, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Run, he is a monster!" From a nearby building, the cat-eared girl Akagami-sen watched the entire one-sided battle unfold from start to finish. She crosses her arms, musing they were ranks 5 and 6 from the Southern Continent, So I honestly expected him to struggle at least a little bit. But instead, it just ended with him completely and utterly dominating them. That guy is without a doubt a truly terrifying man. Suddenly, a loud voice blares through the camp speaker system, calling out, "All contestants, please gather at Apex Square immediately, as the entrance examination will begin in just a few minutes." Hearing this, the cat-eared girl stretches, getting ready to join. "Let's go, Moyu-chan." It is time to get to work, and the black cat on her shoulder lets out a soft meow in response. Hearing the broadcast, Asuki looks up at the speakers, whispering the entrance exam. According to Juha, 50% of all participants will be eliminated in this initial phase. As he strides toward the square with rising resolve, you and I can be sure he is going to give this exam absolutely everything he has got.